It's the proving grounds of Apex Legends Esports. The Apex Legends Global Series, where the best of the best compete, with millions of dollars on the line and hundreds of thousands watching around the world for the biggest prize in Apex Legends Esports, to become the champion of the Apex games. However, how is it that many of these pros have the chance to compete on the biggest stage of all? How can players prove themselves worthy of greatness? For many, this comes in the form of the Tier 2 competitive scene, where players aim to make a name for themselves in the hopes that one day they too will be able to play amongst the best. In order to achieve this, players must fight for their chance to compete via the ALGS Challenger circuit. This competition is the battleground of Tier 2 Apex, an open qualifier that anyone is able to enter. Coinciding with the ALGS splits, teams will participate in 4 circuits. Each circuit goes over a weekend and is 3 days of intense action. Via randomized 20-team brackets, squads will fight to make top 10 and move to the next round, ultimately culminating in a 6-game final for the top 20 teams. After each round, points are allocated to teams depending on where they placed. The 4 squads that won a circuit, along with the next best 18 teams from this qualifier, for the chance to compete in the Challenger Circuit finale, the Pro League Qualifier. The Pro League Qualifier is a playoff pitting the 8 lowest performing Pro League teams against the best that the Challenger Circuit has to offer. After an intense tournament, the top 8 teams in this tournament will get promoted to the Pro League, with the rest unfortunately having to wait until next split. The Challenger Circuit is not only a phenomenal platform to get your name out there, but it can sometimes lead to something really special. After qualifying into Pro League through the Split 1 circuit, Noctum Esports, previously known as Trojan, took the EMEA Pro League by storm, qualifying for LAN. After an outstanding performance at the Split 2 playoffs in Mannheim, they earned themselves a prestigious spot at Champs in Japan. This story, amongst countless others, pits the question: are you capable of reaching the pinnacle of Apex? If a team who came straight through the Challenger Circuit can become one of the strongest teams in EMEA and demonstrate it on the world stage, maybe you could be next. Whether it's competing in the ALGS Challenger Circuit, the newly formed BLGS, or many of the incredible tournaments thrown across the world by passionate organisers, the Tier 2 scene is here to stay. Although we can talk up what it's all about, it's probably better that you hear from some of the Tier 2 legends themselves.
Hi, my name is Agent AAA. I am the IGL of Convergent. My Tier 2 experience in the last year has been full of minor successes, I would say. Qualifying into every Tier 1 qualifier, Pro League qualifier, Last Chance qualifier. 3 things that inspire me to compete would be, I want to make it to LAN, because I really believe in that goal. And I want to make it for the sake of my family and myself. You know, they believe in me as well. And I'd say the last thing that inspires me is being an inspiration for others. You know, I know there's not a lot of people like myself at the top. There's not a lot of Black Apex top players, and I'd want to be somebody there for someone else to look up to and to see that it's very possible. I think Tier 2 as a whole is not a bad path to Pro League, but I feel like I changed the random contesting ability. How Pro League have it set up where you have set POIs you drop at is really good, and I think that would result in more dense end games in which better players will shine as a result, you know. So I think that'd be a good change for Tier 2 going up.
Hi, I'm Scott. I'm the owner and original founder of Convergent, the Tier 2 organization in Apex. So I was asked what it's like to run an organization that competes in Tier 2, and the short answer is it's a lot of fun. It's so much fun to see and develop those players and to believe in them, to give them a community, to cheer them on. You know, you're making their day, and it makes our day as well, to see them grow and to see them be able to compete against some of the best within the region. My opinion on the current state of Tier 2, well, arguably I think BLGS really opened everyone's eyes to the fact that a lot of Pro League people are stuck behind that bubble, and they're safe in that bubble. A lot of Challenger Circuit teams and BLGS teams were able to compete with them at that level. So I do believe that Tier 2 probably could use a bit of a hard reset and a little shuffle. There are some teams that will always shine. You've got your Alliances of the world who just simply are some of the best in the world. and you'll never get away from that. But I think it's in a pretty healthy state. Competitive is where it's at, and Apex is one of the best BRs out there.
Favorite moment? I would say it would be winning game 2 of Winners Round 1 in Pro League Qualifier. It was in Down Beast, and Down Beast end zones are some of the worst experiences when you're the Down Beast team, because holding Down Beast height is like, you can just get sent.
Nice! Medkit. Good, they don't have a caustic. Beautiful.
Funny moment would be, I think we were on Godrock. I cannot remember the game it was, like the particular tournament, but we were on Godrock at Bean, and one of my former teammates, Q-Tac, was messing around with the car and got himself stuck inside of it. What? Bro, punch me as well, bro.
So how does it work managing the team? Okay, well, it depends on the team. We have content teams, we have competitive teams. So with the content teams, we'll try and give them that air of care, similar to that of a competitive team, coaching, analysis, VOD reviews, being there to cheer them on and support them on socials and stuff like that. But with the main competitive team, the challenge we've got is we can't afford to pay people full-time salaries, so we can't demand full-time. A lot of it is based on trust and faith, that people will turn up to scrim, that they'll compete and they'll put their heart and soul into it. But really, we're a bonus. The real competitive people would be doing that anyway. We're just simply adding a little bit of flair and backing them as an organization. It's mostly just built from friendship and trust.
It's difficult to have a stable roster in Tier 2 because there's a lot, unfortunately, to put it bluntly, there's a lot of ego and like not a lot of rules, I would say, stopping teams from swapping about in such short periods of time within the competitive season. I've been teammates with Seawater for a long time because I don't think you can make a professional roster in such a short time. You have to stay with a team, or at least one teammate, to like build towards a professional roster. I would say that's like the main reason as to why we stuck together. He's a great player as well. You know, I wouldn't stick around with somebody who I didn't think I could make it with. You know, we both see the vision, and we both see it takes a lot of work, which you can't get instantly, even within a month maybe.
What's it like to work with Agent and Waddle for a long period of time?
Yeah, you should do with them kills.
Let's get it, baby!
No, you just ruined the vibe there.
What do you mean I didn't ruin the vibes? I'm locked in.
Obviously, we're just talking about our main competitive roster, but we're loyalists. We like to believe in the individuals and see them grow over time until they're ready to sort of move on. It would take something kind of special or just a complete break and change for us to go in a completely different direction with a new team. But I believe in properly putting the time and effort into it, as opposed to just cycling new players. If something goes wrong in a day, Apex is a BR, there's RNG involved anyway. We don't want to RNG our players and constantly cycle it. So we're very loyal to our people and our players and our members as a whole, as well as our community. And I think that's where it really stems from, community. So what other things do Convergent do for Tier 2? Well, I actually want to extend that to what do Convergent do for the community, not just Tier 2. We've run scrims in the past, we've run tournaments in the past, we've fund small scale events, pizza leagues as we call them, because they're for pizza money. For us, it's kind of about wanting to give all players a chance to be under the spotlight and get that little bit of glitz and glam. You may not be on the big stage, but we'll do high-end production and really try to make certain people shine. To me, that's the best feeling in the world, to be able to just give someone that little spotlight of, oh, in that tournament, the casters were on us and the camera was on us and I had a great play, or they were breaking it down really well. And for us, it's about investing into the wider community. And we've been really, really grateful to have the support from EA and Respawn, with coin codes to give away, in addition to cash that we're adding to the pot, or just codes to run those lobbies privately as well.
So there you have it. Tier 2 Apex Legends is truly a special place, and it's not going anywhere. With a community as passionate, hardworking, and skillful as we have seen, the Pro League better watch out, because in Year 5, we're coming for you.
They can just push straight into the gimme bubble. Okay, Yuka, we see you able to grab knock. Now to the final two squads. MDY right in front of them. I believe in a Yuka supremacy.
Down in just a few moments' time, and here comes Hackis. There's a dive bomb. The grenade goes down. Will it hit? Yes, it will. The bubble goes down. Vibes moves in.
最後にもう介入した時にドームが使える一番敵がいないところにドームを焚いてそうですよね。
さあ後から来る王者の社長出勤は T1。
Up on top, Riddle order. I don't think they can do anything about this.
Oh my god!
He hits the 360!
Respawn beacons can be absolutely massive in the end game, and of course you drop with shields now, you can pick up your loot, and every team is going to be trying to drill you, but if he can get to his box, if he can armor swap, get those weapons, that could be absolutely massive, as now teams are starting to move towards the circle because this building is not going to be it.
Reps just waiting for the drop. How doing likewise. Shots coming down from above, but going to be exchanged. They're going to be caught in a caustic gas mess at the moment, but TSM kind of just watching everything go down. How managed to get a stick there onto Bronzy as well, as now Letter E are going to make their move. The bubble goes down. The ultimate goes down from the caustic. Keeping our eye on the feed as these teams fight, as Snipe Down is brought back into the game. He's only got an heirloom to work with, but Snipe Down's still trying to do what he can do.
He got 2 kills with the heirloom, but he's going to go down, and the rest of TSM is all down to Reps, and Reps goes off! And what have I just seen?
What did Reps just do?
As Tong Young Kung, they still have about 5 yards of breathing room before all hell is going to break loose. Really nice rotate from Killerpos on the Gibraltar, and in comes the action. Reject getting caught out now. It looks like Pricing's the last to remain. He goes down. NLN in the middle of the circle is still doing massive damage and holding it true. Tom Young Kung may well let 2 teams fight as they rotate from the northern side. SQL goes down. Can NLN do this? Tom Young Kung, they drop directly on them. Where are the remaining members for NLN? It's not doable. Tom Young Kung play it perfectly.
Third Impact would also win a fight for Jazaz. He's stuck in a thermite, and it's going to be Endeavor moving in now. Bryn with the Prowler. All of a sudden, this lobby is kicking off.
Gambit is the team that has the bubble last one remaining. They're the last one to use their bubble, so they're going to get pushed in this bubble. Vice taking down Row here, and oh my goodness, Artico trying his best to survive. He survives. Alliance going down. Hawkins going down. Legit Lolly also going down. This is Gambit's game to win here. He's pushing with the Eva 8. He's looking in the bubble. He takes down one. Can he take down the last one remaining? Yes, he can. Gambit Esports is the champion for our game number 3. That was insane.
Oh, but it's going to be ESA red right in front of them. Rakanishu, Project Aces, and Joy Blackout looking to end TSM's run here, but they have no idea it's TSM.
Oh, man, and they shouldn't, because this Valkyrie team, I mean, who are you? We're trying to get TSM out of the lobby, and now the kill feed's starting to expose the truth. Oh, no, that was them?
ただ入り込んでいく。さあこれうまく囲んでフォーカス。あっという間に1人をどかしました。こうなれば有利はクレイジーラクーン2人目、そして3人目。なんというキルタイム。That's right, here comes the push, and another shot's gonna come through! Zach Mazur's on fire with the Kraber right now, next for 2, and that opens the door. Result a knocked, I don't know if they're gonna get the revive off. C9 wants to push it. They've already gotten so many kills in this game, and they're not done yet. I've been so impressed by C9 so far.
Man, G2, they gotta be going down. 2 Kraber shots, that's it! It's C9 and Sentinels. Valkyrie. Sinox, what can he do? A missile strike right now would be beautiful. We're following along with Crust, though, and the damage is already ticking. Can the Kraber change it up? Oh, it certainly can! Crust, he gets hit. He's out of the fight as well. Will C9 be able to pull this one off? From down in the depths up to the top, it is Cloud9 in the clouds. What a win!
さあそしてフェンネルもそろそろチャンピオン取りたい、そんなポイントになっています。フェンネルは20ポイントでマッチポイント到達です。さあドームヘッド中に入っていく。絶妙な2枚のドームの使い分け素晴らしい。やはりファイト強いフェンネル。これで残り5部隊12人。Yeah, this great high ground position for ESA Black has proven to be so fruitful for them. Here comes the drop. ESA Black versus Space Station in the 3v3. Panthers connected for some good shots, but Space Station holds on for now. Metro with the Peacekeeper. That's what you want in the game fight. 1v1 for the Red. Can Metro do it in the 1v? PK and SSG will come out on top. さあ、はそれを見守る格好ですが、そこに介入されてくる。シーフが落ちている。ここはうまく落としていきました。
ここでもうドームを使わざるを得ないので、最後にもう介入した時にドームが 使える一番敵がいないところにどうも大抵そうですよね。
さあ後から来る王者の社長出勤は T1 キルリーダーしっかり最後に出したプロテクトドームで身を守りながら好きなタイミングで出て取っていくだけになりました。
One player left for EXO, one player left for a Thane, and it's inside the ring and
This is
Wolfpack
gonna be
Arctic with
it.
EXO left. You go for it.
Inside the ring versus Wolfpack Arctic, we are going to have a champion of APAC South right here. They go into the final bubble fight. Arctic lose 2 inside the ring. It seems almost certain now Zaratas is by himself. He is going to let the circle close around him unless he can win the Wraith heal off here. And Emil is actually low. Wolfpack Arctic, Zaratas with his use of Into the Void there is actually going to win the APAC South Championships. And
フェンネルを潰しに行く動き。さあリングギアとともに落としに行きます。フェンネル対決はピノで落ちる。さあフェンネルこれで落ちる。さあフェンネルコリアはこれで1対1まで来た。そしてこのドームファイトを決めきることができるか。マッチポイント連投しているフェンネルコリア。ただ LFT が先に取っている。残ったのはドグマですが2対1フェンネルコリアが返し切りました。
Scars has no idea where they are. I don't even know if they know who is alive, but they're going to go for a kidnap here. They're going to find them and use the portal to try and at least get some visibility. Doing a good job playing their angles and playing this slow. Recognizing they have the high ground. They have an advantage and they can close this out here, girl.
Oh my goodness, and RPR comes in the back with the wingman. Perfect shots on Sunset. It's a 3 versus 1. They cannot lose
Brilliant
this,
plays.
and they are going in.
Scars are your champions.
Chance to do something special. 2 of them to win it all down and 1 of them to play spoiler.
Oh, nice cracks there coming from the grenades. Big grenades from bottom 20. This is where you need to clutch up as an individual. This is where you need to hit your shots if you want to call yourself a champion, if you want to lift a trophy above your head. Renegades being slightly focused here, but they've done so much damage. Can they spoil the party?
Oh, and it looks like they might. I tell you, SSG, they lose 1, but here comes bottom 20. They're coming in on the third party right now. Sorcerer has to bring out the Eva 8. Space Station were not taken down, and at the moment, it's a game of peekaboo, and it looks like the move has been made now from Renegades to move in. They will be able to reset here, but no! Here comes bottom 20! What a story it would be! It's all down to Pow Pow! Can he get it done for Renegades? Bottom 20 will be the champions!
But Team Liquid finds themselves in a fight. Gilder sits with the car. He's gonna get a triple kill.
Oh, he said knock knock Fallout. Don't worry, I got the car ready for you here. Gildersons creating some of that space, utilizing EMP early like we've seen before. TSM will Howl knocking them left to right. Dogma getting taken down.
Imperial Hal enters the fight and takes out 2, and he's the kill leader with 3 now. 9 squads remain. Reps in Hal.
Certainly involved in that kind of area and what will be scuffling down in just a few moments' time. And here comes Hackis. There's a dive bomb. The grenade goes down. Will it hit? Yes, it will. The bubble goes down. Vipes moves in as the air bomber called Vipes. Then Hackis and Alliance strike first.
From the skies, striking fear into the eyes of everyone around them.
I can drop you anything.
Just
don't get walked up on.
Look
They're gonna hit the other team.
Look under now, look under! Gibby!
Shoot the same guys,
Knock one! Gibby, crack!
Nice.
Focus him! Shoot the Gibby now! He's cracked again!
Dead.
In the knock, Valve!
They're fighting on the team, the other building! They're fighting on the building!
Kill the Valve down low! Get these kills! Nice! Anyone
Oh, DreamFire!
DreamFire wanted some of the action, and that's a shred! And DreamFire get the entry!
Duplex will fall. Optic down to 2, but 2 still alive. Tail now just shredding through the skies. And shredding on the ground as well. The car is singing.
DreamFire in Dreamland, they're on top of the world right now. Optic down to 2. What can they do in this fight?
Optic, this is looking like a tough game to win for DreamFire. It's looking like, how many KP can we rack up? There's your answer, DreamFire.
It's rolling right out. This way, right side.
Yeah, beam me.
Ball blues.
Oh my god, dude, bullets across that open little bit of water, and now it's going to be a bubble fight in time to get a little bit freaky in the bubble, and now Morelli hits a 99. Oh my goodness!
They're jumping on each other. Come back in the air.
Now 100.
Caustic got well cracked! Foul! 100, let's go!
But now Zeta, they don't know they're there, and they're just gonna absolutely shred. They come out of nowhere like ghosts from the woodwork.
Taskmaster, this is what he loves. People in front of him! Puts them in the dirt!
100 Thieves trying to capitalize on a little bit of high ground, and they're looking to get aggressive. You've got to be careful though, it doesn't come down, and now you need to see teammates make damage.
Vaxelon trying to do what he can. He has to escape. Omnu has the shields. Maybe he can be the one to clean things up. Mozambique here. Mozambique might be able to pick up a few kills. He has to scarp around the corner, a spray and a pray, but no prayers answered. As Vaxelon has to be the savior now for 100 Thieves. It's chip damage, but it might not be enough. The knockdown shield is a problem, but so is Vaxelon. Oh!
I hit the Get the Falcon in the air! Nice shot! Get the rest of the kills! Get it! One! Dead! Get it down! Hi! The last kill, I'm reloading. I can't see either. Cracked him! One! Nice! Go! Good shot!
But there was enough time for Optic to fully get themselves reset, but the shield crack comes out with the frag. This is a perfect opportunity for E to make the push. Both bubbles are down, and Optic is trying to get a little bit of height here and see if they can clean this up. The PK shots are hitting, and this is what we're looking for out of Skill Case, but it's still a 1v2. Will he be able to close this one out?
No, E ain't taking the final game of the night.
Stay alive.
140
out of Mandy.
Get him, Mandy!
And they get knocked. They die. Oh, Scars, Mandy with some great. Call the ambulance, but not for Scars. Call the ambulance for Singularity.
Bro.
Mandy with some great shots. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
Oh, I love this play from Hal. He gets high ground. Hal finds a way to flank, uses the knockdown shield to survive. 4 spots remain. Hal gets one. Hal turns, looks for a second. He gets 2. Hal in a 1v1 for the bread.
Verhulst is right there to help him out here though. He managed to get the big fire on the flatline. TSM win game number 1 to continue on their domination from day 1.
Nobody's going to be in the vicinity, but maybe there is. Here comes Dark Zero, and here comes Jen Burton.
Dark Zero trying to do what they can, trying to see if they can pick up any pieces. It's just Jen Burton on his own. Dark Zero down to just one. But Fnatic get ripped through.
Is that a lifeline that we are seeing right now?
We have a lifeline on display for the first time I've ever seen in the ALGS. Meltera on lifeline is not missing. He's melting.
That's not lifeline, that's lifeline out here. We got the kill leader. Having to split some of that attention, you got to give some backup to stay naughty here. The dome coming out. Look for your back. You got to give your homie some of that back here. Zach Mazer with the flat line, cleaning things up.
I'm holding knock. Hold it. It's behind, sweet. Holding it. Just hold your knock. They're fighting. Holding it. Oh, I got insta kill. I killed one. 2v1. Nice, sweet. I'm coming with the knock. Let's go.
And look at that. Mercy's actually getting some good shots going. Mercy goes down here, and oh my god, they're actually winning the fight. They're turning this around somehow. How are they doing it? It's going to be one alive here. It's going to be Golden in 1v2. Can he survive this? Oh my god, the knock. Oh my god, another wingman shot. Can he do it?
Oh my god.
Oh my god! Golden with the 1v. How you do?
This NRG, Cloud9, you see Sweet right now with the Volt in his hand. He connects for 80, but he's down to 1 HP. He gets knocked. Cloud9 performing, but Rambo is alive. Rambo is going to queue his way up and find a way to survive, and Rambo wins. Rambo is a monster.
Now we've got all teams on a similar level, but Bolin is going to be able to use those Valkyrie jets, but is he going to be able to rejoin the fight in time? Yes, he is! Oh my god, he's shredding them!
But I don't really wide. Play the dome. I'm baiting them. Slow down, guys. We need to watch our back. Cracked one. They bump. I'm bulking up a little bit here. Take the heady, and we win. It's on us. Slow down, fight. It's a fail. Go right there. Slow down, Mac. I'm good. They have no one. I queued it. Bow crack. Slow down, guys. Don't die here. Give me one. One shot, give me. Last guy. Duo. Oh, he's right here. Dead. Let's go, boys. Bro. Let's go. One game. We're alive.
Scars though in some trouble as Taishin gets taken down. Monday trying to take control over the little crevice right here. Got so much to do. The stick with the Arcstar. Make it two. Y'all don't see me right now. Now the Valkyrie has to fly up. He gets 2 cracks at the same time. Can he get a quick shield swap really quick right now as he becomes a kill leader?
Avoid any of the projectiles that are coming through, but it's going to be Hockey's taken to the air. He's flying in like Michael Jordan out here. He's getting a double knock. He's looking for the win. He's taken down, and that's 100 Thieves going out. Rex is coming through for the second place, and Alliance taking game number 4.
An early split 2 that he wanted to pick him up, and what a pickup it was. And NRG takes out C9.
Robin Hood. Shot after shot. You have to worry about those Watson ultos.
Love that Watson fence on the box, but Yuki swings wide left. Alliance is gonna do it. 2 members of 100 Thieves down and out as Alliance and Hockeys are gonna win it. Are you kidding me? There's one left. There's a rat somewhere. IG's out, but 100 Thieves is running right now with their tail between their legs as Alliance hunts them down and wins this one.
With you. I'm over. You can play against the wall on me. You can play against the wall on me.
Dude, Loba, got Loba.
Kill this team right now. We can kill this team. Coming behind us. Wait, Bovis. They're coming behind us, though. He's dead. I need a swap.
Shift cover. Currently see them. You see Zero Tricky picking off the black hole. He's about to get it. Everybody's in it. Get ready. Here goes Banders.
Banders on controller. He's connecting with the PK. Pop.
Scars though need one more point. RPR has to stay alive. Has to try and get it. Doesn't get it though. Scars 1 point away. Alliance, they need this win.
Scars eliminated. Alliance leave it late, but Alliance march towards match point. Alliance win it.
Yes. They are.
I keep them. They're gonna get.
Wait, he's alone. Let them fight each other.
Okay, no, give me.
Copy 1 till. I'm full.
Wait, they're fighting.
No. Chill. I'm chilling.
Cross the cut. They are fighting.
Valk cracked. Valk. One more. Wait,
Bubble.
On me.
And now, Darcio is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series.
It means Moist. They are going to take advantage of that immediately. The gravity lift up on top. Riddle order. I don't think they can do anything about this.
Oh my God!
He hits the 360.
What a beast! 360 Graver shot into the top true combo. Moist take back-to-back wins on World's Edge.
And it's going to be the thing that changes this game.
The fact that Disguised have full sent MDY White puts Fnatic in the power position. They can just push straight into the gimme bubble. Okay, Yuka, we see you. Able to grab a knock. Now to the final 2 squads. MDY White in front of them. I believe in a Yuka supremacy. I believe in Fnatic.
The Pioneers have to regroup and find a way to dissect this engagement.
They are just sitting back, looking to find any amount of KB. Insane from a mile away with the R9 black hole going out, trying to capitalize on this. LCDF has fallen, and Gonvere might be next. They are. Now we turn our attention to the final squad, Area 310, but this is all Zane, baby.
Let's go, Zane! Up here, plenty of ammunition left, plenty of high ground. What they won't have as much of is cover during the next ring. Dojo go down, LG go down, DreamFire are pushing for the win, but they haven't got enough, even a crack. Can they play this perfectly?
TSM in 10th. They have put themselves into contention for advanced starting points, and DreamFire full sending down. Roy falls, 3MC falls, and TSM, they are going to find themselves in the winner's bracket.
The zone is a problem. The longer this fight gets delayed, the more difficult this is going to be, but popping a medkit at just the right time might be able to get Timmy into the fight feeling full HP. TSM having to retreat, and a Digi-Threat's going to pick up Al. First knock goes to the Dojo.
But this could open things up for the likes of Alliance and Blackhand, who are taking a look, but Enemy through the catwall. Now with 30-30 in the back pocket, rips that out as well, as Timmy and Enemy are working hand in hand, and TSM go down. Dojo survive.
Alliance now finding a Bocek to work with as well, and Alliance and Hackis, well, they're having a little bit of fun right here. Lots of damage coming in from the care package weapon. DreamFire gone, Moist gone, and I tell you what, they might all be going down to Hackers in a few seconds.
Sentinels as well, Ironblood and Realize all 4, which leaves us with 4. TSM, LG Chivas, Alliance now our last 3 teams, and TSM starting to push on in towards LG Chivas.
Oh, but look at Hackers! Hackers takes down Hal! And those arrows are piercing skin, piercing armor, piercing shields at the moment.
They're not going to be able to do it. TSM just have to wait this one out, Tim.
Yeah, but they threw up the wall to hide themselves and let those two fight. Now thumbing over on the grab slip. Hal is going crazy. Hal is showing why he has shown up to that with back-to-back wins.
If they can get damage.
Oh, this is going to cook.
I tell you what.
90 bomb. Where's the second one though? Does he get the damage? There's a couple of Hackers, but look at the movement from Hackers. Forget about your cat cues, but now he's getting challenged on the high ground. Nathan goes down. Hackers
bringing that doorbell. Northeption are trying to push from the north. Singularity also taking a lot of damage, but Elysium doing well to go on his own.
He's back.
But unfortunately, another team arrives.
Meanwhile, everyone that had moved in a lot earlier.
Ooh,
we got
an oob! We got an oob! Start a fight! Esports dropping immediately down onto LCDF, trying to notch through the piercing spikes. It doesn't matter. They were prepping for maybe a Horizon grab lift approach, but not necessarily an oob. Aimbot going down, and Luskin taking heavy damage, but Jinx has fallen. Sleep is likely going to have to clutch this.
That was a rough call for Starterfight to make. I mean, they had to go in at some point. They knew there was a team below them. Lasita France was there, and they'd been holding that position for a while. They're now down to 1, though. They go out.
Drops down. Maybe he can try to access that box, but it looks like with just the 30-30, this is all he can work with. Reps incredibly low, gets nuts. How gets a trade at TSM?
And now it really comes down to Blackhand and NRG.
Wanted to steal that one real quick. 4 for Hefchan though, and Blackhand engaging on this fight versus NRG, who were able to reset rather quickly. Sweet hasn't buffed the shield cell just yet because they got the crack over Blackhand, and it looks like squad after squad they fall as Nathan going crazy with the flag line.
And now here comes the call for FaZe.
Here's the play from FaZe. They want to take down E6, and I mentioned that Snipe Down has a prowler.
Sees that it's already empty. He's going to be able to pop the shield back for right now as the catwall is blocking to the right.
Does look like it's a 2v2 at this point. Gets the headshot with the Graver, and they'll push straight through the smoke to try and get this final wipe onto XZ here.
Voiceover? What voiceover?皆様こんにちは。1日目が終了し、注目の2日目です。昨日皆様がご覧になりました通り、アライアンス、GoNext、そしてもちろん大人気のファナティックがトップの得点で勝利を収めました。Hello and welcome. Day 1 is a wrap and day 2 has dawned upon us. Yesterday we saw GoNext, Alliance and of course the hometown heroes Team Fnatic take top scores at the ALGS Championship Day 1 debut here in Sapporo. 本日はグループステージの続きが行われます。選手たちは昨日の踏まえた結果を昨日の結果を踏まえた上で本日の作戦を練り勝利を目指すこととなります。これからの4日間も息を飲むアクションが待ち受けていますので、ぜひお見逃しなくお楽しみください。Today we have continued with the group stage matches that are super exciting, where fate will be decided. Nothing but peak performance at the Paragon will be accepted as players are battling for coveted seats bracket stage. We may be here in chilly and snowy Sapporo, but the players will be bringing the heat as they try to get in to the brackets.
Hey, what a moment. Man, I am always impressed with Mr. Reinhardt. Incredible to be that fluent in Japanese and to have that lovely British accent as well. It's just a pleasure working with him. We get to have train rides, or I guess bus rides, van rides with him, and hear him speak colloquially like that to just anybody. It's unbelievable. It's always fun to see. So thanks, Ryan, for that intro. Welcome back, everybody, to our broadcast for series number 3 of the day. It is day 2. Day 1 is done and dusted, and this is also about to put a capstone on our second day, the last moment of group stages, which leads to us sending potentially some teams home in our elimination round 1 tomorrow. So stay tuned. You want to avoid that. We'll see if groups A versus D can then themselves. My name is Rainday, joined by a new lovely desk. We've seen them before, but not necessarily in this order. Jayhawk, of course, Snipe Down, and Jamerson from last series as well, guys. A versus D, obviously a lot to look at, but also B versus C. That was an incredible game. Noctum going back-to-back and winning series today. That is a special feat for them.
Yeah, and I think it really goes to show what LAN experience can do for a team, because in Germany, that was their first LAN for all 3 players, and now they're coming into champs. They know what it takes. They didn't make the winner's bracket in Germany, and now here, back-to-back sets, they've absolutely dominated. They're going to the winner's bracket, and they're already looking far better than they did in Anaheim.
In a weird way, it takes kind of the star power, or at least the shine off of Aurora and Cloud9. Cloud9 was coming in. We were able to interview, I think it was Nani, saying, you know, we got 74 points. The winner got 75. I mean, we could have been sitting here doing the winner's interview, but Snipe, that just goes to show sometimes, I don't know, that could be a benefit for Cloud9 if people are kind of focusing a lot on Noctum and their performance is kind of just creeping up.
Yeah, I mean, you have Cloud9. I think there's 2 teams specifically that have been doing extremely well in scrims, and it's Envy and Cloud9, which are 2 teams that have flown kind of entirely under everyone's radar. I really think that this Envy roster is going to come out in this series, and for some reason, Dropped has always been like this in almost every tournament. It's a little bit of a slow start, and then in the 3rd series, he steps up, he IGLs his team to the points that they need to make it to the winners bracket finals, and then they go in and they make it to the finals. I mean, he's consistently there. He was one of the only people to make almost every single finals for a very long time. And then you look at the C9 roster, and Shubi, you know, he left that roster who was part of Envy, and then now he's with C9, and everyone's having a lot of success. So it's good to see, you know, these teams that split apart, the players still end up doing just as well.
So obviously we've talked about this last match here with Noctum winning both. We've mentioned the shine it's taken from Aurora and from C9. We've also talked a little bit about, and I think must show again, Fnatic's impact on winning that final game, Jamerson. But really, when you look back at our previous show, Gaming Gladiator showed up, Fnatic showed up, Noctum obviously showed up. It was a range of teams that performed well.
Yeah, and again, for Noctum to be able to shine in a lobby like that, I mean, we're also forgetting to mention Gaming Gladiators. They've been on an upward trajectory for the last entire year. Pro League split 2. They were doing amazing, finished off strong, and then, of course, came out big when it came to Mannheim. But in this lobby, somehow Noctum, at 145 points, they're in 3rd place in the overall leaderboard. It might change by the end of the day, but to be able to top that leaderboard after 3 sets is absolutely insane.
Yeah, and it continues to be, you know, a great opportunity to see teams have their moments and celebrate wildly. I mean, Complexity stretching like that. We got the kangaroo pouch going from Aurora. You know, what will we continue to see? Noctum, the only ones maybe not going outrageously, but getting it done here with the points. 23 to start here as we got into game 4, but they would just pick this up again and again. They'd ended up with 60 points, so 37 more, a better back half than the start, Jayhawk. That's a good sign for a team that can scale up their efforts and also kind of scale the value of what they're giving as the tournament goes on.
Absolutely, and we're talking about a match point lobby. Well,
that's right.
They have to win games. In the last 2 sets, they've shown us they can win games, and they can do it in a very dynamic fashion where they're putting up massive amounts of KP. That kind of performance, that reminds me of Gaming Gladiators in Germany, Optic at last year's championship, where they hit match point in only 3 games. If Noctum can do that in the finals, it could get really, really wild.
And I think it is a good point, because some teams you worry about it. Noctum have proved it. We may not have known it yet. A team that hasn't won a game has also been on our radar, and that's Falcons tonight.
Yeah, so we were doing some stats, and Falcons is by far the #1 kill-heavy team, but they have made top 3 38% of their games and not won a single game yet. So when you come to like match point format, yeah, it's great getting the kills, but you know that they want the win. They need to figure out how to win games instead of just going for the second place or the third place, and it'll be interesting to see if they can clutch that up or if they're just going to keep playing their comfort game and just getting the kills around the map.
And let's be frank, I mean, split 2, Mannheim, not a very happy moment for them. 20th place in that tournament, and obviously Falcons now going into winner's bracket, most assuredly with the second place amount of points, looking to change that narrative. Noctum, Aurora, Gaming Gladiators, and Fnatic all proven steadily, alongside Alliance skill here and there, but that they can win games. So about 6 out of those 8 top teams, Jamerson, proving that not only are they good at gathering those points, they're very lethal when it comes to finishing and putting themselves in a position to, when we get to match point, be a threat. On the other side of it, though, and I want your thoughts on this, there are some teams that I feel like have had great performances between their, I don't know, counterparts, their shadow selves. It feels like Meteor and Fnatic were going back at it day one, back and forth. They still find themselves at 67 points. These are the teams we're going to be looking at. Can they get over that precipice and find themselves into winners with a good group?
Yeah, honestly, we're seeing how much the playing field has been leveled out, I think, across regions, across this entire competition. The simple fact that, you know, we haven't had a blowout series yet. We haven't had a team go 90 points in 6 games, which was something that you would kind of regularly see in group stages. Yeah. We're not seeing that kind of dominance. We are seeing teams with consistent wins, though, and I think that is going to be important moving forward. But yeah, it looks like now here at Champs, it is seeming like it's going to be anyone's game.
Yeah, there's a lot to look at, and you know, I think as we continue it, Jayhawk, I want to kind of go into the teams that are going to be playing in A versus D, because this gives us the perspective of where we stand. These teams, one last chance, and it goes from Shopify Rebellion to TSM to Exoclan. Where do your eyes take you immediately?
I mean, obviously, like you mentioned, Shopify, TSM, these are teams that are going to be going through to the winner's bracket. But I'm looking at some of the teams that are maybe on the outside looking in currently. NRG, FaZe Clan, Oblivion, Ninjas of Pyjamas. A lot of these teams are down on the bottom half of the leaderboard. We've seen teams in the past have a massive final set to end the group stages. I'm thinking back to last year, Oxygen, FaZe Clan, Optic. These teams needed 50+ points, and they were able to get it done. And some of these teams in Group A do it as well.
I love that too. And you're talking about championships. Well, 2023, that was won by TSM. Yes, Imperial Hal no longer with Verholst and Reps, but 2 out of 3 of those members still here competing. They want to prove to themselves and prove to the rest of the world that they're not just going to be a 97-pointer, a big game that could put them back up at the top of this entire leaderboard snipe. But take a look at Group D, Alliance, Crazy Raccoon, 2 of those 3 members winners of our Split 1 playoffs in Los Angeles back last year.
Yeah, I mean, once again, Crazy Raccoon, you know, they've had some exciting games so far this weekend, and I think it's another one of those experiences that people are looking for that team to do more than they have in the past. They've always seemed like they're one of the teams that could just pop off, but have been very lackluster when it comes to these games. And another team that is actually standing out is Liquid Alienware. For some reason, they've been dominating, won BLGS, all that, and then at every tournament, it comes down to the final series for them to get enough points. We saw it last time where they dropped, like, it was a win in the final game for them to barely get through group stages to make it to the brackets, or they were just eliminated. And it was like they're a team to do that, and I expect a couple of these to, it's going to be a shootout in this final series. We know it.
Teams will be waiting with bated breath, whether they've played already and are hoping that no one passes that point threshold and they stay in the top 20, or if they get that big win like Team Liquid Alienware and finally put themselves in a winner so they get a day off of rest and enjoying themselves in Sapporo. Jamerson, though, a team that kind of, you know, brings a big brand, a big name, and a lot of history is NRG. You kind of wanted to focus on them heading into their last matchup in our group series.
Yeah, what's important for NRG here is that they do have 55 points, right? So there is a path to victory. You want about 35 by the end of this series, so that's going to be roughly 6 points per game. Unfortunately for them, though, this draft, which was done, you know, way before the event, is not working out in their favor. If you take a look at World's Edge, that's their probably most favorable draft. It was their first pick for them. They're going to be going over to Lava Cypher. We're starting off on World's Edge, I believe. And in those 2 games, they need to open up this series with wins or really high-pointing games. Because once we move on to E-District, things are looking really difficult for them. They're going to have to deal with NIP, they have to deal with FaZe, they have to deal with Supernova, who are all there at the lower end of the leaderboard, who are going to be looking to get super aggressive, who are going to look for KP. So in E-District, they have to deal with that. And then when we move on to Stormpoint, well, that was their last pick. There was their third pick, and they have to contest with Alliance, playing off of North Pad and Trident. So NRG, they're going to have a difficult go of it. I feel like
you know, we were expecting a lot more with the addition, once again, of Gilder, since we just haven't seen it quite yet. And I feel like that might really come down to the simple fact that we know that Nocturnal, he's one of the best pilots. He can get you into center zone. The issue now is that there are so many teams here who are playing center zone. Traditionally, in the past year, we're looking at a split about, I don't know, 13 teams trying to play center zone, 7 teams playing edge. Here, we have about 17 teams trying to get into that end zone really early on, and a few teams playing on edge.
Great breakdown of what NRG need to do. And one of the interesting aspects of, I think, esports and of these stories of where things are working out once and maybe they've hit a little bit of a rough patch is seeing how they can transform into something greater. Sometimes your biggest highs kick off some of your biggest lows, but it's not what happens to you, it's what you do with that information and with what happens. And sometimes people thrive in that chaos. Sometimes people find a way to reinvent themselves. And one person comes to mind who's been at the top and has struggled to find their way back and is currently here fighting for a chance at winner's bracket. I'm talking about none other than Abreleli.
Gamers Origin or TSM, who will be your champions?
In the moment, I really couldn't believe that it happened.
Portal out here for TSM. 5 seconds and counting.
I still was kind of in shock.
Worried about it, they're just a setback here for TSM. Who is going to do it? TSM.
It's kind of crazy being thrown straight from being like a nobody to a somebody so fast.
And you're winners of the Apex Legends preseason invitational.
When you're walking out onto stage to go lift that trophy with your teammates, nothing really compares to that. Nothing sets you up for the overwhelming emotion that's gonna hit you. Winning really early, all eyes are on you constantly. The feeling of what now kind of turned itself into self-destructiveness. After the LAN, I didn't really know what to do. And then COVID hit, and that feeling just got even more intense. Losing the opportunity of playing at LAN and not knowing when that will ever come back completely destroyed my mental at the time. I just became very angry and distant to everybody. The way that I was feeling at that time basically led to the destruction of that TSM roster. That really led to the basically free fall between a bunch of different rosters. I kept trying to find some kind of stability and right feeling with a team. And it took a really long time to try to find that. Reflecting on a lot of the mistakes that I made with my previous rosters kind of showed me that I needed to just stop trying to be the hero of the teams and give my teammates the trust that I want them to have in me. I think what's special about Stallions is that we all kind of fit into our role properly. Guri is very much like the glue of the roster. He keeps things lighthearted. Crook, he's quiet but chill and very level-headed. I'm the more serious one, I guess. Success in this tournament would mean everything to us. Going into this LAN, we're unsigned. Crook still works a normal job. Polo does too. If we're successful, then orgs have their eyes on us. For me personally, success in this tournament would kind of show me that it wasn't all for nothing. The amount of hardship and struggling that I personally have been through the past couple years would just be really self-fulfilling for me to know that it was all worth it.
Vulnerability expressed in that video, I want to tip my hat to Abreleli. It's not easy to be on top, and we all know it wasn't easy to go through COVID, but to be aware of that, know that he's got to give to his teammates the trust he hopes they would have for him. Snipe, that's some great self-awareness, and I think hopefully is going to lead to Stallions finding that breakthrough here.
Yeah, I mean, the openness and candidness of Mac Abreleli is just extremely awesome to see, because I can relate. I started my career near the top, kind of slowly went down, and starting at the top and then working your way down is almost harder than starting from the bottom and working your way up, because you start to have self-doubt. You start to have all these things of, can I get back to the top? Can I do this? And I think Mac in the interview is, he was his own biggest enemy in this, and he finally found a roster of people. Scurry is the vibes king. He makes all these random funny noises. You play with him. He's awesome. I think he found a team that he knows trusts him. And we saw it when they won the last chance qualifier to be here. He was the best player in that lobby by a mile, and it was the faith he had in himself, the trust his teammates had in him, And I think that goes a long way, and it goes to show, you know, a lot of his teammates were almost on their way out as well. This was almost like a team of like a little bit of outcasts in a sense that formed together. We're like, we trust each other, and that is what got them here at this tournament. And I know they're thinking the same thing going into this, and their goal is to do as well as they can, and Max Dream is back. And I think it just goes to show you that if you believe and you want something enough, there's a lot of life lessons in this, is that you have to continue to push even when you feel like you are at the bottom.
I think also, Jay, it's something about how even in your darkest moments, there is a next moment. And sometimes that moment may still be dark, but if you keep on going through that, there is light at the end of the tunnel. You may not know where it comes from, but it can shine, whether it's your own introspection or maybe something that happens, the right teammates that pull you out of it and get you going on that path that makes you feel good.
Yeah, and I think the first step there is what he kind of acknowledged, which was the self-accountability of like, he was, like Snipe said, he was his own biggest demon. He was the one that led to sort of the destruction of some of these rosters, and realizing some of the things that caused that, I think, pulls him out of it. And then you find people that can surround you, and instead of allowing you to maybe get back into that state, pull you back up out of it. I love to see this redemption story, because at least for me personally, Aberlele was the player that got me into Apex Legends. Yeah. So seeing him back on this stage is actually really special.
I've seen him pioneer so many different things. Really the first trophy lifted in Apex, seriously. He had X Games, but when it came to that preseason invitational and watching TSM win that one in match point, there's nothing like it. It was a high that I think a lot of us still remember being there, and also would be hard to get over. But this is a new journey. He's turned a new leaf, and Stallions sit in 26th place right now, currently outside of winner's bracket. Can they make it? A lot of eyes will be on Aberlele, Scurry, and Crook in just a moment. We're getting very close to it. Jamerson, I just want to get your final thoughts on that, because what a great piece, but also we have kind of seen the theme of today be teams that maybe didn't start off as your 1, 2, 3 teams to watch, be the ones that at the end of the day are saying, we won the group.
Yeah, the thing is, we've been doing this for a really long time. When Apex launched in 2019, it hit the entire world by storm, right? And I remember the first introduction that I had to Aberlele was my friend O'Nickel. He put out a video. Hey, best Pathfinder, here are your best tips for Pathfinder. And then all of a sudden, you know, he gets picked up by TSM. He's playing at X Games. That was 6-7 years ago. And he was a baby back then. As a father, I've seen him grow, right? And so now I'm thinking to myself, wow, that is great to see him mature like that. And honestly, I have almost like a fatherly pride to see where he's at now.
So many people excited to see it. It's about time to take a look as well. A versus D about to kick off. And before we get in the game, let's send it over to our casters who are ready to get this show on the road. It's Dia and Graceful. Let's kick off our final series.
Thank you so much, Rain Day. I love what you guys have set up. A lot of, interestingly, as Jamerson was talking about, a lot of pride in what you can accomplish here on this stage, and specifically in this series, Graceful. One of the things I'm most interested in is finding that light in the darkness, because these are dark times for some of our rosters, but it is also one of the moments in this tournament where there is the most hope for you. Not only do you still have the opportunity in the next bracket to go through and make it to the finals, whatever you end up in, winners or losers, but here, you can go from loser's bracket to winner's bracket so quickly, and even teams like Stallions that are sitting in 26th have that choice.
Yeah, this is the thing, Dia, is that sometimes you gotta, you know, as Rene said, sometimes at the end of that tunnel you find the light, but sometimes you just gotta pull the light out of you. A lot of the time, you know, you're kind of fighting yourself, because, like we talked about doubt and stuff, is that, you know, you gotta put in time enough to see consistency and practice. And sometimes you feel like you're getting let down, whether that be by your own mistakes, whether it be by the team's mistakes or anybody else. And I feel like the mental blockage actually releases over time as you get the smaller achievements. People tend to look at LAN as the only win, but sometimes you just got to start small and take baby steps. You know, you got to win that first scrim, you got to win that first online, you got to win that qualifier, and then eventually you get to the LAN.
And already, if you're a team like Envy, you've got your first small win. It may not be in terms of the points just yet, but Envy, sitting at 25th overall right now, have a chance to make their way into the winner's bracket. And fortunately enough for them, Graceful, they've got a zone pulling right next door.
Huge shown again once again towards Turmoil is, you know, people are already noticing this zone. They've seen this zone and the tendencies. A lot of people are opting to go deep into this zone, but I've seen this zone pulled more towards the mountain actually, which is kind of scary where the evac is placed right now. We'll have to see how teams are playing this out, because as we've said before, on this map specifically, a lot of teams tend to rotate early, But with macro, you know, and everybody knowing their macro, they're probably going to run into other teams. Like to see, though, Valk here, a recon character we normally don't see, so that should ease a little bit on their macro.
Yeah, Furia are going to get a lot more information on the teams around them. Actually, somebody coming out of Skyhook right now. That's a mix of ninjas and 100 Thieves that should be encountering each other in the tunnel as we speak. But with the fast rotates that you mentioned a lot of teams favoring, Valkyrie will not only help you see what else is going on, but be able to navigate through that so much more quickly with her skyward dive. So I do wonder whether Furia will choose to take that right now, because what I'm seeing from them is instead a movement up towards the north that takes them away from the zone and into Skyhook.
Yeah, I would assume that they want to go mid-range, but speaking of mid-range, everybody's getting caught on Mac right now. Shadow's already in a fight right here in the choke. Going to see how this unfolds.
Shadow 3690 do have high ground and a nice thermite. One might say a fatty thermite if we're taking lessons from earlier. And these Skynades are not finding a lot of purchase onto them. My big question is whether they'll commit onto the low ground. That bubble fort suggests that they might, but I'm not seeing Shadow 3690 commit. Instead, that is a big trade back onto Jackie 1. I would be remiss to push this myself, but Supernova have no such reservations. Leaping on board, this team needs the points, and Ken, searching with the Peacekeeper, is going to find the first knock. Ken is taking their fate into his own hands and helps eliminate 3690 with the help of Oblivion.
As Shadows get eliminated, Oblivion pulled up behind, looking to 3-pit his fight. Did he catch anyone off guard? So far they didn't. They did catch one. Ken goes down, walking L takes the L, and now they're chasing the last guy running away. It's going to be a hard, tough, you know, disengage, because he's actually getting ulted on top by the Newcastle. He's going to run up the stairs, and he, made it out for the moment. We'll see if he can make it. Reeds is hella fast, though.
He's got a little gimme bubble soon. Oh,
and he goes not quite.
It was a good try. It was a good try.
You know, Supernova, they're a little bit behind. They need a couple of nukes to make it through, because these amount of games is not cutting it. We're right now seeing Effect fall to his doom. Effect, no!
That's unfortunate. It is just unfortunate. That's a pretty easy recovery, but it's, you know, it'll stymie your morale for a second.
I mean, especially since they have, you know, a team in Overlook chasing them now as well, seeing that. I'm sure they can get the reset. Nobody's really chasing them too far. They're chilling a little bit. That's good.
Oh.
Crazy Raccoon, however, seeing Oblivion get that Jibby kill.
I'm actually surprised. As we panned away from Overlook, Enterforce 36 were actually coming through. So Alliance are going to take a much longer reset than they might have otherwise. That's a very interesting turn of events. Now, Crazy Raccoon and Oblivion do meet up with each other. I want to talk about Supernova for a second, since they did go out earlier, but Alliance have just hit a respawn, so there's a chance that we get some action over there. Holding on to it for now. We'll talk about Supernova in just a second. E36 already on top of Alliance.
Yeah, Alliance in a bubble fight against E36, chasing them. Huge bubble fight. Unlucky, however, has shown promise in these bubble fights, getting huge damage in. Trading now, 2 for 1 for E36. Can he close out the fight? And they're hitting the crack already. Effect, though, doesn't turn down without a fight, and Alliance goes out early.
Effect almost clutched that, but unfortunately is going to go down. Now, the thing is that in this series for Alliance, it's not the worst thing in the world. This, however, for the Ninjas in Pyjamas could be exactly what they need, because every point is going to matter so much for the Ninjas, who currently sit in 37th, currently well into losers bracket territory.
Yeah, although Alliance went out early, they're pretty much kind of safe into the winner bracket. What we're looking for right now is Ninjas being hungry, which is something we've been missing. They've always been over-rotating early on, looking for pretty much just praying that the zone is going towards them. Now we're seeing a little bit of more, you know, edge / into mid-speed rotation. Hopefully they can pick up a couple of kills.
Zane was out of fuel for a second, but one last shot would do it. Instead, a bubble is going to stop Zane just that little bit short, and Amphi Tarzaning his way on in will end up helping collect the kill. E36 still around, still alive, are moving into Monument, perhaps to try and res. Maybe they'll find a different place to craft up and then ultimately pick their teammates back into the game. But Ninjas collecting at least 2 kills for right now is going to be some welcome points for them, already starting to move closer to their average, as on World's Edge, Ninjas have averaged about 3.8 points per game, and they're going to need a heck of a lot more to surpass where they currently are in the standings.
Seeing this zone pull as well might confuse people, because, you know, is he going to pull south of the mountain, or is he going to pull north of the mountain? A lot of teams right now are, you know, setting up already. GoNext, however, very comfy in the tunnel. They can rotate to both sides if they want to. But other teams, such as, you know, Envy, who thought for sure this is going to pull deep into Thermal, it's going to have to adjust a little bit.
I'm a big fan of where Cloud9 are at right now. I was
the catwalk?
I was talking to you about Cloud9 earlier and how they're a very impressive team in this series, in today's games, in this tournament. They in Alliance actually have the chance to top the leaderboards. They are the 2 highest placed teams that are playing right now. And again, to reemphasize, in my opinion, they've got one of the best spots in the zone.
Yeah, for sure. They are not only, like, they're pretty much guaranteed through the winner's bracket, but what they can do is get first in all of groups, which is, you know, very impressive. Ninjas, however, scrapping for any kills they can, still chasing for E30, evacing on top of him, and he's gonna go down. And that's still a good start for Ninjas. You know, they're all on triple purple right now, got a couple of kills, got some more loot, and the most important part, more, you know, momentum and confidence getting those kills.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to 16 teams, so this is already a very fast lobby.
Yeah.
I mean, impressed with the way that Ninjas were able to isolate and eliminate. They knew exactly what they were doing. It is not an accident that they found the last member of E36 here. This was a coordinated search and destroy effort, so very well done for Ninjas. And they've got to move a little further south now, as Shopify Rebellion are doing much the same, but this time through staging.
And that's the thing you have to keep in mind as well, is that a lot of people, this is the last stage before groups. People are throwing Hail Marys right now. We're seeing Valks come out, we're seeing other comps getting picked, and people are getting more aggressive than normal because, hey guys, what we did before didn't work. We got to pull something out now. And for Ninjas, that seemed to be working fine.
Yeah, I like the move, I like the aggression, and I think that if you are Ninjas, if you are any team that's currently outside of the top 20, scrapping for these kills is going to be a really good idea. It doesn't matter how they come to you, what matters is that they ultimately do. Furia, we mentioned them playing a little bit safer earlier. They are also sat technically outside of the top 20, although for them, I'm a little less concerned because they're currently sat at 22nd and have a whole series ahead of them.
Yeah, they have more leeway to not have needing big games. Right there, we're talking about one solid game or like a little bit of consistency and they'll make it through. However, you know, other teams have to pressure a little bit more. But that's also why we see such a big change, you know, on people's game styles. So many more teams are playing mid-speed now. Before, we used to seeing, you know, between 8 to 14 teams playing center circle. Right now, we don't even have 10 at some point. And now, sure, the zone did shift, but people are adjusting to mid-speed a lot more, which have seen a lot of success this tournament specifically.
Yeah, and I mean, especially now that we're spending a little more time on World's Edge. When you and I began all this, we were also starting on E-District, which it does tend to lean a little bit more zone-heavy, or rather, I want to say separate teams from, you know, playing zone, playing edge. There's a lot less mid-speed teams on E-District, simply because there's a lot more space to play zone if you really want to.
Yeah, 100%, and that's, you know, the beautiful part of Apex is that the different maps pull out different game plans and strategies. People might, you know, not like it for other reasons, but when it comes down to strategic values, it's definitely different. You can approach it differently.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon actually approaching from the south side. We just saw them move on through tree. Noticing, in fact, that this south side is almost entirely empty. Envy are going to get a Mythic crate completely uncontested. Here's hoping it's got a Kraber, because I'd love to see a few more of those in the lobby. But Crazy Raccoon are going to have to deal with likely Liquid Alienware and almost certainly NRG on their next rotation.
This is the big thing, though. The zone pulled north. Oblivion is currently in God spot. GoNext is in a solid spot, however, highly contested power spot. They might actually just be getting dove from behind whilst the team tries to take the card in the front. They actually need to make sure to show presence early on. So from GoNext, I'm looking to see highly aggressive presence establishing, whereas Cloud9 needs to decide, do we want to go left, do we want to go right? Because teams right now are looking to rotate back into staging side and Harvester side, whereas Harvester side is looking kind of free. It's going to be heavily contesting on the western side of the map as other teams are diving currently. Ninjas and Pyjamas getting into a good spot in the crevice.
You know, I was just thinking, what are power spots in this end zone? And this actually is often one. Playing on the low ground is going to be really nice if you can sit there in the late game. I am surprised to see Ninjas take it so early, but Ninjas, if they can defend against Liquid Alienware and hold on to this, have a very technically good spot for later.
And this is the thing, this comp can make this into a power spot. If you're not this comp, surviving here is very hard. However, they're making it work because other teams don't want to use too much utility either. And here they did get it down. Are they going to send it or not? It's a real question. They are getting nades through now. Huge nades coming through. They're actually going to push this probably. They get huge cracks, double cracks, bubble forward. Cells second down, and they're going to clean up this fight most likely. and they're dead. And that's just what happens when you overpeak.
Yeah, that was rough. That was rough. I think that's where you'd rather have a Newcastle resing, so you can at least move out of the way of those grenades in the meanwhile. Being immobile and stuck on the low ground, that's just opening things up for Team Liquid, who very much are going to be thankful for not just the points, but the position. They know very few other teams are going to contest with this low ground, and now you've got bits of a Newcastle wall and plenty of loot to sustain you to the late game there.
Surviving there, I'm pretty sure they would have survived if they didn't overpeak, because normally a lot of times you're looking for an opener to push. They say, if I get it down, we will push. If not, then we will not push. They did get down, and hence came the nade rain, and they got double cracked.
Those were great.
However, see, Crazy Raccoon right here is just, you know, chilling right next to Oblivion in the house. They're just coexisting, making sure, hey, we'll take care of your back. If you take care of our front, we both get the goodies, and we'll see what happens.
An unexpected turn. Furia are making their way out of where the Ninjas in Pyjamas previously were. So they finally made their way down through the north and are sat in this small crevice that actually provides them some decent safety for now. It can transition into a good late game spot if they've got some cover by this car as well. But this whole south side of the ring, this is starting to devolve as TSM begin their fight up against Envy. Remember, Envy got the Mythic Crate earlier, so I am wondering what sort of loot TSM might be able to pick up off this should they win the fight.
Yeah, TSM staying aggressive and showing, hey, this is why we have been popping up. We're not scared of taking fights, walking up on the train rail, pushing Envy into a pinch, and they're now actually pinched by Stallions as well. One more going down, they're going to get the rest most likely, but TSM very happy with them.
Stallions actually definitely a team to watch, especially after we heard from Albraleli during the pre-show. Wondering what TSM will be able to cook up with Envy here, and I'm wondering whether Stallions will feel like jumping on it. Albraleli actually going to collect the kill for that, so the point going to him, the loot going to TSM.
Yeah, seeing these, you know, one of them was forced off the map, essentially. He's by the crane right now. Last member of Envy, Yanya, sitting here, healing up, but he's still a solo. It's going to be hard to get a rest off of here since there's actually 5 teams nearby, and the zone is pulling a lot towards them. C9 here, taking a fight to face on high ground, what we like to call catwalk in the northeast choke. Needing to fight due to the fact that there was a team in the tunnel before showing presence. Huge fight coming out with the Newcastle ult, and Nate's time is coming out.
This is Nate Central. Again, we see all the bubbles go down, and suddenly there's no cooldowns, and there's no FaZe either. That was an extremely quick wipe and very well coordinated by C9. Now we've got Stallions up here on the high ground. Let's hear from them as they approach this journey. Will they find the light at the end of the tunnel?
Slide down seconds into the van. Heal. Look right. No, slide. Come to me all the way to the middle.
No, that doesn't change anything.
Yes, it changed because we're gonna have the fucking Newcastle down, and we still have pack. We killed them, bro. If we get the spot before then.
Bro, I died going down the stairs.
Earlier, graceful. This is looking very good for them. Team Liquid Alienware also starting to pick up kills on DreamFire. We are at 10 squads left, and they are dropping like flies as the zone is pulling us closer and closer to staging.
Zone is about to move in 40 seconds, and chaos has unfolded. Right now, Liquid Alienware is still staying in the same position as previously, killing out ninjas. Now, DreamFire is staying right behind. They're going to get gate kept by that. Oblivion still in a very comfortable spot as before. GoNext came through the tunnel and is dominating the entire train rail as Crazy Raccoon is dropping right now into this fight. We are dropping on all of that damage, and they're getting their first down, second down, and will this be cleaned or not? We'll see. 2 downs for sure though, 2 kills, and more loot to take home.
Yeah, as long as you full thirst these, Crazy Raccoon do have a little bit of time to climb back up. 7 seconds left on this zone close, and you want to get back up with the team before that. Obli waiting patiently for the rest of the squad. Team Liquid Alienware still alive in here, but Team Liquid are about to lose all of the cover that they've earned. I do wonder if Exo's actually going to get this rest. It doesn't look like it. Swinny is burning to death, and Swinny is cooked.
GoNext, making sure that they don't get the reset is huge because they're going to drop onto that platform later, most likely. Shopify Rebellion playing underneath the bridge where it got out. Crazy Raccoon came from the crevice side with here a huge wall actually helping them kind of because Liquid Alienware went earlier. Furia and Liquid Alienware are kind of playing on top of each other, so this hold is going to be a little bit rough since Crazy Raccoon still is not in the zone after this closing. GoNext, however, staying very comfortable on that bridge. I'm honestly looking at GoNext, Shopify Rebellion, and 100 Thieves. Either of them can take this game. Wow. Crazy Raccoon is going to have a impossible cross, essentially, depending on how many nades they play.
That is just 3 teams looking straight at you, man.
Depends on nades.
Nothing that you can do here. And unfortunately, Newcastle Wall is only going to provide them some small safety. What's really big, though, is that Liquid Alienware and Furia have started to fight. That's taken the focus off of Crazy Raccoon. And while the wall may not have saved them, they've actually done enough just by surviving in order to give the other teams time to distract each other. Furia, focused on surviving on the high ground, still want to take out Crazy Raccoon, but no one's helping them do it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard for them due to the fact that everybody's pushing everybody else to make the first move. Nobody's really safe except Shopify on the other side of where the zone ends, and GoNext on top of the bridge is going to have to fight. Shopify is looking to take on top of the bridge with 3P. However, Furia is just looking to punish Crazy Raccoon for having that spot with nades now coming in. We'll have to see if they can get the thirst or not. This is going to be iffy in about 25 seconds.
Just not going to be full thirsted here, so at least that's one down. You see another bubble come down as well, but GoNext up on staging, do get forced to use a bubble themselves. Loba here is big, actually, and GoNext being able to use that are going to have much more utility than any other team. Nice destruction, actually, on this balloon will keep other squads from being able to jump up onto GoNext as well and keep them safe on the high ground.
Rebellion actually only has 2 more options now. If they have more evacs, great. If they don't have evacs, I hope they learned how to climb up from underneath the bridge, because you can actually climb up on the bridge from underneath, and that's a cool thing to do. Hopefully we see that. Furia, however, here goes for a Valkyrie, most likely gonna oob and drop on somebody's forehead. We'll have to see. Crazy Raccoon has to do is walking in, but should be held out by Oblivion.
Especially because they're going to have no bubble after this. Like, very soon, Crazy Raccoon are coverless, and again, you are hoping that somebody else gets focused on Furia, dropping right on top of GoNext. This is going to be a battle for the ages as Madness peeks through the bubble, taking out GoNext with a Mastiff to the face. Now facing off against 100 Thieves, Furia are resetting, taking control of the high ground and making sure that they are not pushed subsequently. GoNext, Crazy Raccoon out, 5 squads left, and Furia need to control the high ground. They're looking straight at 100 Thieves. It's a battle between these 2 teams for the height as Liquid Alienware control the low ground. Shopify Rebellion are down and out. Oblivion on the low ground, Liquid on the low ground, and it's 100 Thieves and Furia battling for the height.
Furia managed to take the high with the Valkyries, but humongous as they 3P the bridge fight. 100 Thieves, however, still looking to hold, as I believe they have to drop last. They're probably going to drop into the bubble, but Team Liquid managed to put out an ult early on as the other 3 teams are about to contest each other.
Liquid are chilling. Liquid don't have to do anything. They're watching teams drop on top of each other, and Furia is finally going to look at them, try and send it on to Team Liquid, but Keon, it's just him left and tries to fly away. 100 Thieves dropping right onto Oblivion will take them out, and it's their top 3 squads as we've still got 1 member, Keon of Furia, still alive and ratting things out as Liquid Alienware and 100 Thieves go head-to-head. Keon will go down, and even through the wall, Liquid Alienware tear 100 Thieves apart.
Liquid Alienware, indeed. They managed to go from a road, like they went from inside Harvester, fought for Kravis, went from Kravis straight underneath the high ground, came back to where Crazy Raccoon was playing as a duo, managed to stall long enough, and despite getting absolutely sent by Furia because they didn't have an option, it's either to drop on 2 teams or fight Liquid, they decided to opt for the 3v3. Liquid takes them out and then wins the game. That was phenomenal.
Liquid had there what Crazy Raccoon would have killed to have, which is every other team looking straight at each other while they just sit in the open ground and go, all right, well, what's going to happen next? It was a very nice finish for Liquid and well thought out, well timed. You can't make these things happen all the time, but being able to notice when it's your moment, that'll get you something like a 23-point game.
23-point game. We already knew before that Liquid Alienware was kind of close to making the cutoff. Now, they're even closer to making the cutoff. I would say they even have able to have 2 bad games and still make it through. That's how confident I am right now. Other teams, however, also picking up kills. We're actually seeing kind of even though it's 23 at the top, it's 14, 10, 11, 10. That's even, and I like all of that. All for the teams as well. 100 Thieves, Furia, and Rebellion all need those points. Oblivion catching them as well is really good as they're moving up slowly but surely. Super game.
And Kurev picking up 5 kills. He was a huge pickup for Liquid Alienware going into BLGS, was a huge contributor to the success of Dragons in previous lands as well. And now, on this roster, has continued to make them look better and better. Of course, really happy to see Yanya up here as well. I miss the old Liquid squad, and it's nice to see that Yanya is still able to perform at such a high level as he's now on Envy. But I have to really praise Liquid for the way that they went about this, and I want to say Furia as well. I liked the way that they took high ground. They did have a kind of awkward end game, but Furia actually played this whole mid-game sequence with incredible accuracy, I'll say.
Yeah, most definitely. And as you said, you know, we've seen several huge plays in this game one. In this game one, we've seen an incredible Valko. We've seen an incredible fight in Crevice. We've seen Team Liquid like understand and acknowledge that that was the power spot they had to fight for, which won them the game. We've seen GoNext making sure to clean out their side. We've seen so many teams make plays after plays, and we're in the last series. People are throwing Hail Marys, and we can definitely feel it from each and every team. It's not just 1, 2, 3 teams that, you know, people are consistently saying they're the heavy hitters. No, every team is doing everything they can to make sure something sticks on them.
Yeah, I mean, even from very early on into this game, we had teams that were really searching for kills, really going hard. It is these last couple of games, and we have got another game on World's Edge coming up right after this.
Not a good play, not a good play, help me! Against Alliance.
The feed coming in from empty.
You're on my team.
Strong!
Having a chat with me today. Good luck. Thank you.
Alienware, the official PC of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back to Daiwa House here in Sapporo, where it is a wonderful evening for some Apex Legends, some end of the group stages. Downtown Sapporo, wonderful to check out after you've completed the evening. There's some wonderful food options, and even before the event tomorrow, where we'll have plenty going on. But it's nice and snowy. We've got the Snow Festival coming up as well, and here we get to celebrate all of that by pitting the best Apex Legends players in the world against each other in the biggest Apex Legends tournament to date. Graceful, Game 1 out of the way in the last series of the group stage. had me riveted. That was a fascinating game to watch. It did huge things for Team Liquid, now pushing them into the top 20 teams of the group stage overall.
Yeah, I mean, huge plays overall, and what's making me happy is these teams that people have thought, you know, have lost their touch for the moment, or where have they been, they're showing up now. And that's the most important part, because at the end of the day, you want every team to do good. Every team can't do good. And so many teams are missing, you know, those 2-3 games. But since everybody is throwing their hands in now, you know, it depends on who's actually making it through. But to be completely fair, I think that some teams have shown more consistency than others. Some teams now, however, have switched up their strategy. And that's the biggest change I'm seeing, especially in Ninjas and Pyjamas. You know, sure, you might have complained that, you know, they overpicked and they got punished for it, but the fact that they hunted for kills, they Valkulted into a great positioning, we didn't see that before.
Yeah.
What we saw before was straight into the zone that they thought it would end. It didn't end there. They got punished on rotate. Now, however, they're just making an individual mistakes. That's something anybody can do, and I'm sure they can keep up this tempo, and I'm looking forward to that from other teams as well.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams still have a ways to go. Well, it was Team Liquid in this game that have jumped up the leaderboard. Actually, a team like DreamFire, who was sitting at 36th earlier, have only moved up 1 spot after that game. They're just ahead of GHS Professional, who now have that 36th spot. And I'm looking at teams like Furia, who sit around the cutoff in 21st right now. Even Envy, ExoClan, Stallions, Oblivion, who all sit in that 26th to 29th finish.
Yeah, I'm mainly looking for EXO for me personally, because, you know, having competed with them before and also seeing several iterations of them, I'm always rooting for my friends, and that's just how it is really. They are, however, you know, strictly on a couple of points away right now. They've been struggling a little bit. However, I've seen the light at the end of the tunnel, because they have been in power spots. How they lose the power spot, however, could always be due to 3Ps, could be to, you know, timing adjustments and stuff like that. But as long as they acknowledge that and they keep getting into the spots initially, they could always work things out, because as long as you get there at some point, it's all about repetition, really.
There are always opportunities for teams to jump ahead for it, and like you said, grab that light, figure out where it lies. Oblivion, Stallions, I mean, very clearly are teams that I'm looking at, and Oblivion has caught my eye since day number 1, being an LCQ qualified team, even being in the conversation as a team that could be qualifying into winners bracket is a fantastic achievement for them. Looking a little further down, of course, we do still have teams like Shadow 3690, who I'm very interested in seeing the development of over the next couple of days, because as you've talked about, Graceful, there's a big part of this game that is going to be just feeling a little bit random sometimes, because it is a battle royale and sometimes things feel out of your control. And one of the most important skills that you can learn as a professional player in Apex is recognizing that while something may have felt out of your control, that there's almost always something else that you can do, a measure that you can take earlier in the game, a way that you can present yourself in the game to other players that puts you in a better position where things are more likely to work out in your favor.
Yeah, and that's really the thing, that there's only so much, like in a BR game, there's only so much you can do, but there's a lot to do. And this is the thing, a lot of the times, it could be something as very simple as, you know, the zone is closing and you're about to take a fight. When you took that fight, can do a billion different things. If you take that fight too late, you probably get thirded. You take that too early, you just get poked on, you know, it's all about the timing, really. And as you said, it's all about negating the fact of having too much RNG applied to you.
Yeah.
And this is why, when we've seen zones that are, you know, repeated very often, that can feel very detrimental to you, because you've been practicing this one same macro and it feels very one-dimensional. When you're hitting your head against that wall several times without success, it doesn't feel very good. But when we've seen several different types of zones, when it's been ending in scat, it's been ending thermal, it's been ending overlook, that's when you're happy, because you actually have different strategies, and most often than not, one of them will work. Yeah. And now we're getting here to where stuff hasn't been working for the bottom teams that are looking to see if they can secure a spot in the upper bracket, is that they're actually, we haven't even practiced these guys, but we just gotta throw a Hail Mary.
You know what's occurred to me, actually? You know, we're seeing a lot more parity in terms of scores. We're seeing a lot more parity in terms of scores in this particular tournament so far. And a big question for me has to be whether that also has to do with the fact that we've added another map. And so we're getting less repetitive zones in the sense that it's just because we're repeating maps less. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
100%, and that's like a great feature of it as well. Adding more maps into it is my jam. And I wish we could even play more maps as well, because we do have more maps. Honestly, at this point, just put 2 of each map. I'll do that. More Apex, more fun for us. I like that. However, you know, at the end of the day, we all gotta make sure, you know, you can last throughout the whole day, because there are long days if we had unlimited amounts of maps and games.
Yeah.
But as we're seeing right now, I'm happy that we're adding additional maps, because it adds, you know, a little bit of freshness and spice to it. And that's, you know, in the end of the day, we're all here to enjoy some good Apex, and we're getting great Apex here.
We're getting the best. We're getting the best Apex. We actually couldn't get better Apex players. They were.
They're literally the best in the world.
Yeah, exactly. It is a surreal feeling when you walk into the building and you realize that actually it's not top 500. It's not every Predator player. It's literally the very top of all of Apex gathered in this building. And interestingly enough, they're going to be gathered in Thermal pretty soon.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about repetitive zones at Thermal. However, I don't think this is the same as the staging side. Hopefully this pulls into Thermal. We'd add a little bit of mix to it, because, you know, the previous game, we actually didn't see too many zones playing center zone straight away. This zone teams are opting a little bit more, as we see 4 teams already in Thermal. And, you know, a few of these teams are actually on the cusp as well of making winner bracket, which is nice. I'm looking more a little bit though into other teams that struggled the first game. Would be nice to see, you know, what is happening to Alliance now after, you know, did Effect recover from that fall before, you know, straight into his doom.
Yeah. That was a rough beginning. As of right now, it looks like Alliance over at Climatizer have at least rotated out of the bad mojo zone, and DreamFire and Oblivion were trading shots just below them. I am curious how deep this zone will pull into Thermal, as I want to touch on that really quick. Cloud9 actually made a very nice rotation to this donut building that I quite like. I know that reading zones is more your forte than mine, Graceful, but this looks like a zone that should be pulling into the Thermal side of things, perhaps a little deeper into Thermal than zones we've seen previously.
Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the thing. At the end of the day, you just have to make your best assumptions and, you know, your guess about the zones, because there's only a few amount of selective active zones, and if if you play ranked a lot, or if you scrim a lot, you're actually going to see a majority of the zones for the moment, because until a big patch hits or a seasonal patch hits, you're going to be very happy to see new fresh zones. But all of these players have been scrimming for the longest of times, playing ranked for the longest of times. They know it like the back of their hands. It's a little bit hard to pinpoint exactly where it will end, you know, right on the millimeter. But as long as you have the general direction, you always have macro plan for that, and we're going to see what happens next.
Supernova got a nice plan moving out through Harvester, and oh yes, they get the nice benefit of finding an untouched black, or I guess it was touched, it was probably used.
It was
time, but it's untouched to them, unsullied. This, however, very sullied, is going to get very dangerous inside this tunnel. DreamFire jump right on top of Enderforce 36, but Enderforce 36 are giving it to him, hand and foot. Synap gonna slide around with this Nemesis, but DreamFire's rat play ends in flames.
You know what the craziest part is? Synap heard that and pre-queued, and that's what saved them from getting ambushed, and they won off of Newcastle Q. That's the absolute craziest thing I've seen, as 100 Thieves also is fighting FaZe already here, getting 2 downs and 1 third strip, not 2. No, that was crazy, actually. Enderforce 36 awareness saying, hey, they're probably still here. I heard 1 footstep, I put that Q down, immediately cracked 2 people and win that fight. That was huge.
It was completely game-changing, of course, for the squads. We do have a brief pause. I want to talk about FaZe, since we just had a moment of fighting that we didn't quite catch with them. But with them now having lost a member, FaZe, big underperformer of the tournament so far for me. This is a team that, I mean, I have expected a lot from at LANs previously. Yes, they've never had this crazy performance at LAN, but they've certainly had notable highs, at least in the group stage. And on the group stage right now, they're sitting at 38th. In fact, checking in on their average points, they average 3.3 points per game over on World's Edge, 3.5 on E-District, and it's not looking good for the first 2 maps of the series.
It isn't looking good, and the biggest thing that I would say is that they haven't mixed things up enough yet. They're sticking to the one-dimensional plan that they had. That might, like, once again, we talked about this before, you know, you gotta adapt to the lobby. And if what they're adapting to is finals lobby, which is a lot, like, this is a mistake a lot of teams do, because when they hear LAN, they assume it's the exact same as final lobbies. But I keep telling people, it's layers to everything. Scrims is different from online tournaments. Online tournaments is different from group stages. Group stages is definitely different from lower bracket. Winner bracket is very equal to finals, I'm not gonna lie, because people are now feeling a lot more confident, you know, coming into winners bracket.
Winners bracket or winners finals?
Yeah, winners finals.
Winners finals, okay.
Yeah, and in the end, you know, but like I said, lower bracket in general, very different, because everybody is scared of going home and they want to make it to the end. And finals, the highest level of competition there is in the world, is probably how most people are practicing for.
Yeah.
But when you do that strat at different stages of the tournament, it's going to have varied results. And what we can see right here is that FaZe has been struggling, you know, very hard, I would say, in this tournament so far. They can still come back, but it's definitely been a rough start for them. What I'm looking to, however, right now is, even though they're eliminated already, and also, you know, DreamFire got eliminated early on with that rat play, I'm still looking to, you know, my bias here with EU, which is, you know, EXO, Ninjas in Pyjamas, etc. And I just want to see people pull through, because Alliance I'm already feeling confident about. But the most team I'm actually looking forward to, my number one for this game specifically, is 100 Thieves.
I think 100 Thieves is actually a very nice call. I'd love to discuss that more, but while we have our players in a break, what I'd love to hear from is actually Lace, because Lace caught up with MT a little bit earlier, and I've been dying to hear what MT thinks behind the scenes.
Lace here back in the Players Lounge. I have MT from Shopify Rebellion. They're doing great in the series so far. Now, MT, we're getting to the end of the group stages. Is there anything that you're going to adjust moving forward in the competition?
At the moment, we're pretty much planning to keep everything exactly the same. We've been starting hot in each group, like picking up a lot of points early and then kind of like dropping off towards the end. So this last group, we're just going to make sure to finish strong the whole way through.
Yep, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, what team is your biggest competition?
Definitely Falcons. Got a pretty big rivalry with them. Me having teamed with Reese, Ben, and Kyle, and then Zanya having teamed with Reese. So definitely want to beat them.
Yeah, something to prove against the Falcons. Now, with this meta, it's a little crazy. What character do you want to delete from Apex?
Gibby and Newcastle for sure. Just get rid of the bubbles and the shields. It's so boring to play against.
Yeah, wants to get rid of the chaos. But this has been MT from Shopify Rebellion. Best of luck for the rest of the competition.
Appreciate it.
It's a controversial take. That is a very controversial take. Taking out Newcastle and Gibby, I mean, they just got here, Graceful.
No, we cannot take them out. I get it. It's now fun to fight against 59 different bubbles and Newcastle Qs and Newcastle walls and the rest, perhaps. Yes, okay, that might not be fun currently. However, we also have to remind ourselves that Gibby has had only 2 metas, really, and I love Gibby personally. Newcastle hasn't had that much just yet, so I'm happy to see him in play. I think perhaps we could tone things down, but downright delete? Oh, hell no.
Nah. Yeah, I can't help but agree. I'm actually really refreshed to be seeing this meta, and even more so, watching how people's play of Newcastle especially has changed so much since earlier. Gibby actually gets played in a very similar way to when Gibby used to be meta. He's basically, you know, 2-button wonder. But Newcastle, on the other hand, has really evolved since Newcastle came out and people started trying them in pro play. I mean, you used to have people playing Newcastle sort of like they played Rampart, just with an extra little mobile shield. And now we're seeing people play Newcastle in very aggressive, very dynamic ways where he can be a support to Gibby, but he can also be a huge initiator for your team. He can be the thing that saves you, and he can be the thing that shuts down the enemy's defenses.
Yeah, most definitely. I think it's really refreshing overall, and, you know, I'm happy to see changes. I feel like at some point we are also, you know, we got to mix things up. Like, at the end of the day, are we just going to have the old OG Wraith meta? Is that what we're going to have the whole time? Watson, Wraith, it could be, you know, half Gibby, Watson we had as well. We had several different metas, and I think it's fine as long as we don't get stuck into it for too long. I think people, you know, we don't want to see it for several months. We want to see it for a little bit, and then we can, you know, change on about it. But speaking of meta, you know, personally, I like seeing Mirage. We've seen a little bit Mirage. I've been talking about Mirage meta since way back, 5 reworks back pretty much, and I'm happy to see him. Even though he only got picked a little bit, Loba seeing a little bit of light as well makes me happy.
Yeah, Mirage is actually very fun. I think in a very good place right now, because when I saw the patch notes for Mirage, I went, oh my lord. Mirage just got so much utility pumped right into the character that surely everyone is going to pick Mirage. And we actually had a little while in scrims just before this event where people were everyone was trying Mirage. They were like, well, we may as well give it a go. He can do literally everything, and he can go it was a whole thing. And while we're not seeing him picked as much, I think that Mirage is actually in a very good place where he offers an incredible amount of utility as a support, has this niche strength, but also isn't oppressively picked, isn't used by everyone, maybe because there are stronger options and it's not so much a lack of strength in Mirage, but what I am really enjoying the fact that we can have a character that is so niche, that is clearly so powerful, but also isn't a mandatory pick, likely because of the slightly selfish part of his kit that is his ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, I like it a lot as well. We gotta have picks that are niche in a way. Like, at the end of the day, if we talk about what's a perfect game, right? For me, that's every character being viable. You could pick and play every character and still have some sort of success with it, and not needing to pick something to get, you know, a boost of 5x the success. And when we get to that point, you know, I'll be happy. But as of right now, it's very hard due to the fact I'm happy with Mirage, and I'm happy with Loba seeing the light. But we're almost getting to the part of the game where power creeping is actually setting into the game right now. Some people's kits are so overstacked that now to bring up other people, which everybody should be in a good place, you gotta give them even more overloaded stats. And at that point, you know, it's gonna be hard to scale everything down, because once you hit a certain point of being too powerful, even though you get scaled down and it's fine, well, in theory it's fine, you kind of feel like you know, your legs got cut off and it doesn't really feel that good. You're like, oh no, my character is actually not feeling that good right now. Like, you know, my friend, very die-hard Path main, right? Loves Path. He got hit with the nerf, which is, you know, it is what it is. He got hit with the nerf. But then, you know, you look on the other side of the grass and you see a Loba who, oh wait, Loba gets 2 Qs on lower cooldown than what I have, which is why we nerfed me. Oh wait, Loba also gets a Bangalore speed buff after the Q. Oh wait, he also gets a free cell. You know, at that point, I get why people are getting frustrated. All I'm saying is, you know, at the end of the day, patches will happen, things will balance out. It all depends on when. I'm sure it will happen. We just gotta stick in there, really.
I mean, the cycles are a big part of Apex Legends. Yeah. Learning new legends as they become hot and get quite powerful, and then learning how to pivot away from them when the meta starts to shift, whether it be because of changes in their own power or utility that's been added to others. Speaking of utility, let's talk a little bit about some of the ridiculous numbers that we have hit during the course of this tournament. Now, the most reasonable is probably Valk ults. Valk ults have been pretty chill. 87 of them, I don't think that's a wild number. Everything else on this screen right now, pretty freaking high.
Absolutely crazy, I'm not gonna lie. GB bubbles almost reaching 4,000 bubbles played already, as well as ramp covers being almost 14,000. Yes, you have a lower cooldown. Yes, you have more stacks, so it makes sense in the whole gram of schemes. But when I'm thinking about the raw amount of bullets I need to go through 14,000 ramp covers, it is not juicy.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a hugely utility-oriented meta. Everybody using their abilities constantly. It's not about saving them. But utility does not just come in the form of abilities, also in the form of grenades. And we did talk about this a little bit earlier, Graceful, where thermites aren't really nearly as favored as other types of grenades because their utility does tend to be a little bit more niche. The area denial aspect of a thermite can be accomplished with a lot more oomph in a lot of cases by arc stars and frags.
Yeah, I mean, thermite in general is like the most value thermite you can have. I wouldn't even say space denial in general. It's like when they're behind a box and that's their only cover. It's like if they step out of the box, they die to you shooting them. That's when the thermite is best, because you kind of have to sit, like you have to sit in the flames essentially. But if we're talking about pretty much every other single scenario, you know, except when we talked about thermites doors, when, you know, thermites could burn through doors, right? Frags and arcs will give you a higher opening, either that be you know, a Skynet into 100 crack or a arc stick at best case scenario, but even just the arc stun is most likely enough to get you killed in most scenarios.
You know, thermites actually might be, now that I'm thinking about it, a little bit underpowered in this meta specifically. Yeah. Because in most other metas, sitting still to res is much more common, and so thermites are a lot more punishing. If you land them on somebody who's resing, they just have to stop. Whereas if Newcastle's resing you and somebody lobs a thermite, it might tick Newcastle, but he just walks away.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the case. I think in the case of resing, you know, standstill, all nades just blast you. You know, guys, I'm about to start match, and I hope I'm doing my best, guys. I'm clicking my button. You know, I'm doing my best right now. I know we're all waiting for it, but while we're waiting, you know, I think the zone is gonna end.
Ah.
I think the zone is gonna end. Please let this be my ranked ending. It's gonna end by the lava. Closer to the choked mountain hill is where I would like it to be. I really don't. I know you said southwest of thermal. It would pull deeper.
Only slightly.
Only slightly.
I'm not talking anything
So by
crazy.
the dome? Or are you talking by the dome? Are you talking by the island? Or are you talking about by the boxes? Triple pins? Which one are you talking about?
I'm talking by the bubble building, or the dome.
Yeah, the dome. Yeah, okay, by the dome.
Like a little bit, even over by where Envy were at on that little house. I could see that.
Platform.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm giving you all these random. I'm just saying random words. You're like, a platform? Yeah, what's a platform? Yeah, I have my own call-outs for everything. That's why I keep it. Yeah, where Envy was staying, essentially. Yeah. By the building above the lava. Yes, I like that building a lot.
Yeah. Although actually, now that I'm thinking of it, I don't know what practical purpose. Sorry. I'm getting off track. I'm daydreaming about the practical purposes. I actually did want to ask you a question though, because when we were talking about character balance, you had mentioned one of your sort of ideal game states would be one where all characters are viable, and I wanted to talk to you about that because that comes with some baggage, right? Like whether a character is viable is going to be different across competitive and casual play. So what does viability of a legend mean to you?
It means that when you pick them, it's not, I would say, okay, I think, okay, viable, you can make anything viable. I could, I've done solo to pred with Mirage. I've done solo to pred with pretty much every character at this point. But mainly what I'm talking about is characters that are unique enough to where you want to pick them for a kit or an item or ability that only they have. One of the biggest things that I personally don't like, right, is when Lifeline had fast res. You remember back in the day, Lifeline has fast res. And then they gave that to Gibby in the Gibby bubble. I don't like that because they do the same thing, right? And I want characters to be unique in a way that only they bring that. So I don't like it when we have an offensive character that does an ultimate that explodes, and then you have two more that does an offensive ability that also explodes. I want them to be picked for that their one, even if it's one reason, one ability, just for their own reason behind it. And then for that character or ability to be viable enough to win games with, which is most characters are.
Yeah, I mean, it is something that I think the game is ever striving towards, and that aspect of individuality is something that Apex Legends really rewards. In fact, it's been rewarded for a couple of teams who have been able to stand out as individuals, and to me, one of the biggest teams that's been able to stand out as an individual is the members of Oblivion, who I've actually called out on a couple of occasions for being an LCQ team, who have come in and actually very much wowed me during the course of this tournament. So I'd love to hear a little bit more from them. I know that Ryan sat down with Oblivion earlier, so let's go ahead and hear.
What's going on, people? I'm here with Blinkster from Team Oblivion, and man, it's been a rough ride for you guys already. 15th yesterday in that first match, and then of course today, stepping it up into 6th position. What kind of changes has the team made to do that massive jump? It's an amazing feat.
So the big thing is confidence. So this is my first land, right? So my first block, I didn't have any confidence, and I didn't know what I was going into. But going to second block, my confidence jumped to another level, and it was more of not staying on the edge of zone, and more of actually rotating to zone, and taking the extra risk, and not be scared to make the moves that I do in scrims. I didn't want to not make any mistakes in my first block. So that's mainly what it was, yeah.
Can totally understand that. Obviously a lot of pressure, big tournament, Year 4 championship, this is where it all counts. So some of the stuff that you might regularly do, you might second guess yourself and things like that. Did you experience that yesterday?
Yeah, exactly. So there was a lot of plays I wanted to make in the back of my head, but I didn't want to actually execute them in the stress of the moment, because a mistake can cost you a game. So I was trying to minimize the mistakes, but at the same time that added some extra mistakes, because that's
so perfectly understood. I think everyone watching this will be completely aware of how important this is for you guys. And coming into this team, being the sole representative from Canada, how does it feel? Is there an extra pressure there? Is there more on the line for you personally? Talk to me a little bit about that.
It feels good. I think I'm the first French-Canadian player to ever attend an ALGS LAN, so that's definitely a big thing for me. I know there's a lot of people back home watching, so that means a lot. But yeah, I mean, being the first French-Canadian, the two only Canadians in my team here at the event, definitely means a lot, and it's definitely a big thing for me, and I think for the country, yeah.
absolutely incredible stuff from you guys. Wish you the very best of luck in your next game, and hope it all goes well.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Thanks so much.
That is a fantastic part of watching Oblivion succeed, is getting to watch another Canadian succeed. Graceful. You can feel the patriotism, I'm sure.
Yeah, I can. You know, even coming from Sweden as well, a lot of top athletes come from Sweden, and I'm always feeling the same way, representing something. But the biggest thing I can connect to is not wanting to make mistakes on the big stage, which I completely understand, and that's why scrims are there. You gotta make your mistakes in scrims to learn. But enough of making mistakes. We're heading straight back into the action. This is what we've all been waiting for. I'm sorry, guys. We're here now. Let's go.
There's always pressure, the pressure to perform, and funnily enough, right now, FaZe unfortunately did leave us just before the pause, and now it looks like Stallions may be on the way out as well. TSM taking an engagement with them. That's going to be just north of Thermal Station, right outside of Mirage Etoile.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see where it goes now. I'm still looking for zones moving on. Hopefully, we see some action coming in hot soon, because a lot of teams, as you see, you know, out on the outskirts on the map are opting for mid-speed right now. We actually, like, throughout this whole tournament, we've seen this change from straight up center zone to straight up edge for a while. We saw, I think I saw one game with like 10 teams on edge, to now we're seeing majority of the team playing mid-speed. It's so cool to see, because this is also considered the meta as well. It's so cool to see it consistently defining itself over and over in a way of, you know, people trying to copy other successes. But not only that, seeing Valkyrie a lot more played now as well, because people are now even more scared of getting held in chokes and getting gate kept in specific areas. I like Valkyrie a lot. She's solid.
Yeah, I mean, as other teams sort of figure out your rotations, there's almost no better legend to be able to get dynamic with. This is a lot of Rampart walls in one place, I will say. DSM hanging out in this area that we mentioned to the north of Thermal over by Mirage Etoile are doing well to at least barricade themselves in here for now. And with the elimination of Stallions, we'll be moving down to 17 squads. It looks like things are getting a little darker for the team, but I'm hoping they can hang in there.
That was probably about 7,000 of the 14,000 walls right there. I saw all of them, and they were breaking left and right, but yeah, at least they're settled in right now. Furia coming in with the rotate mid-speed again. So, you know, we're seeing something of mid-speed again, like I said. I like that a lot. They're already double purple. A lot of these teams that we've been spectating has already been on blue. They're already double purple, feeling confident. Not too many attachments, but they're making sure they want to see the next zone before they move ahead. And now as the zone popped and boom, they see that the zone is going more towards Thermal. Zone actually pulling maybe a little bit south, even towards the platform, the platform by the lava side of Thermal. We're seeing some interesting stats here.
Yeah, nice to see right the line where Furia is at. 85 points for the team that we are currently on board with at 21st overall, and just a sliver, a hair's breadth away from making it into the first round of winners. Now, Disguised are following right up behind them, Zero Tenacity as well, but it's Furia who really have the opportunity in this game to take the big leap into the winners bracket.
Yeah, big leap to do indeed. Everybody is looking to climb up that ladder to end in the 20th or above spot after this series. And it's looking good for a lot of the teams that have been underneath 20th right now.
Look what Alienware took out NRG. Meanwhile, I gotta be looking at NRG in the next couple of games as well, because they have been another underperforming team. 33rd so far, or rather 33rd at the start of these games on the leaderboard. And at the moment, I know NRG can reach quite a bit higher even as they step forward, but these games have not been it for them as the pressure has been ratcheting up.
As we see EXO, they're amping. I don't even think they're going to stop. I think they're going to keep fighting. They're just making sure to reset properly and say, hey, next try, we're going to push up. Do you have any nades? Okay, we're working our way up now. I can see Swinny right now communicating so much for a bubble play. With the bubble play, they're moving up the stairs right now behind the ramp wall, getting a thirst or getting it down straight away. And I think Furia's getting engaged from behind, but they're just bunkering up, getting shot through the balcony, actually. I think they're fine.
That was a very good, in fact, it was the only bubble. I was worried about EXO-Clan's push up those stairs because in most scenarios, if you bubble that and it lands on the stairs, you've got a free angle with Sheila.
And we see Ishidan right there, down beneath. I don't know how he even got out. Like, did he try to engage? Like, did he flank? Or why did he leave his team alone? Yeah. As of right now, though, it's a solo. He's probably going to try to recoup that later on, but it's going to be a little bit hard.
Yeah, I think that was just sort of a we only have 2 people, and so we're going to play different places and see what happens.
Let's just play for our lives.
Yeah, it's tough, especially once you're in Thermal, where you don't really have the option to rotate out of here anymore, especially not with a team like Supernova looking over everyone. So this charge rifle shot connects, and it does another one, and it's a huge knock on Hawkins. I don't think Supernova will be able to finish it. They're trying their best.
Yeah, I mean, 2 super solid charge rifle shots, and they're actually seeing a res as I think they got the res.
We're gonna keep our eyes on it. I'm watching the mini-map to see.
And there it is.
That's GoNext. Is it?
It is
GoNext.
Okay.
They
got the res.
For a second, I saw EXO pop up on there, and I was like, huh? What is happening here? Now, Alliance, playing underneath the scaffolding right now, have placed their bets in Thermal, and actually, I don't mind this. This is a pretty frequent zone pull as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is a zone pull. Nowadays, it used to end on top of this. Doesn't happen anymore. You know, they changed that so it doesn't end as much on top of buildings as it did in the past. We're gonna see Alliance having super solid rotate options here. It mainly comes down to whether or not other teams are gonna be YOLO landing by evacing to get past chokes, etc. Because we have seen a little bit more of outplays, right?
Yeah.
And these are the 2 most common spots to land at with evacs and Valkyries, because that's one of the areas where you pretty much can always survive.
Yeah, and if you are playing your cards right, if you are showing presence, teams like Alliance and Furia can keep those other squads on top of them and coexist to a degree. It's very difficult because the teams will always be aware of each other, will always want to fight, but you can hold that off if you are a team that can execute at a very high level for a long time. Now, Interforce 36 have just made their way into the zone, but they're very low. They don't have a whole lot of time on the next ring, and they've got to make their way through one of 2 chokes. One through staging, the other straight into Thermal, but one goes through 100 Thieves, and the other goes through Shopify Rebellion.
I'm not gonna lie, Interforce 36 has me keeping my eyes on them due to the fact that they had that awareness in the tunnel, reacted accurately with that Newcastle Q into the straight 3v3 bubble. The fact that they were about to get pretty much insta-killed crossing that corner of the car, that Q saved them, and they actually turned the fight on them. I'm keeping my eyes on them because right now they're feeling themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Interforce 36 currently sitting in 15th, so they are in a great spot. They're likely going to the winner's bracket. What's really interesting to me is that they are not actually that good of a team when it comes to this map specifically. Interforce 36 averaged 4.8 points per game on World's Edge, but it's actually on the new map that we're playing, on E-District, where things get really crazy, where Interforce 36 jump up to 14.5 average points per game.
Yeah, they've had big games on that map indeed, so, you know, they have the power to close it out. It just remains to be seen if they can on this map, because they are also very high up.
That's an old school spot for Shopify Rebellion 2E playing Cloud9. That is an old school Gibby jumping on top of you. GoNext. They came back.
They came back with the reset, and now they're taking out Cloud9 for the dome house, really. And I like that, you know.
Cloud9, who were in one of the better spots, and now GoNext. Remember, they've got Loba as well. They've got a fortified building. You really can't achieve anything if you just believe hard enough.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, and res your teammates.
Believing hard enough is what 100 Thieves is doing right now as they're evacing currently into Thermal, and they actually just noticed that they're landing on a team. They're getting shot from up high on Thermal with the charge rifle bubbling straight down as the Shadow is on the opposite side of this platform.
Shadow 3690 were also not super pleased with that. They saw this team landing on them and went, you know what? We're just going to bubble as well. We don't want to mess with this. We don't want any attention thrown our way. So 100 Thieves get to stabilize for now, but these 2 teams clashing is almost certain because even as of right now, 100 Thieves still have not positioned themselves in the next zone as a result of where they landed. They'll have to push likely towards Alliance, and Shadow 3690 will have to do exactly the same thing.
And this is the thing, we actually see the next zone already in the map right now, and Alliance just went from a super solid spot to a kind of scary spot because they have to decide now, are we going to try to gatekeep and also get thirded by Furia on the left, or are we going to fight Furia early for their spot and then gatekeep everybody coming in? It's going to be a tough scenario, but GoNext, Furia looking super solid right now. E36 needing to take a fight because I don't believe they can evac, even if they have one, which they do. Valko potentially it could make happen. Depends on if the Sheila is nearby or not.
Yeah, and as of right now, we at least know that TSM is nearby, and their Sheila has been very, very accurate throughout the course of these games. The last 2 days, Verhulst has been a really reliable player, has put a lot of time into Rampart, you can tell, especially with the mobile minigun. But right now, TSM actually move up onto this height. Again, not in zone, but maybe a little bit more flexible of a spot for TSM than they had earlier.
Yeah, and we can see here as well, EXO and GoNext surviving together in the next zone and the next zone, so they're feeling comfortable setting up here. Hopefully being able to stay together. E36 takes the ears as they are Valk-ulting right now. They made it out alive without getting Sheila down, which is the most important part. And they also have the perk on Valkyrie. They see where every team is. Where can we land right now? We're probably just landing on the opposite side of things now, where there's actually 3 teams here landing straight. And coexisting here is gonna work out fine actually, because nobody's playing triple bin just yet.
That was a pretty nice slam. Yeah. I know some teams will go for that sort of last minute, but to see them do that so early and with such confidence, very, very nice play by Enterforce 36. Still a lot of options. You do want to wait until you take height either on the donut building or elsewhere. If you're Supernova, you got to be thinking about how you're going to drop down, likely onto 100 Thieves, who are starting to make their way in through the center. Newcastle wall slammed down by 100 Thieves, but they've still got a team at their back. Zone's closing in. TSM are starting to move on in across the lava. Inside, Reps dips into just a little bit of cover, jumps back onto the lava in the middle of a Gibby ult, and this could be TSM's last moments alive in this game. But right now, they're not being focused by anyone. Let's see how they fare. TSM likely going to get cooked in here. Zap is sitting on the lava, but he manages to pop the bubble just in time, getting the res. TSM have got just a little bit of time to stabilize. I don't know how they're going to stay alive here, Graceful.
They're actually managed to stay alive due to the fact that that small metal bar right there, you can stand on that without taking burn damage. So they're sitting right there hoping, please don't shoot our little wall. Oh. And they get nades, spammed, and shielded out. They're most likely gonna fall down here as they get eliminated by Ken from up top with the Spitfire. That looked great.
It was a creative place to play, but unfortunately Supernova on high ground. And I mean, that is one of your many problems with that position.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing, the zone has moved away from these guys on the southern side. They're all gonna have to move in 10 seconds, as we see here. Crazy Raccoon looking to poke out Liquid Alienware actually by the compound. Shooting out their evac as well is really rough. I think it's only one guy shooting it actually. Yes, indeed it is. They did get a down, and now they're looking to just slow them down so they can walk in and hopefully gatekeep something or playing from the side. But as we know as well, there's several teams in front of them.
Alliance have moved on to the scaffolding. This is big, as it means they're now sharing space where Furia used to be. Furia have moved on very quickly, but Oblivion are still around this scaffolding as well, meaning that Alliance cannot rest easy yet. They're looking across the lava at 100 Thieves, who have set up a bubble in the meanwhile. And Crazy Raccoon, in no man's land, have nothing to play and are going to have to set up rampart walls in the middle of this bubble. That is a huge takedown by Obli, though, as Effect is going to fall, being the first part of Alliance to go down. Liquid Alienware meeting their end as well.
Effect actually feeding FaZe, running straight into that bubble as he ran past Oblivion as his other 2 teammates started fighting Oblivion, ran straight into Raccoon and died. Crazy Raccoon, however, gets the reset into the next bubble, and now they're just playing their spot because they are indeed in this zone. Oblivion, however, taking, moving on Alliance, and now they force them out, and Crazy Raccoon is getting pinched, forcing their second bubble again because they had it back again. Getting a reset, what happens next after this bubble is gonna be very tough.
So much of this is on Obli's shoulders right now. Having to stabilize for Crazy Raccoon, be the threat that they need with this rampart. Just now wants to peek over, wants to finish Oblivion, and is going to send it on in. Obli taking with his friends to the front lines as Sangjun goes down. Crazy Raccoon seem to have done enough damage. They're gonna double jump into the middle of this, but the bubble fight, they're losing it inside the Newcastle shield. Obli is lost in the sauce, everyone. Crazy Raccoon goes down, and Oblivion will follow them as Shopify Rebellion come in for the third party with Furia.
Furia came in very late. They played passively for the longest of times, only to pick the absolute perfect timing to 3P. Racking up kills right now, putting down the bubble. They have no clue that Hakis is still alive on top. but they are racking up points right now. They're actually in the top 20, still fighting Rebellion on the opposite side south, and now they're just making sure they're staying alive because the next zone is in Furia's favor.
Shopify Rebellion very immediately disengaging to the outside of this as well. They're letting Furia take the center spot. Shopify Rebellion wanting not to be focused by anyone, but looking at that high ground that is so powerful, they're going to try and take it themselves, denying this. And if Furia look like they might go down, but MT gets traded out. Up goes Koifel, down goes Koifel, and it is very risky for Shopify Rebellion as Furia have had enough and come down to finish what Shopify Rebellion started.
Madness said, you want uppies, I want downs. He dropped straight on their forehead and pumped 2 of them straight down, and even gets a reset. I'm actually surprised Hakis didn't join that fight. That was the absolute perfect opportunity for him to 3P. Now he's just praying that please nobody peek my lava spot, because if you do, I am forced to fight, but at least he has bubble. GoNext and EXO still on top of each other as they have been for the past 5 minutes.
I mean, there is a pretty good chance that nobody looks at Hakis. There is a very good chance that nobody looks at him.
100%.
I love that Keon is able to hold on to this high ground right now. It's huge real estate, but they've got another team zipping up on them. We've seen this before. Shopify Rebellion tried it once. Can you succeed where they failed?
What is happening? It's 9 people shotgun fighting.
Cooks them all with the Sheila and now has high ground and every possible defense. E36 underneath. Furia are down. 4 squads left. Alliance still with the Rat, and Enterforce 36 on the low ground are swinging with Mastiffs.
Trades are happening right now. Alliance can still win this game after Solar Rat. And no, as he gets found out by EXO, they take him out. EXO still in the fight for E36, and EXO is taking the win.
EXO dominate that high ground push. They jump down onto the low ground, and nobody graceful stands in their way.
Nobody saw that 9-man evac zip either on top of the tower. But EXO, I don't know if they were first, if they were the 9th player, but they made it up there. They cleaned out the fight, even got the reset, even somehow found the Rat as well, and then won the fight against the last team, taking home the game. That was huge. Going from a, we're in the center zone, we tried to fight GoNext and got a wipe there, almost a wipe there, made it under them, stayed there for about 5 minutes, and then the full-on action came out. I don't know how many kills they racked up, but that will definitely put them, in the range of making it still.
Yeah, I mean, to start this series, EXO were in 28th, which was not out of the realm of possibility for how they'd be able to qualify into the top 20. As of right now, yes, they've still likely got a little ways to go, but this game has done them a huge favor. Their average is 5.8 points per game on World's Edge, and now they've got 12 kills on top of the points that they managed to accrue through placement. That's 24 points in a single game of World's Edge.
Yes, and I think that actually puts them on the cusp of making it. If they haven't already made it, we don't know where the average is going. Is it top heavy? Is it low heavy? Is it just about even? I think that they're pretty much set to make it now, and I'm so happy for them because they needed that. They've been having a rough start, but they came back. Sometimes all you need is a little bit of reps, make it in and get warm, and then you're feeling yourself.
Yeah, Enterforce 36 also pretty impressive showing that game. Yeah. They did play a little more quietly, but I'm remembering fondly the jump under the Valkyl that they had that took them right underneath the donut building where EXO Clan was playing. That was a very smart move from them, and it'll put them into the top couple of squads, but it is really EXO's game and EXO's celebration, as they, again, haven't been averaging that many points. They've been playing consistently, but they haven't done anything crazy stylish. But this game, this was crazy stylish.
That was absolutely stylish. Full-on action. We've seen everything because now everybody's throwing Hail Marys. Nobody's really expecting anything anymore. They're like, we're just doing absolutely everything we can to fight, and I'm so happy to see all the action. Huge series results so far, right? 29, 26, 21, 21. It is actually kind of even, no?
Yeah. I mean, it's very close, and I think we've been saying that almost this whole group stage, is that this is one of the closer group stages, probably the closest group stage that we've had throughout any LAN, because nobody is taking off ahead and way dominating any group. Noctum has been dominating today. Let's not mince our words, but we've got a lot of teams that are able to contend for top spots.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams have definitely been competing for that, and I'm more looking towards, at the end of the day, it's been a little bit too many games in the depth for some teams. I'm mainly looking at Shadow and FaZe currently, you're gonna need a miracle to make it into winners at this rate. But for the other sides of the things, you know, I think all the teams that needed just one solid game has had a solid game or like above average points, and they're pretty much smooth sailing from here on as long as they can put, you know, 2-3 points on each map or so.
Now, while we still may be a little ways away from figuring out who is going on to the winners bracket, we are starting to note down people who we think are notable entrants. We do have still 4 more games, as we've got E-District and then Stormpoint coming up. E-District can be really exciting. We started the tournament on it, Graceful, and now we're going to be returning on it for the last games of E-District for groups A and D. We'll be doing that right after the break.
Got a lot of blood on my hands. Now some of it is yours.
It's time.
This is where it ends. I love a dying world. Everyone deserves a chance to rise.
The truth will be known to all.
Bigger the sword, greater the ruin. Tragedy. It brings out your real character.
There's another team. Just play up here.
Play live, play live, play live.
Nice. Rest. We're good. That's good fucking shit. I'll get boys. Yes, sir. I'm in.
Be careful, zone right next to us.
I'm nading below. I'm spam nading. I'm sliding wide. Slide wide. I've got bubble here.
Yes.
On me. What did I? Dead. Last guys.
On the right.
You got it. Dead. That's
You attack.
ExoClan cleaning up in that last game on World's Edge, and what a way to send them off into the next round of the tournament. The next round of the tournament that they are, in fact, set up well now to make it into winner's bracket for. They're sitting, I believe, checking it, currently at 16th, and that is a fantastic place to be. As much as it feels like it's towards the lower part of the 20 teams that'll be making it into winner's bracket, it's making it, and you're the last people to be playing. So this is a great spot for ExoClan to be. Now that we're moving into E-District, however, the challenges are changing, the scene is changing, and we're entering Enterforce 36's main map.
Yeah, we definitely are, but you know, from that highlight that we just saw with EXO, the one that takes me the most is their comps. Did you hear Joe, Slayers, I mean, I'm sorry, just calling Joe. Slayers comps actually was super solid. The whole highlight says, I'm nading down, I'm sliding wide, slide on me, I got bubble, and it's just so clean. And if they can keep that form up, I'm actually hoping to see even more dominance on the next map. But as you said, E36, it's their map coming up because they have had so much success. However, what we don't know is that due to the fact that it's been zones in their favor, or have they just been absolutely dominating? Because I believe I remember both of the zones where they were dominating were in the same area of the map.
Yeah, and you know, it raises an interesting question about E36. I know that we're going to get the chance to explore it, as it is a very serious set of games that we're about to cover, but
in between all of that, you would have heard during the pause last game, likely some of the audience in the arena laughing, and I want to share why they're laughing with you, because we actually filmed a fantastic Lost in Translation style piece earlier on today, and I'd like to cue that up before we start getting into E-District and all the seriousness of it all. So let's hear about the Lost in Translation.
皆さんこんにちは、ゆきおです。今日は欧米の友達にいたずらしちゃいます。
オリオリ、オリオリオリ、no pero, no pet.
No. 俺より、
俺より。
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, hold on, give me a second. 俺より、俺のペットの方が可愛いよ。
おー、かわいいよ。
かわいいよ。
Yes.
かわいいよ。俺より、俺のペットの方が可愛いよ。
Oh, yes. So good. This one? 優しいやつは結局勝てないんだよ。
勝てないんだよ。
Yes.
勝てないんだよ。
Yes.
優しいやつは結局勝てないんだよ。
Perfect. リンゴとバナナを食べて食べるのが好きです。ああ、yeah.
Okay. リンゴとバナナを食べて食べるのが好きです。
Perfect. Good.
牛さんが桃だって。Does that sound okay?
Yeah, good.
牛さんが桃だって。
Good.
Thank you.
I teach.
Okay.
Yes.
プリプリ
3枚と2ヒットだぜ。Yes.
プリプリ3枚と2ヒット
だぜ。Yes, perfect.
Okay. プリプリ3枚と2ヒットだぜ。
Oh.
Is it good?
Good.
Actually, Yukio has something he needs to show you.
Oh no, me?
Yeah.
Oh no. Are you proposing?
Look this. No.
Oh. Okay.
Yes.
What is it? More? Okay.
First.
Oh.
Yes.
What?
Same me.
That's what I've been saying?
Yeah, same me.
You're so funny.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Have you seen my pets?
No.
No?
But I think you are cute.
Me?
Yes. I think.
Oh my god. Thank you so much. You're so sweet. I love you.
What is this?
Read this.
Okay. Is that what I just read?
Yeah.
Nice guys finish last.
Yeah.
It's not true.
No, true?
No.
Oh.
Yeah. In Japanese.
Oh. I didn't realize.
食べて
Tabete is eat.
Eat.
Yeah, I was like so confused. Like, why is there banana in here? No, you guys did a good job of like hiding it, but I was just confused. What is this?
Yeah. Same me. In Japanese?
Mumu Sastagya.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I'm like 0% understanding Japanese.
This means I hit a fatty samite.
I was thinking, I don't recognize any of these words. That's messed up.
Yeah, no promotion.
I gotta get you back then. Surprise.
Oh, yeah.
Graceful, I regret to inform you that after having seen that piece of content twice now, I am no closer to fully memorizing the sentence, I hit a fatty thermite, but I really, really want to learn it.
I mean, hey, you got time to practice as we're waiting for them, for all the teams to dive in, you know? Maybe we could get you a card yourself, but what I want though, you know, you can take the card all you want. What I want is some Apex action. That's what I'm here for.
I was going to say, we have no time. Like, the match is starting literally right now. E-District begins, and it will be these teams' last visit to E-District of the group stage.
Yeah, I mean, E-District is a great map, I might add. I think so far, from seeing the tournament-based results, you know, from playing it in ranked as well, I feel like this is one of the most fair maps in sense of you never really feel that, oh, I couldn't have done anything on this map. And that sense is great. And now as we see, you know, teams are looting up really quickly, especially when you play Loba.
You know, and we've seen the sense of fairness that E-District provides reflected in the way that people prioritize POIs on this map, or rather I should say that they don't prioritize POIs on this map. When going through the POI draft, very often we're getting teams that leave this map to last, because you can do quite a bit with almost any position here on E-District. So even where ExoClan are looting up right now is going to actually be very nice for them, because Loba or not, you're able to collect loot quickly and then start moving your way likely into the center of the map, as I see them moving towards Energy Bank.
Yeah, you know, a lot of teams are already rotating. I believe we saw in the top left of their map that the Stone might be pulling south. And you know what's in the south, Dia? My favorite part of the map? Draft point. As we see the zone very well. It might be ending around it. I'm not saying it has to end, you know, on top of it. But draft point, my favorite part of the map, super solid ender theirs. I like it.
That's awesome. I have yet to see a like solid draft point ending on E-District, and so to get the chance, maybe, to see that now is going to be really special. Again, maybe. We don't know. The zone still has a lot to say. Secrets are yet to be uncovered. The Ninjas are starting to discern whether or not they think this is ending draft point, but right now, moving through that south end of Energy Bank, draft point is largely empty, and teams like NRG could move in there very quickly from where they're at, and even Shadow 3690 and FaZe Clan over at Humbert and Old Town.
One thing I'm looking forward to, as we saw that map actually, teams haven't opted to rotate early yet. Is this because they're not able to read the zone properly? Or is this because everybody has just decided to go mid-speed? We're not really seeing anyone, you know, go into the zone early, which is something that was completely different from before, where we saw, you know, I believe it was a few games ago where we saw 20 teams alive Circle 4 on this map specifically. Will that repeat again now that everybody's on mid-speed? Or will we see the likes of World's Edge, where we saw actually 16 team Circle 1 at one point? Will they run into each other on macro now?
Yeah, I am suspecting that with less teams rotating into the zone, a big part of it is geared towards those squads that still feel like they don't have enough kills, enough points to be moving on to the next round. And so, running into each other on rotation should be less even of a coincidence and more of a completely on purpose kind of play. Even with C9, who have started rotating into zone, they are going to be doing this simply because it is what they've always done, and also because C9 are one of the teams that is in the least danger. They've done so incredibly well over the course of this tournament, over the course of the group stage, that they are well into qualification range for the winners bracket.
And now we're also seeing a couple of teams inching their way in towards draft point, towards the center of the zone, and that's a good thing to see. However, still not that many. I'm looking to see at the top northwest of the side where Liquid Alien, Rebellion, Furia, and 100 Thieves might cross paths, because if they start fighting there, 3 teams might go down, and that'll already make that from 20 Circle 4 to something completely different. Very interesting. I would like to see some action.
And knowing even that Liquid Alienware won our first game, they're not safe yet. They've moved down to 21st from where they started game number 2, and they could drop even further now that they are in such danger, getting bombarded by Valkyrie missiles. There's a sliver of space that Liquid Alienware are somehow playing, and the fact that they're not finished off yet is a miracle, and the only thing that's keeping them even in the conversation for winners bracket.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy. This is what I'm saying. People are changing up their pacing. They're changing up their styles a little bit. And now, some teams get caught in that. Liquid, however, you know, maybe they have been playing the same way this whole time, or just not ready when people adapt. Now, huge fight in the house.
The Ninjas, wow, going down. The Ninjas looked like they were winning that fight for a second, but Stallions swoop on in and clean them up. That was a very quick turnaround for the Stallions, and a much needed one, as Stallions still very much in danger of moving down to the lower bracket. And as we saw just before we started this entire series, need so much more when they're looking to justify how far they've come and how much work they've put in to get here. Liquid Alienware going to go down, unfortunately. This is a rough spot for them, not unrecoverable, but very, very difficult to be in after 3 games.
Another fight on the map right now with GoNext and Crazy Raccoon. We saw this unfold because they're on the same pace of rotation. They caught each other in their macro, and now they're in a huge buffer fight with PK's trades on both sides right now. Crazy Raccoon goes down to the last player, Juice now. Can he close this game out or not, or this fight out or not? We will have to see, as he is trying for his dear life to rest, and he gets the rise.
Oh, he
and
danced.
Gets the rest and didn't even get the re-knock on Sang-Jun. That was a solid fight.
He broke ankles with that. GoNext. Unfortunate that they fall, but Crazy Raccoon get a well-earned victory and now a well-earned res, as they'll be able to get everybody back into the game. This was Crazy Raccoon actually had a chance to succeed in our previous round, but unfortunately fell out a little bit early. So now getting Obli back, they should have plenty of time to approach this at their leisure. No one else really in the area, although I will say, Furia are rotating in through City Hall and could see this and come running.
Yeah, I mean, getting this rest, getting this a little bit of breath of fresh air of, hey, we won a fight now. We're pretty much, you know, making our way towards the top 20. I believe they're just on the cusp of securing that top 20, which is huge for them. The zone is also about to move. I think they're feeling really good. They get a little bit of space to breathe. They're gonna walk in soon. Furia also rotating in after that big pinch on poor Liquid between Shopify and Furia. Zone is about to show up soon, and we'll see what happens from there on.
I'm taking a look at those teams that are arriving a little bit late, of course. Oblivion still hanging out in Stadium at the moment, should be making their way in towards the zone very shortly, but TSM already there. Interforce 36 starting to move in through the south, and Stallions, who are still looking to ride that hope all the way, have found FaZe and are starting to take them out, but with Prick going down, Skirway needs to find a way into this fight. Manages to clear a path, using the Newcastle mobile shield, is gonna get in here, try and stick a res, gets fancy with it, takes out the Mastiff to try and clutch things up, and again is going to try resing outdoors, dragging Synetic and Nags around, but now that Synetic has the chance to reset, FaZe Clan are going to be getting everybody back, and Stallions are set very far behind.
FaZe Clan manages to get the rest and reset properly there, you know, they get the thirst and they're just looking to secure themselves now. I honestly thought they might have swung in the opposite direction, but FaZe managed to, you know, bunker up and take on that fight, as I believe Nags did a wonderful job of securing that angle to where they couldn't walk in for free through the stairs.
Yeah, really good Catalyst play. You don't see that all the time, especially with getting good value out of the spikes, but in a shotgun meta, it takes quite a bit longer to eliminate those spikes than it used to, and so just having enough time to regroup means a lot to FaZe, and it keeps them in the conversation because they really needed it.
And needed it indeed. I also needed it. It is a draft point ending, and that's what I'm here for. It's nice to see a little bit of spiciness up, spicing things up a little bit different than, you know, the typical zones we saw on Humbert Labs or at the Heights. Now we see draft point finally. Teams have noticed where the zone is going as they're rotating in. Shopify Rebellion still on edge, which is, you know, in par with their strats normally, I would say. Crazy Raccoon, DreamFire might actually catch up onto each other. We'll have to see, but Oblivion and TSM about to hug, and hugging they are indeed.
Yeah, really keeping an eye on this Oblivion fight, because while TSM are in a pretty good spot to qualify, Oblivion need points. They need every point they can muster, and fighting TSM is not an enviable task. They're going to eat a Gibby ultimate, our TSM, to force them to retreat. Oblivion buying a little bit of time with this huge cooldown just to be able to disengage effectively. Sitting at 29th right now. Oblivion need to climb 9 spots in 4 games.
Yeah, I mean, they might have disengaged. TSM disengaged, but they actually got punished because they got pinched by E36. Another fight is about to go down as Crazy Raccoon is sneaking up on DreamFire. DreamFire does know though, and they pre-nade so that, hey, you guys cannot peek us while we're trying to rotate. Will they make it through this little window? Because dropping down means guaranteed fight. It doesn't seem like they want to take that risk because they are indeed already on a good pace to make it.
That was, I mean, it was kind of a Kobe nade. Like, it didn't hit anybody, but that went straight through. Very impressive, very impressive. Now, Stallions have hit a respawn in the meanwhile, so while I was concerned about their odds earlier, now Stallions have a chance to rest, recover, and hopefully make it into the next ring, although I am noticing Shopify Rebellion are rotating right on top of them. Crazy Raccoon continuing their fight from earlier, not having given up any space at all, are going to continue pressuring down onto DreamFire. This is currently an isolated 3v3, and I'm noticing Stallions maybe not having the easiest time up against Shopify Rebellion either.
You know, they said, hey, we did not want to climb through the window, but we will run you down through the doorway. As they give you all, hit a huge crack by Sang-Jun here. He does get punished by it because he got caught alone.
I hate the world turning things around, and a big push off of this Newcastle is going to force Jusna to start the res up again. Sang-Jun will be picked up.
and it looks like DreamFire and Crazy Raccoon will be taking this once again, but now in the red as everyone starts to tick down. Oblivion think about third partying, but they're going to turn tail and run, not wanting to stick in the red either, and hold out with Crazy Raccoon and DreamFire in the zone.
This fight is taking very long. You know, I only see 2 ranges on Obli right now. If they don't have enough ranges, they can't maybe not survive the zone. We'll see here. Huge trade down here. Cracks into Sang-Yun down. And wow, there's too much action. He's hitting every single shot. Even though he goes down, they can reset this easily if nobody pushes them into the zone.
Yeah, Obli's Eva hitting different there. Crazy Raccoon did a very nice job in that fight. And Oblivion, keep in mind, are waiting for them right on the edge of this ring. So still, plenty of ways for this to go wrong for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, they decided to not full commit. Is that something they would be missing out on later on? They might, if they get to a point where it's 1, 2, 3 points away from making it, they will definitely look back on this VOD and say, hey, we probably should push that.
Oblivion still waiting for this to strike. Now TSM hit a respawn in the meantime, so their losses from earlier up against Stallions going to be well recovered, as TSM will be moving in from the north. Now Stallions stick a res as well, as it looks like they've returned all the way out into the western side of the map. They'll be making their way into the ring, where Shopify Rebellion, I'm sure, already are. Crazy Raccoon taking their time, though they have not got much of it anymore. Even a lot of shots from Oblivion are going to use both the mobile shield and the bubble to buy a little bit of space and time up to this hill, up to the wall, and start closing the distance. But they've got 5 seconds left on this next zone, and it is really going to start to hurt. I think Oblivion have done enough damage. Crazy Raccoon may very well fall to the ring here.
You can actually eat, you know, up to 4 ticks essentially, depending on ping as well, and still medkit through it. But one of them does go down to the zone. Depends. That's what I said before. This fight is taking too long in the zone. Yeah. Will they have enough to still kill, make it out? But since they also got held by Oblivion, it seems like they didn't have enough heals.
Justin's going to try and
he makes it. He makes it. Except that got broken, so he does not make it.
Oh no.
That's rough.
Might still walk it in?
Nah. If that didn't get broken, he would have made it, but he got broken, so...
That syringe was close, but I don't think you get to stick a second one. Really unfortunate for Crazy Raccoon, but very foreseeable as well. We saw them take that fight in the zone. They knew what they were asking for. Now Oblivion, it's a bit of a different story. They wanted to gatekeep. Now they are taking a very awkward fight in the inside, and Reed's breaking that wall, commits a big mistake, walking straight into a Sheila, and NRG eat them alive.
NRG just took advantage of the fact that Oblivion made so much noise for so long, and this is sometimes the issue with not pushing for objectives. You are looking for kills, but there's, like I said, timing. If they pushed when Crazy Raccoon went down and traded in the zone, that would have been very different. Now they took them so long that NRG was just like, hey, these guys are definitely walking in, we're just going to punish them, and they got mopped almost immediately.
Really unfortunate for Oblivion to have gone down. They did make it up to 25th in this game so far. We'll see how much further they fall, however, as other teams start to accumulate points. Stallions, one of those squads that has shown incredible tenacity this game. They've hit 3 respawns so far and have yet to go down. Currently sitting at 28th in the overall standings. Stallions need every possible point to make it into the winner's bracket. But Envy, in trouble now, are the ones that really have to start getting cooking. They're at 17th and cannot miss out on these points.
Furia still hungry from the previous games where they were dominating for a moment before EXO took over. They are still looking really fierce. You know, almost taken out drop there, could have maybe potentially had a thirst, but Envy manages to reset. Now, as we also see as it stands, you know, a lot of these teams are actually, Envy specifically on 24th, on the cusp of making it.
On the cusp, it's so close, but you have to actually be accumulating points in this stage in order to move on. And right now, 0 kills for Envy, and under pressure underneath a bridge. They've got to be finding ways not just not to die, but to create opportunities to gain points. And right now, they are running out of those opportunities and the cooldowns to survive with.
They might have managed to get inside the building, but they forget that their team actually, the team above actually had triple purple. It might be a tough fight for them, but you know, we'll have to see. 100 Thieves, however, sees E36 flies in from the sky, looking to punish them, but Gibby Bubble saves them, which is you know, as we expected.
Now this is where we find out, is it that zones on E-District favor E36, or is it that E-District favors E36 because of who they are? Right now, walking in, taking 2 kills out of Supernova, Enter Force 36 are still looking like the undisputed kings of the map, but we've got 14 squads left and plenty of time for them to be uncrowned.
The fact that they actually managed to take that fight and not get thirded by the top team is crazy. EXO still under pressure, but they did wipe out Energy, looking for the 3P coming in hot against Slayers here, and they get wiped. They're not too happy with it, but you know what? Getting 3 kills and a placement isn't too bad.
And they had the win last game, so a little bit of buffer for a bad game here or there. EXO Clan still going to be on the line, still going to be wondering whether or not they qualify, and still needing the next 3 games to go in their way to really set themselves into winners. Now Envy have managed to survive. They expended a lot of cooldowns to get there. I was critical of it, but it's managed to work. 100 Thieves are picking up kills on Enter Force 36, and finishing that kill on Aimbot is going to give them a point and take a big chunk away from the team that has run E-District until now.
Synap has just been absolutely ruthless so far. Even 2-pump knocked, I'm pretty sure, after getting the last member of SNN. Now, 100 Thieves, like I said before, why didn't they push earlier? It's kind of starting to feel it right now, actually. Now Envy also joining the fray from bottom of the Furia's house previously, made it into the same building, looking to see if they could have joined, but it looks to me like all of them reset.
Yeah, timing is going to mean everything for Envy right now. The fact that they choose to push out at the same time as another squad is big. Enter Force 36 going to lose another one, and this time to Envy. So another point gained for them as they retreat right back into this building. Not overextending for now, but 35 seconds as this zone is closing will force everyone to move, and that includes Envy, waiting on the Catalyst wall, looking for their next option. Out it goes, separating Synap, who is just the last member left of E36. Envy could go for this kill. They eat a small nade in the meanwhile. Find Synap. Do they send it? Do they recognize this as a solo? It looks like they do, but they're not dropping on him until now. Looking for Synap. It's the last kill. It's a whole squad, but Synap gets away.
Synap tries his best to survive and actually does as good as he can. Actually seems to look as he went out.
Are taking down Cloud9. This is big for Stallions. Cloud9 are gone, Shopify Rebellion are gone, and Stallions are still standing. Envy looking down on them, though, are causing big problems. And as Shopify go, it looks like Stallions may soon as well. Resetting on the low ground, Envy think about committing, but they don't want to overextend. They don't want to risk everything that they've got so far. Finally, Yanya drops down. Finally, Stallions will fall, but they gained a few points. Maybe, just maybe it'll mean something.
Envy has taken that opportunity to clear out their back first, even though it was a solo sign-up. You know, he got pushed out, and then after that, they just looked to clean up Stallions, who took a fight. That was super good from Envious, but now they're looking to step up on the stairs. FaZe Clan and 100 Thieves waiting on each side to pinch them. So it really goes to show where do we go next, because most of the spots are actually occupied.
For TSM, they've actually got very little pressure on them, and so this is more about executing at a high level, continuing to solve E-District, learn the tendencies of other teams than anything else. FaZe, it's a very different story. 38th so far. And with this first game on E-District, they need to make big numbers happen to even give themselves a chance of making it into winners over the next 3 games. This has to be the start of something huge for FaZe, something that has been missing from them, that killer instinct this whole tournament.
It actually is in their favor with the zone pull as well, so it comes out, you know, remains to be seen to how the game plays out, because they need to do something. They need to make a splash. Even though there's a team underneath them or not, they need to show, I want to see them show dominance above for the bridge, push other teams to fight each other, Envious into 100 Thieves, you know, Furia into TSM. They need to be the team to say, hey, you guys are not coming up on our bridge, and we're going to do everything in our power to close out this game, because if we cannot see that fire right now, it's going to be tough for them to make it all.
Envy have played so conservatively. They have been so risk-averse, and you can understand why. Sitting in 23rd, this game could be what makes the difference for them. It should be what makes the difference, and they've got just as fair a chance to win as anyone. Surviving on the inside, they finally let the bubble expire, and there are so many nades on the outside of it. Catalyst Wall is going to keep them safe for a little while, but they've got a mobile shield and a prayer keeping them alive. Furia
are going to go down, pushing us to 5 squads left, and Envy play so quiet on the outside. Shadow 3690, wait for the game to come to them. TSM, wait for the chance to third party, and 100 Thieves jump in and out on Envy, not giving them a second of rest. 100 Thieves now finally starts to move in for these kills, finishing off Envy while TSM go down on the outside. Envy still alive though, still fighting for their chance in this lobby. Will finally fall as do FaZe Clan, leaving us with 2 squads. 100 Thieves in on the outside. It's Shadow who come in on the zip line, and Shadow who from the bottom of the leaderboard takes the victory in game number 3.
While we saw that whole action unfold on the bridge, the stalling from Envy was too long, and it kept the fight going for way too long, so that TSM and Shadow fought on the eastern side underneath the stairs, and it looks like Shadow actually won that fight. Waited for the fight up top to unfold. That one happened, and then they took their evac up on top, started the fight, closed out the game. Huge problem.
Is this the Shadow? Is this the Shadow that I've come to miss? We talked about FaZe maybe accumulating momentum here to see how far they could go, but Shadow 3690 began this whole series in 39th place out of 40 teams at this competition to find a win now, the day before group stages come to an end. In your last 4 games of the groups, this could be massive for them, whether they make it to winners or not. Finding themselves here, finding their essence at this point in the tournament could be just what they need to make a push for finals, whether it be from winners or losers.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, whether it be from winners or losers, its most important part is the fact that they can feel we are winning team fights now. Yeah. We are now closing out games. Yeah. When you get that into your head, things will start rolling, and that's exactly what they need. Shadows picking up 19 points, 100 Thieves 16, Envy 14, FaZe only 9 from having the God spot for the longest of time. I feel like they didn't pull like the trigger fast enough. They were waiting for other teams to collapse and fight on each other, but in my opinion, they should be forcing resources, forcing bubbles before they get to that stage to where they could. I think Envy extended that fight by at least 40 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's funny seeing these two sitting next to each other, because both, it's fair to say we were critical of their passivity during the game, and both still managed to put up good placements, but could go so much further. Now, in the overall standings, this is where we are after 3 games, and it is big to know, as with 100 Thieves and our overall series results having 35 points, ExoClan come up behind them with 33, and Liquid Alienware are actually looking pretty good themselves. This was a make or break series. This is a make or break series for Liquid Alienware, so all they've got to do is keep this up.
For a lot of these teams, it is make or break, and it looks like EXO, Liquid Alienware, and potentially even 100 Thieves are sitting quite comfortably. And here's the, right here, I can see it at all. A lot of these teams are actually kind of safe. Only a select few can climb past these guys, but we're only 3 games in there. These leaderboards can shuffle real quick when we see certain teams have the success recently, like Shadows in this last game. What if that's the next team that's just on 82 and they put them down and everybody keeps fighting for that last top 20?
Yeah, I'm still looking at that 16th area where 100 Thieves are, is the still not quite safe zone where Liquid Alienware are coming up right on the bubble at 90, and Envy with that conservative play, it seems to be working because it's pushed them up also right next to Liquid Alienware.
Never forget about Stallions and Oblivion as well. Both of those teams have shown signs of life, and they're on 78 and 75. Getting 25 points in 3 games could easily work for any of these teams if they just get the ball rolling.
Super doable, and there's a reason why, after hearing from both of those teams during the breaks, after hearing from Aberlele before the games, and then Blinkser in the middle of our matches, there's a reason why we're rooting for these teams as well. It means so much to them to be here. Their personal journeys are so invested in being able to succeed and to get the win in group stage, to be able to move on, which they are so close to, means the world to teams like Stallions, like Oblivion, and they've been doing a fantastic job so far today. I am wishing them luck for the second half of the matches in this series, Graceful. This has been an incredible 3 games, and we've got 3 more coming, but before we jump into those 3, I would love to hear from our wonderful analyst desk. Serende.
Have a good time.
Thanks so much, Stia. Graceful, great job on the cast. I'd love to hear what they have to say as well. Welcome back to the desk for our halftime recap. My name's Rain Day, Jayhawk, Snipe Down, and Jamerson here to talk shop. As we finish 3, fellas, we've got a lot of numbers now starting to twirl. Do you have what it takes to make your move? Because this is the moment. You look at Stallions, a few points away, maybe 20 or so, to even get into that. VK Gaming, staring, waiting, hoping no one gets past 94. It looks like it's going to happen. A lot of teams helpless to just sit and stand by, but a lot of teams still with their fate in their hands.
Absolutely, but it is getting scary because the one thing that I'm noticing is the current cutoff at 94 is already looking like it's going to be higher than we were maybe expecting.
Yes.
This could be because a lot of players are getting respawned into the game, allowing for more people to get kill points. And so that threshold could be going up into the low 100s, and who knows where it goes after that.
I mean, do you feel confident, Snipe, at Green Stego? They're at 109 right now. They're watching this, but there's a lot of teams already at 102. I mean, VK 94, they look like they're going to get past. Furia has 99. Crazy Raccoon has 99. I mean, it's not unrealistic to think that 20 more points after 3 games could be threatened.
Yeah, I mean, we have 3 games left. We have about 4 teams from only North America, actually, that are right there on the fringe to make it. We talked about how day 1 with the average 35 points was 21st, so that was a 115-point cutoff if we had continued the scores that way.
Yeah.
So it's kind of insane to see where we're at, and it's because we don't have the Moist and the Alliances sucking up all the group stage points like we had at previous tournaments. It's more spread out. Falcons isn't dominating as much. We see the top of the leaderboard is very close, and the bottom of the leaderboard is very far at the bottom. So that middle of the pack is going to be awesome, and I think, we're going to have some electric final 3 games to see who's going to qualify.
It's going to be exciting. This is the moment to make your move. Jamerson, a team that made their move recently too, Exo Clan. I mean, they won that game too, but K Swinney and squad usually have some of the loudest fans in the building trying to make it work. Just one more series in order to qualify, currently sitting in 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, the Exo Clan fans have been coming out from the woodwork, but here in Japan it has been a completely different feast. Fnatic has a huge showing, of course. Enterforce has their teams along with DreamFire. I mean, the DreamFire fans, even in Germany, was an absolute unit in how they led their chants, and everything was absolutely insane. But this is important for Exo Clan to be able to stay alive so far, have a decent performance in the first half. Now they just need to finish strong in the next 3 maps.
All right, let's take a look at our past 3 maps as well before we head into previewing the next 3. Final circles coming up. It was game number 1. Team Liquid started off strong.
Yeah, I talked about them in the last tournament, coming up clutch in that final game, and they decided not to wait that long this time around. They decided to get their win early, but they're still in a position where they need points. We're in a spot right now where they did a really good job this game 1. They can't be complacent. What they did is they were able to just hold all these areas. You wait for all these ults to come down. Liquid did such a good job of clearing out space around them and choosing just to stay together, stay as close as you possibly can. There is really no way in this meta that you can end up alone. You have to be as close as possible to these teams. We're watching other teams fall down. You end up in these shotgun battles where everyone just drops on top of each other. And it just comes down to playing the patient game here. So all we're watching is, we're seeing 100 Thieves putting shoddy shots down, waiting for the bubble to go out. And it just comes down to just the perfect execution out of this team. We're not really getting to see much out of them to see what happens here, but you can just tell they're playing patient.
Yeah, leaving the chaos over to the other teams and trying to stay close to capitalize on it. Jayhawk game 2, Exo, this is what we talked about. They made the chance to capitalize and took it.
Yeah, and you just talked about chaos. This was actually one of those chaotic end games I've seen in quite some time because we kind of had 2 conglomerates of teams in this end zone, and it all ended up converging on the south side on this one pillar. Furia was up there. Shopify tries to challenge them for it. It doesn't work, and then all of a sudden, Exo Clan, enter Force 36, the Hawkus ratting on the outside. They come in late and all group up around this pillar down below and right above. And then Exo just happens to be the team that won the height, and then they're able to drop down, get the win, because everybody else already has their Gibby bubbles out, and we've talked about this many times. Getting that last bubble in, being the final aggressor, controlling the pace of play. What a win from Exo.
Huge numbers there. 12 kills overall, 8 kills for K Swinney, 1.7k damage. Jamerson, we just saw this one play out though, game 3. It was TSM looking like they had a chance, obviously battling up on top, but Interforce would show up.
Yeah. I was still amazed by how many teams were still alive for this final circle, especially with the chaos that we had at the beginning. And I was expecting this to maybe be weeded down a little bit more, but you can see that Shadow was just able to bide their time here on the low ground. The peaks when you're already pre-holding these angles, you're going to be able to dish out any damage for anyone who peeks there. And so Shadow Force played this one well. They set up that evac tower, getting ready for this final fight. And again, it comes down to who has the most control. Being able to hold on to utility at the end is also one thing that I've been noting from a lot of our teams. They've been making sure that they have got at least an extra nade in their back pocket for these last fights, and Shadow Force were able to maintain that. So it ends up paying off for them in the end.
Thank you so much for catching me as well on that. Shadow was able to take the win, and of course had a win a little bit earlier, but it was Shadow's turn to shine. We don't want to take that away from them. However, Niazul, Jaguaris, and Kurev, we got a little bit of a chat with them, saying we are the calm team. We do not panic. Our personalities allow things to happen. The story, though, is that they have waited almost too long, and it was just one game that was separating them from going to elimination brackets or being out of the tournament from being in winners. We're kind of in a situation here where we need these performances to happen. It is happening. You see that comparison between them and Exo Clan. Case Swinney and Niazul snipe this guy out of his mind so far. 11 kills, 2,800. Niazul getting just about half of that, still doing tons of damage, but 2 kill leaders in our lobby so far.
Yeah, I mean, Case Swinney's been around since the beginning. I remember meeting him at X Games, and he's just a phenomenal player. He's been, you know, at the top. He's been kind of all over the place, and to see him performing this well, you know, they had the crowd hype in Mannheim, and I feel like they're bringing them back in. They got to win. It's been fun to watch them for sure.
Fnatic at the top of the overall leaderboards. Falcon right behind them. Noctum, Aurora, and Alliance rounding out our top 5 so far. But remember, we're paying attention to that bottom 5. 15th place, Green Stego not playing yet. And obviously 100 Thieves, Exo Clan, Crazy Raccoon, Furia, VK Gaming. And you see these moments of what does it take ultimately to get past it? Well, Liquid Alienware at 90 points, Envy at 88. It certainly looks like 94 is going to get crossed, most likely this next game. But how far will that go, and which teams will flip-flop? That starts to become the question. Jamerson, if I look all the way down, you know, you do start to feel a little bit worried. The 61 points of NRG, the things like that, that seems to be a very tough hill to climb at this point.
Yeah, despite getting the win in that last match for Shadow 3690, they need almost back-to-back wins at this point.
I mean, it did happen.
4 wins in a row.
In champs with TSM, and they were somehow able to win. I mean, that's, you know,
crazy.
it could happen.
But one big issue that they're facing right now is that the tempo of the lobby has increased. We're seeing a lot of early game and mid game fighting right now. That's leaving a lot of kills that typically come in the late game out of the pool. If we look at the final breakdown of the leaderboard of the last match, you saw that it was 7 KP across all 3 or 7 KP per team in the top 3. Typically, you see it be a little bit more top-heavy. So we're seeing that the KP is getting spread out more evenly across the lobby. And so just getting the placement points is not going to be enough. Just getting the final additional kill points at the end of the games isn't going to be enough. You need to find that mid-game aggression for them. And it's going to be difficult with how many teams are playing aggressive right now.
Jayhawk, last words before we head out.
With that increased threshold, I really don't know what's going to happen here. All those teams that are sitting at 99, they don't feel safe, and that's a weird thing to be saying right now.
That is
we're going to see a tiebreaker.
A weird thing to be saying. Tiebreakers could be the key. Let's find out. I've got 2 gentlemen ready to go. They are in prime spirits to kick off these last 3 games. I'll be on the edge of my seat watching. Fellas, Mark, Dan, take it away.
Let's do this. Let's get into it. And we are the lucky ones, Dan. We are the ones who get to kind of guide you through games 4 to 6 here. And this is where we find out who's going to go to the elimination bracket, who's going to progress to the winners bracket. And we were kind of looking at the numbers, and you know, they were just kind of alluding to it on the desk there. A little bit higher than what we're used to seeing.
The numbers aren't numbering.
I mean, you were looking at it, you were like, something's wrong here, something's wrong. Something in the waters isn't quite adding up. And a little bit theory crafted, we're like, well, why is that? And we kind of look at the meta, we're looking at the support meta. The ability to get players back into the game means that pretty much there's more bodies to kill, which is why we're seeing this increased amount of points.
Yeah, we were gonna, I say we, I won't put you in the same kind of math. It was me. I was going off the number of around 85 to 90, as were a lot of us, and we've already surpassed that. The cutoff as it stands, 94. VK Gaming sitting in 20th place. That is what is being chased. The likes of Liquid Alienware only 4 points behind. Envy only 6 points behind. And you have 3 games to do it. So it is likely that they would get there, but not impossible that they wouldn't. So VK Gaming are going to be watching and probably biting off every single fingernail. Might even get to the toenails.
Who knows? I'll leave that to you to put into your minds. But for VK Gaming and for Enforce 36, still chances to make things happen here, and for everybody, still chances to make things happen. A lot of points still available. Remember, we've still got 3 games of Apex Legends. That's a huge amount of points that you can tally up across those 3 games and completely change the complexion of how these brackets and how these lobbies are going to look going into tomorrow. Now, as far as the map is concerned, we are staying here on E District, where we've just been, before we head to Storm Point, which is not only exciting for everybody to watch in match 5 and 6, but also for us, because we haven't casted it yet.
Yeah, I'm excited to get to Storm Point, but, you know, E District is always entertaining. We always have those final circles that provide with incredible amount of people in the end zone as well. It's just going to be one of those scenarios where you never know who is going to win. But I'm excited because of how close some of these teams are now to getting to that top 20. The teams we're going to be looking out for, first and foremost, Liquid Alienware, Envy, Stallions, and Oblivion. They are the 4 closest teams to that top 20, although it is a big difference from Envy to Stallions, a 10-point difference. So they're going to need something special on the Stallions.
They certainly are indeed. Something to keep an eye on is maybe there's going to be a little bit of a change up in the gameplay and the approach to these games from some of those teams who are starting to look to chase points. Are they going to look for some early fights? Are they going to try and get KP on the board, build that confidence as we move through these games? E-District is going to be the map. Let's get into this one, Dan.
So Enforce 36, the team that's been performing the best on E-District out of these 2 groups, an average of 14.5 points per time we've seen them on this map. So we'll have to see whether they can carry that through. But of course, it was Shadow 36 who were able to swoop on in and get that victory in the previous game as they look to try and climb the leaderboards themselves. 20 points at the moment as the series stands, but of course they want to double that, if not triple it.
We're going down south to start this one off. Just got the ring console information popping up on our map overheads. A little bit of Humbert and a little bit of the western side of the kind of dividing wall also involved. So where that zone starts to pull is going to be very interesting late on. And when you see a circle pop on it like that, a lot of teams are probably going to be thinking, we're going to need to hit 3rd.
Looks a little bit like you trying to eat ramen.
What, because of the dexterity of the use of the chopsticks? Is that what you're saying?
Incredible technique. It's
Honestly.
exactly what I was thinking. And there's the zone that Onset was talking about, heading down to the southeast. It might just be a little bit further south as well. Use Shadow 36, the previous winners, are going to be in one of the prime positions. And of course, FaZe Clan have a ring console to work with there in Humbert Labs, so they will know that they don't have to travel too far. And similarly for DreamFire, just on the northern side of that ring that we have, they got that information so they can move fast as well.
Yeah, just trying to kind of keep my eyes on what's going to be available for a 3rd beacon kind of pit stop for some of these teams who are going to be rotating a little bit later. Street Market does have that ring console. I'm trying to see if Shipyard Arcade has one available. It doesn't look like it does. Viaduct certainly does, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so. Keep an eye on DreamFire here as well. You can see them on your mini-map. They actually took a redeploy and they are heading down south. And that's a good indication of where they think this circle is going to be going, because they were one of the first who got said information. And then on the other side, you've got Shadow 36, who do not have a ring console from Old Town, and they are moving back up, and they probably saw DreamFire pass. So this is one of those scenarios, again, where people are starting to see those arrive. They're seeing the traffic.
Ships in the night.
Yeah, like ships in the night, they pass, but then they have to decide where they play off the back of it.
Yeah, really interesting to see how some of these teams who are going to be forced to approach a little bit later do play. I got a feeling that we might see a little bit of build-up of traffic around those ring consoles a little bit later on, just due to the unpredictable nature of where that zone is going to pull on that 3rd zone. So it's kind of all set up quite nicely for this one. We might have some of those earlier engagements than we expected as we take a good close look at the Goliath burger.
Do you think you could eat it?
No problem.
You know, anyone else, and I probably think they would have been lying, but I do think you could. Now, E36, I actually mentioned them earlier. One of our better performing teams on E-District. They're posturing up against Oblivion.
Well, there's the as it stands on the right-hand side of your screen. And of course, the top 20 will go into that winner's bracket. Bottom 20 are going to have to fight a longer road to try and get to that match point finals on Sunday. Oblivion on your screen right now. 9th place overall in this lobby with 19 points on the board. They will want a stronger end to these games to give themselves a chance.
Oh, this is sneaky. Uh-oh. It's also very risky.
It seems like the timing was completely off there for Sinab. He just wasn't able to catch one of the Oblivion members, and now E36 have had to recuperate together. Even though they don't have the high ground, they do have those first shots going down.
Nice shots initially. Now the counter slap comes out as well, but you've just got to hit and hope with the scout when you're firing it blind like that. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade though. 2-on-2.
Aimbot now. And it's stuck between wanting to push and wanting to stay alive here. He's left on his own. He's done some good damage. Using the Valk Jets, he wants to get this kill, he wants to get this knock and turn it into a 1v1. He does do exactly that. He jumps up, grabs the banner. He doesn't get the armor swap, but does he need it? No, he doesn't. That is heartbreaking. He wanted that armor swap, but unfortunately it was a teammate's death box. He grabs the banner, and Oblivion are saved because of that, and that right there is the culprit.
So close to having a magic moment on the main stage. And sadly for Enter Force 36, they have to just watch on for the rest of this game. But Cloud9, TSM very close at the moment. This is of course a look at Humbert Labs, where all the traffic is starting to be directed toward for this final circle. And it is certainly going to be an entertaining one when we get there. Most teams should be able to reside and get alongside one another here. We shouldn't see too many fights at this point. But what causes fights to break out usually is when teams start to arrive and force those other teams a little bit closer to one another.
TSM on our screen right now. 12th place overall in this lobby. A little bit of a quiet one for them. Usually we're talking about them being front runners in the lobby. Rhino is only halfway through the games at the moment, still got plenty to play, and Storm Point is somewhere where they have been having quite a bit of success. Sheila is going to announce that she's in the vicinity as well, as Reps will take a little bit of damage on his cross.
Oh, I tell you what, NRG and FaZe are actually going to go toe-to-toe here. Bubble on bubble, wall on wall. Fun's taking a lot of damage, but they do have the lead, NRG, right now.
Certainly do, and there's a res coming in, but get the feeling that this one should be NRG's, but no! It's going to be FaZe who somehow turned that one around, actually coming into third party this fight that is taking place, and it's Ninjas in Pyjamas who are going to be able to clean up the pieces.
Very bad news for both FaZe Clan and NRG, two teams who are down in that bottom 10 who need points, as are Ninjas in Pyjamas. 34th position at the moment, and it just seems like one fight suddenly caused all of these other fights to break out. No one comfortable in their position, and they want to get this KP.
TSM are waiting underneath this as well. We saw them rotate into that low ground. Cloud9 tried to move in themselves, but Shubi's gone down, and that's going to be the Newcastle on his back. That means reses are going to be much more difficult. Naughty's going to follow him down for a little nap himself, and Sorcerer is probably thinking, what are we doing? How have we managed to be involved in this fight and not take anyone with us? It's going to be Ninjas in Pyjamas who will be strongest, and TSM probably thinking, is it our time to arrive now? C9 completely eliminated, and that's the pace of the game, right? Everyone's desperate for these points.
But now Alliance are getting involved, and it looks like Ninjas in Pyjamas are maybe going to go down here, but elsewhere, GoNext are also taking a fight. It's going to be Oblivion on the receiving end of that, but the fact we're seeing so much fighting happening in Humbert Labs, I think just shows the pressure that is on some of these teams right now, and also the lack of risk, or maybe too much risk from some of them. The likes of Cloud9, for example, they're already in the winner's bracket, so they probably feel like they can take those fights, but was it worth it?
Okay. This is why I was talking about third beacon being vital to a lot of teams. We were thinking Humbert, maybe it's pulling back to the other side of that wall. Well, we're still not sure what side of the wall it's going to go. You would imagine it's going to go towards the Stallions side, the western side, but it's moved back up to the north. And as you can see on your map overhead at home or wherever you're watching in the arena, bad news for everyone that's in Humbert Labs right now, because none of them are going to be safe.
Maybe they all had a feeling, and that's why everyone just suddenly started collapsing on one another, and third party after third party. We've just seen Ninjas in Pyjamas get eliminated right in front of our very eyes. Oblivion just went down prior to that as well. So there's only a few survivors of those who were at Humbert Labs, and I'm so surprised by the amount of fighting we just saw, but again, I think that just really shows how desperate some of these teams are to get points.
I mean, it's a big opportunity here for Stallions, right? As FaZe and Nags are going to be trying their best just to survive, just to eke out a few points. Does manage to get the shield battery off, and now he's going to be scarpering away into the night. But for Stallions, one of the teams that you were talking about being on that cutoff, trying to force their way into the winner side of this bracket, they are dead center zone in one of the only buildings that's there. A Shopify Rebellion now moving in to try and clean up some pieces.
One down, one to go. Miyanya, the first one to fall on the side of Envy.
Fury here as well, though. Fury are looking at this. And even though Shopify Rebellion are trying to chase down these final members, Fury were able to steal away at least one of those KP. It looks like Shopify Rebellion will be able to succeed in their initial mission, as Envy will be eliminated. So for Shopify Rebellion, that's more points on the board. They're looking pretty solid when it comes to the overall leaderboards at the moment, but every little helps.
I remember Envy were one of those teams that were so desperately close to the top 20 only 5 points behind 20th position, but they go down. And again, that is great news for VK Gaming, who are just hoping that the miracle can happen, that no one catches them up. But of course, Liquid Alienware are still alive and are closing in on that 94. They're only 3 points behind as Alliance start to move on in. They'll be up into the air to try and find a place to play. And actually, they might even... Yeah, I was going to say, I think they considered following Shopify Rebellion for a second, but they are going to head towards zone.
It's been a fantastic 2 days for Alliance. Currently right up there when it comes to the leaderboards, in 5th position if I'm not mistaken. 135 points already secured for them with more points on the board. They're probably thinking about POI draft. They want to get number 1 when these games are done and dusted. Really give themselves the best opportunity, that winner side of the bracket.
Yeah, they are 25 points behind Fnatic, and of course, everyone ahead of Alliance right now are not playing, so they have a real opportunity to take that number 1 spot in the POI draft. And it would do them wonders, really, if you think about where they like to play, and the fact they take Trident on Stone Point, for example, it does open up a strong pick on either E-District or World's Edge. They're certainly set up well to be up there, but they just need one more big game, you feel, to really surpass those other big, heavy hitters. Now, let's see where this zone goes. So he is going to continue to pull a little bit further east here, but both sides of that wall still in play.
Stallions probably thinking, why is there nobody here? Is it going the other side of the wall? 100 Thieves probably thinking, why is nobody here? Is it pulling to the other side of the wall? That's kind of the dilemma that both of these teams are facing right now. FaZe did manage to get the respawn, by the way, in the meantime over at Stadium, and they're working their way in from the zone. So now we're going to see the fights start to break out. Everybody is fighting for space, fighting for points. And one of those teams is DreamFire.
Fighting to try and be in the winner's bracket. DreamFire down in the bottom 10 at the moment.
Ow.
And oh my goodness.
Okay.
They just got absolutely obliterated by Shadow 36. And Shadow 36, previous winners, really trying to do something and make that miracle happen for their run to the winner's bracket.
Team Liquid Alienware just took to the skies for a second to find themselves a safe spot to play. They're not going to be inside of the following zone, but they will be inside of the current one. TSM also did likewise with a little evac tower play of their own, and they will now be playing just underneath the bridge. As you can see just in the background there, thanks to our observers overlooking everything. This is kind of the leftovers of Humbert Labs, though. These are the teams that haven't managed to rotate out quite as yet, and one of those teams just managed to pick up a champion banner themselves in the previous game, and that's going to be ExoClan.
How about it? ExoClan on 102 points, currently sitting in 17th place. I mean, they're looking pretty good for the winner's bracket. I highly doubt that they would be overtaken at this point by 4 other teams. And then considering coming into this tournament, I was wondering, you know, would they make it to the winner's bracket? How are they going to play? An on and off team, but they have very much performed here today, and they showed that they really are a team that everyone has to just respect, similarly to a lot of the other EMEA teams that we've seen performing at this tournament.
Yeah, it feels like day 1 and 2 have really belonged to EMEA, and I've been highlighting it, I think understandably so. But boy, would they like it to be days 3, 4, and 5 that really are the ones that they are remembered for. When we get to those big moments, we get to those qualification matches, we get to the match point finals, which of course everybody who's watching around the world is so excited about, and we get the final answer, we think, unless the zone decides to be really weird.
Imagine.
Yeah, it just changes randomly. But it's going to be TSM, only team who are inside of some sort of playable cover underneath that bridge, who are going to be able to survive the longest with the natural formations around them.
Of course, that will be the final circle to work with for TSM, so they can sit pretty for now, but it's about who starts to join them. ExoClan, speaking of them and how well they've been playing, how do they do as a 2?
Fury's doing some good damage, but Swinny is left on his own. Flatline fire is going to be good. Supernova eliminated. Swinny with that flatline is very synonymous with success, and again, it's going to do enough to get him those kills.
No one around to pick up the pieces, and third party to ExoClan will reset as well. Shadow 36 are the closest team, but they are not close enough to go in, swoop in, and take those kills. So instead, they are just going to watch from afar. But you can see the pings are coming through. They are aware of ExoClan's position. But both of these teams on the south are going to have to try and find a way into this zone. And sadly, there's a couple of teams like 100 Thieves who are going to have eyes on them.
Well, someone said something funny because Slayers is currently giggling a little bit like I was yesterday and a little bit earlier today. It's that time of the day. I don't know what it is about Sapporo, but you get to this exact time of the day and all of a sudden everything becomes a little bit funnier than it was previously.
Maybe there's something in the water, but ExoClan are going to jump from high ground to low ground and begin that pathing towards the zone, because the zone is closing in, and it's not just the south where the zone starts to close. Everyone on that western side also have to move, Alliance being one of them. Oh, and sadly for them, their redeploy has just been shot down, so it's over towards Plan C, because they put 2 redeploys down.
That's the Sheila effect, right? That's what Rampart does, just able to destroy those evac towers so comfortably, and they're going to have to walk this one in, and somehow or other, they are going to walk this one in. Instead, a bubble fight is where we turn our attention. One of the teams here is going to be Furia. You can see the Vaxilon wanting to slam them away. The team who is approaching, but ExoClan, they're full of confidence at the moment, and Keon isn't quite connecting until he really has to. The hip fire on the scout, good enough. ExoClan's little run's going to end, and we're into our top 11.
Have to hold your breath when you hit fire in the scout, and you're going to have to hold your breath when you're getting pushed by the Stallions, the team that needs some points. They're trying to chase that top 20. They do come in, they see the players on the floor, but Keon has escaped.
Keon with the Jets, hit the Jets. Takes to the skies.
Oh!
And has just, by the looks of things, managed to make this a little bit uncomfortable. Furia have been eliminated as will be taken down. It'll be MT who gets that elimination. Alliance now, we mentioned how they had to go to Plan C as A and B of the evac towers was taken out. Well, Plan C's looking pretty good right now. A couple of kills to their name, they're into the top 10.
Liquid Alienware are just gathering points just purely through placement right now, and they are very close to taking that 20th position away from VK Gaming and sending VK Gaming into the elimination bracket. I think it's almost a reality already. 4th place in the series. And I mean, they've left it late, have Liquid Alienware, but it's something they typically seem to do when it comes to some of these competitions. A little bit quiet in day 1, but very explosive here in this series.
Liquid looking for 3 points at the moment that would get them into the positions to qualify, of course, for the winner's side. Still plenty of games to go, and there's teams behind them who will be chasing them down as well. So even if they get those 3 points, there's still a lot of games to be played, and it will not secure them there until they need to be. There's your map overhead at the top left-hand side of your screen as well. A little bit of picture-in-picture so you can see the picture for yourself. As Liquid will have to move, have to lead this build. They've got Crazy Raccoon right next to them. They've got GoNext in front of them as well. This is a tough rotate here for Liquid Alienware.
It is, but it's just about survival. That's what Liquid Alienware need to do for these next few games, is just play it safe and slowly but surely gather points. Now Alliance, in their hunt to try and be the #1 pick in the POI draft. Only 16 points right now, but they could have a big game here if they find the right pathing into this zone. Maybe catch a couple of these teams off guard.
Well, they've done really well just to find a corner that will be safe. They've got the Q down as well from Newcastle, which is going to protect them from the Gibraltar ultimate that's falling from the skies. They also threw theirs forward to see if they can scrape a couple of kills up. Shopify Rebellion have been eliminated in the meantime as Hackers has the opportunity to shoot a couple of players in the back here. FaZe Clan will be eliminated alongside Shopify Rebellion just before them. And it looks like Alliance are probably thinking, do we play for kills here? Do we play for the win? With 7 squads remaining, Shadow 3690 will be the last of 4.
Alliance are being so patient here, but I think they might be forced into moving very soon. TSM has spotted them out, eyes on, and Sheila destroyed the wall. Now, Crazy Raccoon have been a bit quiet in this game. They're on this northern tip, but now they are very much going to make some noise here, but are they going to take anyone down with them?
Really difficult position. You can see, again, they're just trying to delay, trying to survive, trying to buy time for this Gibraltar ultimate to go down. And why it does and why the bubble is up, they now can start to move forward. They have to take this fight against 100 Thieves, who are trying to hold the other side of the bridge, but off that damage, Obli is flying in here.
Good damage initially. You can see the castle wall just holding them back, but they're more than happy because they are still surviving, and now they start to push in because it's going to be Sheila versus Sheila, but good connection, another one as well.
Obli will be able to get his teammate back up, excuse me. It's going to be Yuzna who's going to be able to do that. Crazy Raccoon trying to hold off as well. Sangyu given the opportunity to fly forward to finish off some of these knocks. Grab the shield swapper, look for more KP. 100 Thieves finding the end of the Peacekeeper is not a comfortable place to be, as the kills keep on racking up.
a lot of teams that have lost players that are still alive, but now we see them eliminated. TSM go down, 100 Thieves go down. Confirmation that Liquid Alienware push themselves into the top 20 as well, but that doesn't guarantee them a place in the winners bracket just yet. They've also lost one here.
The big thing is Alliance now completely own the south side of this zone with TSM falling. Liquid Alienware are going to go down as well as Crazy Raccoon trying to put some pressure onto Alliance now. GoNext Esports again, by the way, somehow involved in an endgame. As we've got two EMEA teams trying to take out Crazy Raccoon, the solo representative from APAC North.
And we mentioned about Alliance chasing that #1 pick in the POI draft. Don't forget, GoNext could also do it as well. They are certainly up there in that conversation.
What a rotate.
As for Crazy Raccoon,
what a rotate.
What can they do with this position?
That's brilliant. They drop from the bridge. They find a place to play these crates, and now they have forced Alliance to have to make the play onto GoNext Esports. It's brilliant from Crazy Raccoon. Just to watch everything happen in front of them by dropping just at the right time, and now Sheila could do what she does best.
Dark Veils have made things awkward, the bubbles will as well, but surely this is inevitable for Crazy Raccoon.
Crazy Raccoon with the bubble down last as well. There's the amp cover as well. The fight's already taking place, and it's about how many kills do you want on your way to becoming champions. Crazy Raccoon just looking for the final KP. And with two EMEA powerhouses in front of them, it's APAC North again who stand up.
Crazy Raccoon send themselves into 11th in the overall standings. And again, it's about improving that position in the POI draft, because surely at 118 points, their winners bracket position would be secured. As the leaderboard is starting to change a little bit in that top 20. And it is certainly getting very nervy for some of these squads now, as only 2 matches remain.
Really, really good endgame play there from Crazy Raccoon. I mean, take yourself back 2 or 3 minutes. They were trying to force their way across that bridge where it was 2 teams holding them out. 100 Thieves was going to be one of them. And not only did they win that fight, it was how they survived. They kind of showed everything, every facet that you need to have to be a championship winning team, to win a game of Apex Legends kind of lobbies in that final 3 minutes. You had that initial kind of, we need to survive, we need to buy time, we need to exist. Then they win big fights, and then that final little micro rotate down to the low ground into those boxes where essentially they were just watching the action take place in front of them. Then it's just clean up. And Crazy Raccoon aren't going to let that kind of opportunity slip through their fingers.
And with those 4 points, Liquid Alienware do tie themselves on 94 alongside VK Gaming. So sad news, I think, for VK Gaming. They are dropping down to 21st, and I mean, I don't know about tiebreakers, so I won't confirm it just yet, but it's very likely that VK Gaming will be in that elimination bracket. As for Liquid Alienware, yes, they're in 20th right now. You've got to remember, there are still teams behind them that could overtake them. Envy are only 5 points behind them. Stallions are only 6 points behind them. And then you've got Oblivion, who come in next, who are 16 points behind them. But again, 16 is achievable, so it isn't job done yet for Liquid Alienware.
Looking at your top 3 here, some of the stats coming in from the corresponding squads on your screen. And GoNext, what a day it's been for GoNext. Really have stepped their game up. Alliance, interested to see how they approach that end game as well. It was a really tough road for them to have to walk to get even involved in that end game, to find a spot to play. So to come from that from that difficult position to take away second place with the KP alongside it, I think Alliance will be more than happy with that.
Yeah, I think Alliance in that situation, when your redeploy gets taken down, you have to have that plan C, and boy, did they. And that puts them now 10 points behind Fnatic, by the way, in the overall. So they are really looking to be that #1 team going into the winners bracket, and that's exciting for them. Gives them the best possible pick in the POI draft, and it also makes a statement, makes everyone fear you as you're going into winners bracket.
This is the series result that you can see between A and D, the two teams, groups, excuse me, that we have in our lobby at the moment. 100 Thieves leading the way with 39 points. ExoClan just in behind them, and it's interesting to see, isn't it? Like, there's a couple of teams up there who have been very consistent performers, but there's a couple who are really making a go at it in these last couple of games, in this last series of the day. ExoClan being the standout for sure.
ExoClan really have surprised us, well, surprised me in particular, so we'll have to see what they could do as it comes up. Now, this is the overall standings that I was mentioning a little bit earlier. Fnatic in first still, but Alliance still with 2 matches to play and now 10 points behind them. But look at 20th position. Liquid Alienware do creep on in and find themselves sitting there right now, but it is not confirmed. It's not guaranteed, because there are still teams that could overtake them. And of course, even Furia at 104 technically could still drop out if we were to suddenly see Envy and Stallions have incredible last 5 and 6 games.
Well, it's very, very doable. That's the thing. You've got to keep that in mind. You are still in with the shout, and 2 games, well, it's a lot of Apex Legends. One zone goes your way, you get a good game out of the back of that, and then the confidence is up. You feel like taking some fights. In that final 6th game of the series, things can really change extremely quickly as we see some of the awesome, crazy Raccoon fans who will be very happy with what they just saw from that team in that previous game.
I will say I'm pretty happy because my prediction curse was broken today. I went with Falcons game 1 and 2. They had a good performance. I went for Crazy Raccoon here in the 3rd series. So I think finally I'm not a curse. I feel better now.
It's just you scratching your own back, isn't it?
No, it's just
it really was.
It's honestly just relief. Genuine pressure was on my shoulders.
I've seen straight through you. Anyway, let's get prepared to go for a quick break because, of course, we've got 2 more games to come and we're heading straight over to Storm Point.
Battlefield, the official controller of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Herman Miller, the official chair of the Apex Legends Global Series.
안 싸운다. 아직 조심해. 야, 카타 개피. 돈, 우리 돈. 나이스. 끝에 돼. 에임대. 하짤. 유프리. 켜줬어. 라스. 카타필. 지휘. 나이스.
Welcome back to the beautiful Sapporo here in Japan for the ALGS Championships Day 2, and we are getting close to closing out the action. We have 2 more games to come today as we change the scenery, much like we're seeing in the background here. Not quite a snowy Storm Point, but certainly it's somewhere where the weather can affect what's going on.
It really can, and it has been quite the blizzard outside. It was very calm when I arrived here in Sapporo, and I was like, where's all this snow that everyone's been talking about? And then suddenly it exploded as of last night, and it is going to be absolutely covered here. And it's very, very cold, but I kind of like it. Nice change of scenery.
Do you think it's cold?
Just a little bit, yeah.
I actually think it's not too bad.
There's
no wind chill. You know what I mean? It's like, I was walking in the snow this morning and I was like, oh, it's actually not that bad. It's quite nice.
That's a typical Englishman right there.
It's never as bad as you think it is. No, it's never as bad as you think it is. We've got 2 games to come, of course, and we're heading over to Storm Point, which we're excited about. And I think a lot of the teams are either in one of 2 camps when it comes to emotion at the moment. They're either excited because they're playing very well, they've got a lot of points on the board, and they're feeling very comfortable they'll be going to the winner side, or they're feeling extremely anxious, Dan, because some of these teams need to make these last 2 games the best ones that they have had since they landed here in Sapporo. Get into that top 20. That's what they want to do. They want to play from the winner side. They do not want to go through the gauntlet of the elimination bracket.
The teams who realistically can still make it to the winners bracket, Envy, Stallions, and Oblivion, It's a big old chore for the likes of NRG, Shadow 36, Ninjas in Pyjamas, DreamFire, FaZe, and Supernova. It would have to be something special. Still doable, but let's focus on what is realistic right now. Envy on 89, they're 5 points behind, definitely doable. Stallions and Oblivion. In terms of their stats and how they've been performing on Stormpoint, Oblivion are a team who have been pretty impressive, averaging 10 points a game. So they really are going to be looking at Stormpoint as a massive opportunity for getting into this winners bracket here, which could be bad news for those who currently hold those top 20 positions. On the other side, for a team like Envy, they've only been averaging 4 points on Stormpoint.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying.
It is a bit concerning.
When you're desperate for points, you don't want to hear that kind of stat. I think it's one of those where you see Stormpoint probably later in the series if you're Envy and you're hoping that you're getting to Stormpoint and the job's already been done. We'll take a look at the map schedule just to remind you of what's happened, and of course that we're going over to Stormpoint here as well. And when you look at our winners, no repeat winners here in our first 4 matches, but certainly has been, I would say, a share of where the regions have been celebrated, right? Let's take a look at some of the drops down. Let's see what people are dropping here on Stormpoint.
So of course we'll look at Team Liquid Alienware. Where do you think they are? Barometer, of course. Where else would they be? That's where they like to call home, and no one really tries to take it off of them because they always say, well, we'll just fight you for it if you do try and take it off us. And that means that Team Liquid Alienware are going to play this one a little bit differently. You might have noticed in that last game, they didn't get any kills. They were playing very safe, they were playing very secure because they are so close to that bubble, so close to that 20th position. But I think as they look at the overalls now and they notice how close Envy are, how close Stallions are, they need to be putting points on the board.
Well, something just to highlight here is that NRG are dropping over at Northpad, and Alliance, of course, wants Northpad and Trident. And saw a little bit of, we'll call it a little bit of a sparring contest between the two in scrims in the build up to this. If you haven't seen the clip, by the way, that Hackis got with the charge rifle, when they were kind of, we'll call it contested for the sake of it, it's disgusting. I think he gets a clap and then hits the last one as well. He basically gets all 3 kills to the charge rifle, one of the shots being a collateral. It was absolutely ridiculous. So NRG are going to have to be very careful, because I think Alliance in the position that they're in right now, they're comfortable, they're good, they're qualified. NRG, not so much.
Was our last 2 games of the day, the last 2 games of the group stage, and it is going to be Stormpoint where we're heading. Are we going to see Alliance get a little bit aggy onto NRG as they have little to lose here, whereas NRG, everything to lose. They're in 32nd position, and they are quite some way away from that top 20. They need wins, arguably back-to-back wins, if they were to find themselves in the winners bracket.
Lots of work to do, a lot of pressure on their shoulders. At the other end of the table, though, remember, there's still so much to play for, and I'm talking about the top half of the table. The POI draft, of course, is going to be heavily influenced by where you finish up. So many points still available, and you're looking at the top, you're looking at Alliance, you're looking at the likes of Crazy Raccoon, and all of these teams who are at the top. They want to take home first place. Alliance have the chance to do so. They're 10 points behind Fnatic as it stands, who aren't playing right now. They could jump over it.
You've also got to remember that if you finish 21st, you're also going to be first in that POI draft pick for the elimination bracket as well. So still, even if you might be down in the gutter of the bottom 10, if you can just jump up a few more positions, you might give yourself a better chance in the elimination bracket to make it to those grand finals.
Well, as we see Crazy Raccoon on our screen on their loop path, a little bit of loop cam for them. Winners of our previous game. A lot of fans here, of course, in Sapporo who have turned out to see CR do what they do best. And what a story it would be. And I mentioned this kind of before we got under, or should I say, some of the first games we were lucky enough to commentate on day 1. Crazy Raccoon, what an up and down season it's been, because Split 1 playoffs, you take yourself back to LA and the cold-hearted stare that Obli gave everybody and Sangyun alongside him. Well, Yuza's joining them now, and they did qualify for Split 2. Did not get to defend their crown. Well, right now they're here at Champs, thanks to that performance in Split 1, and playing pretty well.
Jayhawk told me as well in an interview, they asked him, like, why did you just stand up and stare at the crowd? And he said, well, there's been so much disrespect on our region for that long. No one thought we'd ever win, and I just wanted to stare at all those people who didn't believe in us. And it's kind of crazy just to think about that moment. It almost gives me chills just thinking about it, and what a
demanding respect.
What a scenario that is for him, and that some people would dream of that moment, right? And there's only going to be a select few in the history of Apex Legends that get to experience that.
We have an English saying for that, actually.
Well, what is that?
It's just and what? It's essentially what he was doing, right? He just stand in front of everyone and went, and what? I've won. What now?
Well, looking at the zone, we're going to be heading west. Cloud9 over towards Down Beast, as are Furia. You can see DreamFire are making their move quickly over towards the mill. There is a ring console at mill, which Cloud9 have already hit, and they have quickly moved up to Down Beast, so we might be heading to those kind of areas.
Yeah, it could be a DB zone. I wonder if it's going to pull towards the choke and be that kind of awkward end zone that we do see. The finishes kind of out in the rock formations between Mill and Cloud9. We'll have to see a little bit later. Elsewhere, you can see just at the top of Command Center, Stallions are getting creative with an evac tower.
And this zone might be good news for NRG, by the way, because it's not very far for NRG to move. But what is far for NRG to move is up this leaderboard, because they've still got to catch up to 94 points, which Liquid Alienware currently occupy. Sadly for VK Gaming, they will be dropping into that elimination bracket because they are not playing. Alliance were kind of getting a little bit close to NRG, but Stallions are about to join this area, this vicinity. And I think Alliance will be able to see them very clearly here, so they'll be well aware of what could happen if they start to push up.
The Alliance at the moment just looking for some Evo, just taking down the Prowler's nests. I think we're yet to see a Prowler score. I mean, let's say, shout out to Hugo, Doc, everyone in the back who's doing some fantastic work on the statistics for this event. I do want to see if a Prowler has managed to get a kill on land, knock someone on land. Do you reckon it's happened?
Ever? Yes. At this tournament? Unsure.
On land. I can't remember myself. If it has happened, use the power of social media to make me aware of it.
E36 just looking over the drop at the moment. Do they fancy getting any presents? Oblivion are leaving it for them. And remember, Oblivion, perhaps the team to watch in that chasing pack, because they have performed very well in Storm Point as ExoClan get a nice little chunk.
Get a chunk but no damage really done as yet, but now the damage does start to come in as Supernova, who will be sandwiched between two teams, it seems like, and will comfortably be taken care of. So ExoClan continue their little bit of momentum. It's such a funny squad, ExoClan, I have to say. Always well supported wherever they go in the world, but it just feels like they'll have a series where they're totally anonymous, and then they're like, it's almost as if they're begrudging, like, all right, we'll win now. You know what I mean? And they just all of a sudden get momentum. Late the tournament goes on, and they're always there or thereabout when it comes to those finals lobbies.
And ExoClan, one of the first teams to drop the Newcastle from their composition as well, going with the Rampart and Loba as DreamFire pushing up onto Envy.
This is not good for Envy. I mean, Yanya going down like that when you're so desperate for points, when you're one of those teams who's trying to get into the winner side of the bracket, is a tough one. A tough one. Although, we'll say in this meta, at least there's a chance to get it back in.
Also kind of crazy that it's Liquid Alienware and Envy competing for 20th position at the moment. Of course, we know the history of Yanya and Liquid Alienware, of course, previous teammates. Speaking of Liquid Alienware, our current team that holds 20th position, they also still hold this spot at Sito Station. Looks like they're trying to see if they could pick up the kills onto Oblivion, but I think Oblivion are just going to continue on their rotation. But Furia might be flying. Actually, they're not flying. They are driving right next to them.
Yep, they are. I'm not quite sure what happened there. It felt like maybe someone didn't hold on to the handlebars of the Trident there and slipped off. Happens. But they survived. It happens. You know? Time to hit the ring console, Liquid.
I think this ring console might be a popular one, as people on their rotation start to move through Sito and look to try and get any extra info. But those teams who are playing Valkyrie, by the way, the survey beacon is going to give you plenty of info here. All you need of knowing where to go. It is just go west.
Force 36. Going to get a knock with the dual Modis onto Synetic from FaZe. FaZe now really... I mean, there hasn't really been too much to talk about for FaZe in this tournament whatsoever. It feels like every 3v3 they're just getting a little bit run over here in Japan, and it's looking like it's the same case here in this fight. 36, move in, pick up the kills, but now they're going to worry about ninjas in pajamas who are arriving.
It's Force 36 have reset though, so this isn't going to be as easy a fight as maybe the ninjas thought. Aimbot with the Mozams, the dual Mozams just waiting for someone to walk right into his reticle. This is going to be a long fight, and it is going to be a possible third party afterwards as well. Into Force 36 have lost 2.
Oblivion now trying to get involved. This is a very, very interesting fight where everyone's just taking turns to be the third party and then become the thirded party, essentially. Blinks is going to take down Zane, and this is getting really scrappy now inside of this building. This is one of those that, if you're not careful, can get a little bit out of hand, and before you know it, you're not really getting away with anything. E36 will be eliminated as a desperate play on a little bit of a hijack of a Trident. And it looks like Oblivion will be able to get the KP that they desired, and they will be able to survive.
And I said, Oblivion might be the threat in the chasing pack. Considering how successful they have been on Storm Point, there's just something about this map that has really played into their playstyle. Zone-wise, I said go west. Maybe we don't always listen to the advice of Dan Gaskin. Instead, we're going to be heading over towards Checkpoint.
I will say it's very 50-50. Sometimes I ignore you and regret it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I listen.
And regret
it. But Oblivion winning that fight in the building, you can see why they were so hot on winning that fight, because now we're seeing the pull back towards Checkpoint.
You can also understand, though, why people go up towards Down Beast, because I think it is easier to go to Down Beast area and then it moves inland and then you can transition from there. However, if you commit to Checkpoint and then it moves to Down Beast, you are going to be really struggling to find any playable space, and you're also going to be griefed by anyone that's going to be on that high ground at Down Beast as well. So it's a really tough goal for a lot of these IGLs, and sadly some of them are going to be kicking themselves when they find out. Bear in mind, a lot of them won't even know yet. Some of them were able to get ring console information and have moved accordingly.
100 Thieves in one of the prime positions. It's like you're going to pull towards the kind of open ground just to the north of 100 Thieves. TSM trying to work in from the northern side of this zone at the moment. This is always such an awkward rotate to have to make, where you're underneath the main structure of Checkpoint. There's so many angles you can be shot down from height. There's teams who are obviously trying to keep their positions a little bit closer to the center of zone, and Envy did get Yanya back up. And now with the catwall are trying to force their way to zone. And they also have the next beacon information. Look at the top left. That green highlight means that Envy know exactly where this zone is going.
Yeah, Envy can actually overtake quite a lot of teams that still don't have that information, but there are plenty that are still ahead of them, as well as Ninjas are also going to get back to a full 3. After that third-party nonsense that was happening a little bit earlier. And actually, it looks like FaZe Clan have also got back up on my screen down towards Sito Station as well. So 2 of the teams that were involved in some of that scrap have somehow managed to escape and get back up.
By the way, Furia is still just driving around on a Trident, just to highlight. Furia playing their own game.
They're having a great time.
They're having a great time.
That's all that matters.
They have the radio on, windows down.
And Furia should be safe. They're on 104 points in a similar situation that ExoClan are. Like,
why not turn the radio up?
They really would have to hope that 2 teams don't have incredible last 2 games. They just need to put a few more points on the board to really guarantee themselves, but they should be okay.
One of the things I mentioned, however, they were in one of the prime positions. You can see exactly why they also have that zone information. They know that they're in one of the best positions on the map because they've got the console already scanned, and their job is just to survive at this point. Watch everybody maybe rotating in from the beast side and from their south. Everyone to the north isn't going to be too much of a threat. They should deal with each other before they get to 100 Thieves. So as long as they output as much damage as they can from that building they find themselves in, they should be in a pretty good spot to have a good game. Interestingly, you mentioned FaZe Clan respawning. Well, they managed to work their way back towards Sito Station because a Mythic Bin has just spawned there as well. So they're going to be able to get those Evos up and give themselves a much better chance in these fights.
Ooh, okay. So that is a circle with a lot of open space, and the safety of Checkpoint isn't necessarily going to be there for a lot of these teams. 100 Thieves, however, will be rubbing their hands together when they do find that out. But you're completely right, FaZe, they get respawned, they're down at Sito, and they say, oh,
Gaskin,
a Mythic Bin.
I did, I saw a Kraber.
You saw a Kraber?
So now it gets everyone back up to Reds.
Might have a headset issue though, so
and gets a Kraber.
Prepare yourselves,
Station
everyone,
referee
just
in
in case.
Station referee is in action, everyone.
We've not had a pause yet, you and I, so we'll see. Maybe we'll get our first one of the tournament.
Why? Why would you say that?
As long as I'm mentally prepared myself, I can prepare everyone else for it as well,
enough,
just in case.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully that little issue does get sorted. Luckily for FaZe, there's no one around them, so they can maybe get that sorted as everyone else takes care of business.
This could be a fight. Probably is going to be a fight. DreamFire and Crazy Raccoon. It's not the first time they've scrapped so far this tournament.
I think it's a little bit separated from his team here as well. You can see he's having to use the Newcastle view just to try and survive. Obli He's going to be focused on himself on the crazy Raccoon side, and this is a little bit scrappy, a little bit ugly at the moment. I think he's going to find there's multiple players in front of him.
Crazy Raccoon in a much more comfortable position in the leaderboard, so they can probably play a little bit more free, whereas for DreamFire, backs quite literally against the wall, not only here at the mill, but also in the leaderboards. They're down in 36th.
Now he's starting to flush the players out. Castle will go down, but the only problem is kills were picked up just before that, and now it's all up to Obli. It's a 2v1 if I'm not mistaken. That'll be a comfortable win for DreamFire. A little bit of noise here from the crowd, trying to push their team forward, and it'll be what feels like the first loss in a team fight for quite some time for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, DreamFire needed that though. If they were going to have any chance of getting to winner's bracket, they had to survive that fight. It's not going to impact Crazy Raccoon as much. They should be comfortable in that winner's bracket. Now, Cloud9, they're moving, they're grooving. Sadly, they're just going to be a 2, make it a 1, as Shubi looks like he's going to fall as well. 16 squads now remaining, that's a tough one for Cloud9.
Shubi-dooby-doo. Unfortunately for him, he's going to be taken down, and NRG try and force their way towards zone. They are not safe quite yet because Alliance are at their back on that mountain range, and Stallions are just looking to pick up any pieces from this fight that might break out from range. Scurry almost with the perfect weapon here as NRG will be eliminated. That'll be them out of the lobby now, as Alliance look pretty comfortable in this team fight.
Alliance, ExoClan and Stallions all so close to one another. I'm sure Stallions would love to be able to pick up these kills, and Albrelli does manage to knock K-Swinny, so they look to try and push in on this one. Maybe they don't know that Alliance is on the other side of it though, so they do just need to be a little bit careful. They're able to get the final finish onto K-Swinny and quite rightly back off afterwards, so they do sniff out the Alliance boys on the other side.
I mean, any opportunity to gather points, I think you have to try and take, and I think it's a really smart play actually for Stallions, who are one of those bubble teams trying to force their way in to that winner side of the bracket. ExoClan will be eliminated as Alliance once again in these 3v3s just dominate. Now they've got to look at Stallions, and this is a big moment here for Stallions because Albrelli has just been rezzed, and you know that Alliance know that, and here comes the slam.
2 of them are batting, but they do get it off. This is still a winnable fight for Stallions, and a big 78 to kick us off here.
Bubble will be forced from Alliance and down from the low ground. Now they'll have to fight. Albrelli's going to find effect and Hackis himself though, and Albrelli might be looking for all 3 here. Crux should finish this off. Alliance eliminated as Stallions will hold strong.
That's massive for Stallions. Big KP to send them closer to that top 20, to be breathing down the neck of Liquid Alienware. Shopify Rebellion are in the area, they are in the vicinity. TSM just got eliminated in 13th, and the zone is continuing to pull the way of Stallions. It could have gone from good news to even better news with where this circle is.
Well, Stallions, if they can force their way forward about 15, 20 feet, they will be safe. But Shopify Rebellion are trying to hold them out at the moment. If they can do so though, everybody else in the lobby will have to engage before Stallions will have to fight anyone. This is a huge, massive opportunity here for Stallions to get the points they need to force themselves from 22nd, like you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, into that top 20.
They're using those rampart walls successfully here to just place brick by brick, step by step. DreamFire eliminated in 12th. As Albrelli navigating this one excellently. The first time we've seen him on LAN in 2 years that Mark's mentioned a few times. Could we be seeing him in a winner's bracket lobby? As now Team Liquid Anywhere, the team that's in 20th, they're under a little bit of pressure here.
Certainly are. This is the north side of this zone. This is Checkpoint. This is all the teams that had to go through the POI, and now they have to leave. You've got Liquid Alienware, Ninja, Shadow 3690 overlooking all of this as well, and Liquid Alienware are desperately trying just to survive. The grenades that are just being sent their way at the moment, looking to obliterate them behind this wall, but they survive for now.
The Ninjas need big games, they need kills, and they need wins. But can they do it from this position? Can anyone do it really from this position? On this northern side, if you are able to find kills, you might be able to get yourself in a good spot. Now, Envy, speaking of good spots, and speaking of chasing points, they're currently looking for a bit more to get into that top 20. Let's jump into a listening, see how Envy are feeling.
That's good, yes, that's good, that's good.
Catwalled on the left.
They're trying to break him, I'm watching. Just stare at this. Yeah. He reinforced again.
Bubbled here, bubbled here.
I will have my cuddle again, okay? Yeah, they bubbled the car over there.
10 seconds till zone close, don't get
Yep.
cracked.
Yep. Okay, you guys ready?
Yep. I'm just waiting till it actually pops.
We still have time, yeah.
Well, till it actually pops. Yep. Okay, ready? They're already moving, That's good, Ready?
Yep.
I'm doing it. Let's go. I got cracked a bit. Just fucking, we're just gonna have to see what's in. Yep. Maybe like this little fence line right here? We're in right here. You have to wall towards
I'm scuttling.
Well, the comms are extremely quiet. They're extremely calm. But the move is something completely different. It is a ballsy move here from Envy. They bubble the car. And Dropped might be the last player alive here as the bombardment goes down. He's trying to save the pieces here. Yanya, he's been finished off. GoNext eliminated in the meantime. And at least now he has a buddy in Knock to crawl towards him behind the last pieces of this castle wall. But here come Ninjas!
Ninjas get the kills. Envy eliminated in 9th. Now Ninjas need to try and reset here. The real question is, can they? Yes, they can. Team Liquid Alienware, though, against Shadow. Posturing up, bubble to bubble one. When the bubble falls, you have to have a plan.
Jaguares now with the R99 in the Mastiff, a little bit of a throwback when it comes to the loadout. Ninjas will be eliminated as well as we go now into our top 7. Make that 6. As Shadow 3690 will go as well. The two closest teams to each other at the moment, Liquid Alienware and Oblivion on the north side of this zone. Furia slap bang in the middle. We were joking about them running around on a trident. Well, there's no joke anymore because they are completely and utterly central.
And remember, for teams left, Oblivion arguably the biggest threat to Liquid Alienware's top 20 position as well, because Stallions were eliminated, but Liquid Alienware outlasting them is massive for their chances of getting to winners bracket, still with one match to play here in this series.
GBL's going down. Oblivion should be safe from it, though. You can see no damage whatsoever is going to be taken. The teams who are going to have to move first, Shopify Rebellion, FaZe Clan. On that southern side have the furthest to go to this endgame. Furia are slap in the middle. And you would imagine would be looking to hold out the likes of Liquid on 100 Thieves. FaZe and Shopify might have a little bit of a freer walk in than they realize here.
Last-ditch attempt for some of these teams to find points. Liquid Alienware in this position. The trouble is they need to check both north and south, and they do have a little bit of high ground over the southern players, but it's Oblivion who are their immediate concern. And Oblivion know it as well. Oblivion have their eyes trained on Team Liquid right now, and not just eyes, but Sheila as well.
I think Oblivion want to try and wrap. They want to try and essentially mirror what Liquid Alienware do here. They're waiting for them to make that move. They're trying to force them away, and if they do, then they can pay attention to the teams who are center zone. FaZe kind of been eliminated, and Jaguares with a little bit of a throwback spray from the R99 will clear a little bit more space here. 100 Thieves will be the victims here of Team Liquid Alienware.
Yeah, they go down. 4 squads now left. Oblivion now take that position, then Liquid Alienware were in. Furia still holds center zone, but Shopify Rebellion waiting down low as now we start to see the Newcastle ultimates be laid down just to try and build something you can hide behind, and Gibby bubbles have just been popped. But remember, that means Oblivion, no castle wall and no bubble.
Liquid is sending it onto Furia here down in that middle zone. Furia trying to hold, a couple of trades coming through. Kurev now left on his own, trying to escape, and he's just going to run into trouble as Liquid Alienware will be eliminated. Oblivion, though, from the high ground, now move down to survey the areas surrounding them. Reeds is going to back up. It looks like they weren't fully committed to sending it there.
Oblivion, remember, a team that is closing in on that top 20. They can give themselves a chance here.
The bubble goes down last here for Oblivion. That means that SR and Furia will be forced to engage first, as the bubbles will drop, but instead both teams try and push up onto that high ground. And Oblivion, now they've got some work to do. You can hear the Sheila, but you can also see Blixer starting to go a bit crazy in this endgame. Koiful left on his own, and it will be Furia who come through in the final moments to clutch and win game number 5. That is one intense endgame here on Stormpoint.
I mean, blink and you'll miss it. Disbelief from Koiful. Thought maybe they'd done enough at Shopify Rebellion, but it's Furia who pull out all the stops to get to the middle of zone and then somehow pull out the victory as well. Not only getting the victory, but also definitely securing themselves in the winners bracket with that victory, just to send them even further. They just went from 19th to 10th in the overall standing. So not only securing winners bracket, but also getting closer to a better POI draft. But Oblivion getting to that final circle, putting points on the board, make this last match very, very interesting. I'll get into it later because we can just talk about what actually happened there. But I mean, for Furia, when all of that madness is happening, you would have thought that Oblivion had the better position, but once suddenly it gets down to just bubble shields and Newcastle tacticals coming into it, it is about who is peaking at the very best, who is actually hitting those shots when you need them to.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the position maybe of the bubble from Oblivion could have been a little bit better.
Yeah.
It was kind of over the ledge, so to speak, which allowed Furia to kind of creep under it, shoot up and get some damage down, whereas it was thrown a little bit further back. It's very difficult to do in the heat in the moment. Of course, maybe they would have had a little bit more cover to play for a little bit longer, but it's Furia, like we just saw with the win in that last game, 6 kills alongside it gives them 18 points total. Shopify Rebellion was 17 in behind them, but Oblivion the bigger story here, right? They're the ones who are trying to force their way in. Stallions, I think you're looking back at some of the moments they had in that game, I think they'll be a bit disappointed just to take 6 points away from that game.
I think what's important here as well, Liquid Alienware putting 10 points on the board just to keep creating that gap between themselves and the chasing pack. They are not out of reach yet, but they have certainly put themselves in a fantastic situation going into match number 6. These are the heavy hitters though, and they are some big old names on your screen. Zainu, Unlucky, Koiful, I mean, they are 3 of the best controller players that you'll ever see.
There certainly is a lot of Shopify Rebellion on that banner that we can see in front of us right now, and Zainu on there twice. He's already managed to pick up 2 championships, and he wants to join a very elite group of players with a 3rd one here in Japan as well. If he can manage to do that, then we have to start talking about him being one of the best in the business and one of the best, maybe, the last couple of years. Long way to go, though, until we get to that conversation.
I mean, if you ask Jayhawk, he believes that Zainu is the best player around right now, with his ability not only to kind of shoot and aim, but also his ability to call plays in the moment. He might not be the IGL, but there are very much times where he makes decisions for the team, especially in-game fighting decisions, and I think you need that for some players. Sometimes you need someone who can just take charge in the heat of the moments. This is the top 20 though. Again, Liquid Alienware still hold 20th position on 104 points. Now everyone above that should be safe. It should really only be Liquid Alienware that would even be at risk of falling out with what can actually be achieved and earned in this next match. But what's interesting is this next page of how people are closing in on Liquid Alienware and how much they have to do here, Mark, because there is about a 10-point gap between Liquid Alienware and anyone that can actually catch them.
You're looking at 104 being the chase, essentially. You've got VK Gaming, they've already played their games, they're on 94 points. Stallions the closest to them, and doable is what you look at. It's the same with Oblivion and Envy. It's doable, but you want to essentially win this game. It's going to be your best chance to win this game. Maybe the perfect scenario is the first fight you take is against Team Liquid Alienware, and all of a sudden you get them out of the game. You know they're not grabbing any points. But unfortunately, no contesting going to be going down now with the POI draft. Otherwise, we might see a couple of people maybe rolling the dice on that one.
Sadly, it's unachievable for any of those teams you saw in the bottom 10. They realistically have to accept they're going to be in that elimination bracket, but they can still compete for a better POI draft in said elimination bracket. So it's not like they'll be throwing their game. They still have plenty to play for to ensure they give themselves their best opportunity in this tournament moving forward. But it is going to be a nervy old time for Liquid Alienware, but they did manage to put 10 points on the board in that game. Anything from 5 to 10 points in this next game, and they should surely be solidifying themselves in winner's bracket. But if they were to fall early, that's when things start to get scary.
Something about Team Liquid Alienware, isn't it, when it comes to tournaments? They always like to leave it late, whether it's qualification, whether it's making it to finals, they're always going to be entertainers, and it's looking no different here on day number 2. They hold that last spot as it stands, but we have one more game to decide who's going to be going to which bracket.
Sony InZone, the official monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to Sapporo, Japan. Welcome to the ALGS Championship. And a quick shout out to one of our wonderful sponsors. Of course, we're talking about Sony. We're talking about the InZone M10S, which has proudly been chosen as the official monitor for the ALGS Year 4 Championship and Year 5 live event, showcasing its exceptional performance. Now, Dan, you were asking me. You were sat there in the break. You're like, what's InZone? And I'm like, InZone's a gaming gear brand from Sony, meticulously crafted for core gamers with a lineup of high-quality gaming monitors and headsets. The InZone M10S is ready to provide an exhilarating experience for esports enthusiasts while giving you the competitive edge that you need. Let InZone elevate your gameplay to new heights. That's exactly the monitor that the wonderful people you can see sat in these booths are playing on right now. And all the feedback that I've heard, Dan, is that pretty good. Everyone's enjoying it. It's awesome.
I think I need one. It would help me elevate my gameplay to new heights.
I need multiple to elevate my gameplay to where it needs to be.
You playing on multiple accounts?
No, I'm playing on multiple screens. That's probably why I'm not very good.
Just across
just 9 screens.
Instead of widescreen, you just put them.
I'm trying to like get ahead of a curve that is never going to be happening. But yeah, it is what it is.
We've got one more game left, and we're going to be doing it on Storm Point as well. And we've got to, of course, make sure that we've got everything buttoned up here on Storm Point, and we've got to make sure that we're finding out who goes to which side of the bracket. This is how things stand at the moment. We'll take a look at that, and we'll see where the points are standing, because the one team who's standing in the way of everybody else is Team Liquid Alienware. They're holding up that 20th position at the moment, 104 points on the board. Dan Gaskin, my question to you, my good friend, is can anyone steal it away from them?
Yes, they can. Will they, however? I guess a better question. Maybe. It will really depend on these early engagements. Can Liquid Alienware avoid those and just be able to stay alive long enough to make it impossible for the likes of Stallions, Envy, or Oblivion to catch them up? Now, realistically, for Oblivion, they'd probably have to win the game if they were going to find themselves into that top 20. And you might have to say the same about Envy and Stallions, depending on how Liquid Alienware do. Because even though a 10-point difference doesn't sound like that much, you've got to remember, for every point gained by Liquid Alienware, it also is going to be gained and has to be gained by Stallions as well. So it's not about them just getting 10 points, it's about getting 10 points and getting more than Liquid Alienware as well.
Yeah, a long way to go. This is what happened so far to lead us up to this point. This is the map rotation as we close things out now with map number 6 here on Storm Point. Let's decide who goes to the winner's bracket and who starts their journey in the elimination bracket. It's the final game of day 2 here in Japan. Dan, let's do this.
Let's do it indeed. And remember, Alliance only needs 6 points to also put themselves in #1 position for that POI draft in the winner's bracket. And there is still an outside chance for Shopify Rebellion to also steal that away if they were to find a big win here. But it's Furia who found the win in the previous game. They now put themselves in the top 10 of these overalls, and again, that's pretty good for the POI draft for the winner's bracket to be in 10th position. Can they push it one step further here in match 6?
Well, Furia won that last game, of course, which is why they've earned themselves the POV we're watching right now. Also, it looked like the pictures were looking pretty good. Saw good friend Joe Brady in the booth behind the camera. Never going to get a bad picture now.
Never.
Even us.
Arguably one of the greatest photographers in the world.
We're going to... Arguably?
Yeah.
He is.
I'm not saying who's arguing it, but, like, you know, arguably.
So I'm standing up for my friend. We're going to Launchpad, everyone. We're going to Launchpad.
Great news for GoNext. One of those teams that I was mentioning are still competing for those top spots in the winner's bracket, trying to get a better POI draft, and for Shopify Rebellion, another team who's also competing for those top spots, who are just a little bit further south towards Devastated Coast. Now for ExoClan, you can see they are moving extremely fast from Pylon as well. They've just dropped a redeploy, and they are going to be heading to Launchpad themselves.
GoNext doing exactly the same thing. Crazy Raccoon versus Ninjas. The Raccoon beats Ninja every day of the week, the same way that Rock beats Scissors.
Sadly, that will be confirmation for Ninjas in Pyjamas. They'll be in the elimination bracket. I think they would have known it, though. On 64 points, they would have had to have a 40-plus point game. Not going to happen here. Sadly.
They would have had to farm some respawns for that to happen.
That's the thing. It's not impossible, but
it's
not going to
okay.
happen.
Yeah, I mean...
Not in these lobbies.
Yeah, not in these lobbies. Although...
But wait.
Potentially.
But for Crazy Raccoon, they will be able to live to fight another day or another match. And they can still try and get further into the POI draft as well for winner's bracket. Now, Oblivion, one of those teams that are in the chasing pack. The third team in that race, though. They are the furthest behind, but that doesn't mean it's unachievable. Maybe they'll be able to rat out over towards Launchpad and find an unexpected Exoclan. Here we go.
Well, boom. One thing you can't do if you're going to rat is lose the fight, and it's not looking too good at this point for Oblivion, and Nano is now left on his own. He's going to get charged. A little bit of hip fire. It's a 1v1. As Nano decides, I have to escape, I have to survive. Otherwise, Oblivion will be going to that elimination bracket. This is a big moment. He's out! They're done for, and it's Stallions who get some of those KP points.
Stallions who very much needed them. Exoclan also get eliminated, so Oblivion tried to play the sneaky game. But Exoclan, they came back with a bang. They really did not get caught off guard. They seemed well prepared for that fight, but sadly that means Oblivion definitely the elimination bracket. Exoclan, they'll be safe in the winners bracket though. They're not going to be too worried, but they are going to be pretty low down in the POI draft. But they'll just be happy to be in that winners bracket lobby. But it's still Liquid Alienware in 20th position, but those much needed kills for Stallions to start catching up. They do get one on the board to make that gap 9 points now.
That was a really interesting little essential kind of race between air and land there between TSM and FaZe. It was FaZe who were going through the skies and just had the speed advantage onto TSM to get ahead of them on that rotate. Now they're going to do the spiders and get a little bit of extra loot, and TSM are probably thinking, huh, the spot we wanted is now gone.
Air, land, rock, scissors, ninjas, raccoons. You've got it all today.
Game 6, baby.
It sounds like a board game.
Late nights in Sapporo, you never know what's going to happen. I've had a lot of caffeine today.
Honestly, we need to keep an eye on Stallions, and I really appreciate our observers keep just checking in on them, because a major threat to Liquid Alienware's chances here, not just because they are the closest, but also the position they find themselves in, dead center of this circle. Of course, we'll see where it does pull for Ring 3, but they find themselves comfortably sitting there, whereas Liquid Alienware have just been able to transition from Barometer to Pylon, so they're still on their rotation.
Still, for some reason, every time you say barometer, completely right. Just remember the one time you didn't say it right.
Barometer.
Barometer. It still tickles me.
I think that was the first time I'd cast a Storm Point.
It was years ago as well, and I still hear it. I still hear it. 100 Thieves just going past barometer right now. But Envy in a more pressurized situation themselves. Just trying to survive for now.
Remember, for all the talk about...
though. I mean, they're in a really good spot.
For all the talk about Stallions, you remember Envy, they're only a few points behind Stallions as well, so they're very much having an opportunity to try and catch up, and they are also dead center of the zone, so are going to be a threat to Liquid Alienware. But one thing that Liquid Alienware have done very well across these past couple of games is played very cautious. They have not taken any extra risks, they have not overstepped any boundaries, they have just waited for the game to come to them. They have played placement for the most part, and then they've taken any kills that come along with it.
Isn't it fascinating sometimes how these scenarios create itself? I mean, this shot from our observers is fantastic. C9 are about to ruin it, but...
it was great.
It's a battle within a battle, right? This is the two teams who probably have the best chance at qualifying, as Alb, 2 years away, has not missed a beat. Hits the big headshot, but then just not able to close that gap.
How important could this fight be for both of these teams, but also for Liquid Alienware? I think Liquid Alienware would kind of like one of them to be eliminated, but also that would mean 3 extra points to one of them as well. I'm sure they would prefer they started fighting and then Cloud9 come and clean up all those pieces. But it's also one of those fights that may never happen because it is center zone and both teams might just be like, do we need to be taking this fight? We're in a pretty good position, but for how long? Let's see where the zone goes and how it is going to affect this game.
Some of the teams who are on the outside of zone at the moment, you're looking at them. It's interesting to see how Liquid Alienware are playing this. They've moved from Barometer towards Pylon. They're not really in too much of a rush. They know that they haven't got good prio to this zone.
I think they were waiting for the ring console at Pylon as well. Yes, they were.
They're going to wait for this ring console and then try and make their play off the back of that. And I imagine they're going to play this pretty late to try and survive long enough that other teams will essentially take care of themselves, like we were saying inside of this build with Stallions and co.
Just playing it like a simple tennis match. Just keep putting it down the middle and like make everyone else make the mistake. 100 Thieves and Alliance are closing in the area though, and that does get a little bit concerning because if you start to see a bit too much traffic, you might be under a bit much pressure and you might start to panic. But it looks, well, you can see on the minimap just the panic happened. Liquid Alienware got shot. got shot once, and they instantly were out of there.
Alliance and 100 Thieves have a little poke at each other as well.
Remember, 5 points Alliance need. 6 to be precise if they want to overtake Fnatic for the #1 position in that POI draft. Very achievable here.
Team Liquid Alienware going to be safe for this next zone where they are at the moment. Don't have to do too much. Don't have to really worry about anything. It's about just holding on to this final spot for them. As they jump in the Trident, maybe they're thinking now that they have that zone information, we can throw a bubble on the bonnet and we can hit the accelerator and the gas to find ourselves a spot to play.
Remember, that's all Liquid Alienware need, is just a chance. Think back to BLGS, right? They just about sneak in to qualify. And then they go and win the whole damn thing. So if you give them an inch, they are bloody going to take a mile.
I was going to say that the Trident kind of didn't let that castle wall go down in the way that they would have wanted. Didn't really get the coverage. You can see it's kind of...
It's like a pizza wedge.
It's like a micro wall. Enforce 36 having a fight with DreamFire in the edge zone here. Both these teams really with too much to play for in this situation. Enforce 36 will lose that fight. 16 squads now remaining. And every squad that falls is good news for T-Law.
Again, it's not the end of the world for Enforce 36. They should be more than comfortable in that winner's bracket, but they will be low on the POI draft because they were in 15th when eliminated. And there's a good chance that the likes of ExoClan and maybe even T-Law could overtake them. For DreamFire, well...
This Deathwatch still trying to get to zone, by the way.
For DreamFire, it's about increasing their chances in the elimination bracket with a better draft as well. Now, back to Launchpad. Launch site. Launchpad? What am I even saying?
It's late. It's late once again. We've been given the risky shift. C9 are just waiting, by the way, for any opportunity to move into this building and third party. They're playing underneath at the moment. Stallions still on blues, by the way. This standoff just commences. This is where, another thing just to highlight here, this is a long day of action. It's been 2 long days of action, right? And Stallions and Envy, the focus in these kind of situations is so much tougher than kind of working your way in from edge and just trying to fight, right? Because you have to, you cannot afford to be the team that makes a mistake. You cannot afford to be the player that just pops a head up and looks away for a second and gives an opportunity to be knocked, because if you do, it's over. It's as simple as that. You're down to that elimination bracket, and the road ahead is so much tougher.
Both of them just hoping that they see in the kill feed that Liquid Alienware get eliminated, but they haven't thus far. Of course, it's easier to track in the early game. But when you start to get amidst all the commotion as the zone shifts even further east, and for all the comfort that Envy and Stallions found themselves in previously, it is going to be whisked away from them. GoNext, Shopify Rebellion find themselves in some of the better positions now.
Crazy Raccoon going to get the Mythic bin on the south side as well, so you do not really want to be on the south side of this zone, knowing that CR are going to be up to, you would imagine, full red Evos, and they're going to have some pretty stacked weapons to play with as well. But just looking at TSM's position, you can see Shopify commanding a lot of space at the moment down on the southern side of the zone. TSM have a chance to wrap behind and take a little bit of space around those Prowlers. Maybe you are going to see a Prowler have an influence on an endgame. Maybe I've foreshadowed something.
That would be insane. It's Envy versus T-Law in the final circle. And a Prowler gets the final
roundhouses someone.
Speaking of Envy, still just posturing up at the moment. But they will have to eventually move out of here, and they may not know it just yet.
Really tense moments. We cannot state how levels of concentration are tested in these situations. TSM have made that wrap that I was mentioning from their position. They are now on the east side of the next zone, so TSM play this one really, really smartly. But this building is essentially the game, right? This is the brackets for all these teams.
And it's going to be mayhem when they all have to move. Furia start to dive into the sky. DreamFire trying to take them out of the sky. Where did Furia go? Remember, Furia did very well in the previous game to slam themselves in the middle of it. They're actually going to go on the western side of Launchpad here, so it's not going to be ideal, but it certainly works for now. But they will join the rest of those squads that have to move from west to east. It is going to be difficult, but at least they do have this high ground to work with, which, again, they could dive off if they needed to.
Yeah, they could just rip a skyward dive off the end of this towards the closing moments of the circle. If they can get it off, it will be a fantastic rotate for them to make, but not easy to do for sure. As Envy now, this is their chance at kind of deciding their own fate, essentially. A tagline for this event I've seen a lot, and understandably so, is fate is calling. Well, it certainly is for these two teams.
Zone continues to move towards Shopify Rebellion. But this next zone moving in is going to determine who gets to the winner's bracket for me. Because not only have you got Stallions and Envy within that building and Launchpad, but west of them is Liquid Alienware. Our three major teams to be watching right now are all going to have to move together, but in different ways. You could argue Liquid Alienware might have an easier rotation because they're not next to all of that traffic.
The only problem for them is next to them is Alliance, and on the other side of them, Crazy Raccoon, who we know have hit a Mythic bin. So pretty tough to do, but they do have the Trident, remember, Liquid Alienware, so they can throw a bubble on that thing and kind of just skip ahead of everyone if they need to.
It's just a matter of playing the survival game. It is a battle royale at the end of the day. And sometimes if you can just duck your head down and avoid all the commotion, you will be rewarded. But Liquid Alienware are not doing that. They are very much actually doing damage to teams to keep them away from them. 6th place at the moment in the series, but 20th position in the overall standings.
This way, mates.
Timing of that was impeccable.
You only got to imagine what's going through the heads of Team Liquid Alienware at this point, right? It's just don't make mistakes. Don't make the mistake. If we make a play, we all commit to it, and that's probably the same story here for Stallions as well. They're going to try and play for this bottom floor, I think.
Build a base.
Bubble goes down. Alb is going to try and get the walls up to give him and his teammates a chance to make sure they're healthy, to get healthy, and the Newcastle castle wall will go down as well. It's a, like you say, build a base situation, but they found somewhere safe. There's a Sheila in the distance which is trying to take some of those walls down, but the corner looks pretty good, honestly.
Envy are getting kills in the kill feed as well. Crazy Raccoon will be eliminated, so Envy, they had to move a very different path, but will find their way into that southern side and will be safe for now. 15 squads now remain. Remember, that's an extra placement point for all these teams searching for it. But all the teams are still alive that are searching for said points. The Stallions go back to their hidey hole, but their wall is starting to be deleted.
Liquid Alienware, big moment for everybody in this situation. If Liquid Alienware go down, it opens the door for everybody else to try and steal this 20th position away, but they are picking up kills, and one of them is onto Keon. The finish comes in. That's a point on the board for them.
And maybe Envy find themselves in one of the better positions now as FaZe Clan eliminated. They'll be in the elimination bracket. Has not been a good couple of days for them. Kill feed starting to light up. 100 Thieves have just lost one. 13 squads now remain as 100 Thieves do go down, but Stallions are
he gets the stick! He gets the stick! And they want to follow up on it, but Alp sent it! He's completely committed to this fight! He's gone down! Crook! 1v1, but can't do it! Stallions will be eliminated, and there's Alliance who are there to pick up those pieces. And for Envy now, they have a chance. They could be the ones to ruin the day for Team Liquid Alienware.
Stallions into the elimination bracket. All focus, all eyes on Envy. But T-Law are still alive inside that building. And Envy, they are still 11 points off of Liquid Alienware as well. You start to think that it is going to have to really be a win here for Envy if they're going to find themselves in that winner's bracket. Furia go down in 11th. Big nade to get an initial knock.
Now, this didn't go too well last game for Envy. This exact mirror play. Bubble on the Trident towards the end game. But this time, can they find safety? Can they find somewhere to play? And if they can, that win you were talking about might happen. But as you say, the very definition of a mirror. It's another Trident with another bubble on top of it, and now Envy are finding the same situation that they had in the last game.
It's TSM, and it might just be the end here for Envy. A last desperate attempt from Drop to maybe try and escape here as the Gibraltar just moving it. And
jumped
is
a
going to
bubble!
and
He
is
jumped a
now going to
bubble!
drive away again. Maybe it's a last hope for Envy, but it's going to be so difficult from here.
I mean, Dropped, if you win it from here, it's an absolutely monumental history-defining play that we will remember for quite some time. He's got the entirety of Cloud9 in front of him as well. Envy will be eliminated, and now Team Liquid Alienware, with that happening, will have secured that 20th place spot. They will be going to the winners bracket, and they are trying to do it in style.
Oh, they are still alive, they are still fighting, and they are not going to go down without a fight here. DreamFire eliminated in 6th position. Liquid Alienware into the top 5, and now Liquid Alienware push themselves even further into the top 20. So even if someone did make enough points, it wouldn't matter. They go down, but they'll be in the winners bracket as Cloud9 gets some kills.
Alliance have been eliminated, but note that Alliance have taken first place in the overall standings now, away from Fnatic. So a huge couple of days. It's finished in the perfect way here for Alliance, but it's Cloud9 who have the most space in this zone. TSM and Shopify Rebellion is your last 3 teams.
So TSM can find a few more placements if they were to find a victory here, and they would push themselves into the top 10 for that POI draft. The same could be said for Cloud9 to get even further into it. But Alliance, what a story it's been for the EMEA Giants. They will get the #1 pick. But Shopify Rebellion, they're also trying to push themselves even further. They're currently on 150 points. They're closing in on Fnatic for 2nd.
Zainu, no scope, no problem. Mentioned this man is icy in those big moments when it really does matter. Shopify Rebellion, though, we're going to have to get MT back to his feet. Should be pretty comfortable to do so. Here come the Gibby ults. And Shopify Rebellion have already expelled their bubble. The platform that Shopify Rebellion have to play here could be the difference maker. They have the height advantage, they have the angles over everybody else.
TSM shouldn't really win from this position, but boy, are they trying to give it their best bet and best go at it here. Shopify Rebellion in a very commanding one, but what can change a final circle? A Dark Veil.
More Gibby ults. More carnage coming down and raining down from the skies. Shopify Rebellion, a little bit hazardous and a little bit kind of trepidatious in the way that they're kind of tiptoeing over the top of TSM. As the Gibby bubbles once again comes down, and round 3 of the Gibby ults takes place.
Bubbles everywhere, vital. POI draft positions on the line for all 3 of these teams, as now they're starting to get a little bit closer. Good chunks though from MT.
Cloud9 eliminated, it's TSM versus Shopify Rebellion. Zainu will go down, but Koifel's found 2. It's a 1v1 if I'm not mistaken, to see who wins the final game of the day, and Shopify Rebellion will be that team. They close out here on Storm Point with a win. And it's that young man Koifel again who is showing that experience that's starting to be picked up.
And Shopify Rebellion, they make a statement to everyone else in this tournament to say, do not forget about us. They tie Fnatic on 160 points, joint 2nd and 3rd, and they really are a major threat at this tournament. It's unbelievable the consistency we're seeing from Koifel and Zainu as a 2, and then you add MT, who, you've mentioned it a few times, one of the best IGLs to not find a victory so far. But could this be the tournament where that changes, as they just had a look at the overall standings and saw that they are tied with Fnatic in 2nd?
Don't forget about my guy Don behind him as well. One of the funniest people in the Apex Legends Global Series, always bringing the vibes, always bringing the laughs, and always keeping his team in good spirits. But Shopify Rebellion, the perfect end to the day for them, but a lot changed in that final game down when it comes to the standings. These are the match 6 results. We just saw Shopify Rebellion, who were in that pretty much spot for the entirety of the game. Not only do they get the win, they get the 7 KP to go alongside it.
Just to confirm as well, Shopify Rebellion, yes, they were tied, but the tiebreaker goes to Fnatic. They will be the team that finishes in 2nd place because they had a better match score than Shopify Rebellion, but it was, boy, was that close.
I thought you were going to say they had to travel less distance to get here. Is that
home advantage for Fnatic?
Not true, by the way, not true.
Well, it was close but no cigar for a couple of these teams chasing that top 20 as well. In the end, I mean, it's going to look like a big points difference from 20th to 21st, but Envy and Stallions, they gave it their best go, but sadly for them, Liquid Alienware found their consistency at just the right time. In those last 3 games, they did what they needed to do. They played it safe, they let the game come to them, and then when they needed to execute, they did.
Really, really impressive stuff. We saw Stallions and Envy trying desperately to force their way into that top 20. Wasn't meant to be, but the series results in front of us. It's Shopify Rebellion who will win this one. 64 points on the board. Pretty considerable gap over 100 Thieves in second place as well. At the other end of the table, you can see NRG struggling a little bit there. FaZe struggling a little bit. Ninjas struggling a little bit. And Envy's been somewhat of the surprise for me so far, falling down to that elimination bracket. I mean, I was saying potential dark horse, and just to remind it to myself, not only, but everyone who's watching the tournament certainly isn't over for them right now, but you would have expected, and I'm sure they would have expected, to be in that winner's bracket.
Well, they will get the first pick at the POI draft of the elimination bracket, so that's something they can have, being in 21st position in the overalls. But sadly for them, they will just have to watch on when the winner's bracket is competing. And there is the confirmation that you were looking for. Those are the 20 teams that will be going into the winner's bracket, and those teams that will be drafting for those spots on all of those maps. But it will be Alliance who picked first, Fnatic second, Shopify third.
And 5 of the top 10 teams from the EMEA region as well, which is incredibly impressive. Probably the best LAN showing, I would say, that we've seen from EMEA in quite some time. And Alliance really kind of the jewel, so to speak, when it comes to EMEA, and they're at the top of the leaderboards, 2 points ahead of Fnatic after their series have all been played. But I think the standouts in that top 10, there's some familiar names, understandably, with Shopify Rebellion, Team Falcons, for example. But you're looking at the likes of GoNext, Esports, and Nocturne. What a performance it has been in the group stage from those 6 gentlemen. Really, really impressive stuff.
But how will they fare when these lobbies get to the business end of the tournament, right? When the very best start to compete and you get to the really dangerous, terrifying lobbies. Some say that that winner's bracket at times can be one of the most terrifying lobbies that we see in Apex Legends. Now, these are the teams that will be in the elimination bracket when they move forward. As I mentioned, Envy finished 21st, so they will get first pick in the POI draft. But then sadly, there's some teams who really struggled so far in the group stages. Some names down there that maybe we didn't expect. LG, for example. Ninjas couldn't really get going. NRG never had that opportunity to show what they're made of as well. But of course, it is not over. The elimination bracket is chance number 2 to try and push yourselves that little bit further to get closer to the grand final.
Yeah, certainly not done at all for those 20 teams that you just mentioned there. A lot of Apex Legends still to play. That man I mentioned, he always brings the vibes. He's always got a smile on his face.
Don't break the camera.
Careful, that's an expensive piece of equipment. Mate, actually, they've won a few tournaments. I'm sure it'll be out of place. It'll be all right. We'll just speak to the boys and be like, guys, you need to chip in.
I thought he had a Sheila turret at first, but I realized he was just celebrating with some fist pumps. But yeah, what a moment that is for Shopify Rebellion. Sadly, they don't win the tiebreaker to get the second pick, but it means they go into the winner's bracket on a high as well, with momentum behind them, and again, just striking fear into the eyes of everyone else.
The speed at which Dart's going from point A to point B, by the way. I swear he was walking out of the stage a second ago, and now he's back there, he's taking a picture. Oh, the man can move. Amazing stuff. Shout out to the crowd as well, who have been here for the long day of the ALGS Championships in Sapporo. Really have been a big integral part of the atmosphere that's been here. And I tell you what, if you thought the first 2 days were good, day 3, day 4, day 5, boy, it's going to get rowdy in here, I've got the feeling.
Sold out Sunday, I've heard as well, so it is going to be electric here in Sapporo, and I cannot wait for it.
It's going to be absolutely amazing. Dan, what's your takeaway from today? What do you think the biggest statement is?
I think the fact that teams who maybe looked like they were down and out yesterday have still shown their class here today. There was a few that are the big heavy hitters. I'll say Falcons because they did have a poor day 1, but there are some of the teams that when their backs are against the wall, they always are able to persevere, and I think that just shows the talent that we have in this Apex Legends lobbies that we've been seeing. So I'm expecting more of the same as we push into further days.
Yeah, for me.
Well, for you.
EMEA. It's been a good day for us. 5 of the top 10 teams. Just to remind you, just say it one more time before I throw it over to the desk. 5 of the top 10 teams. That's right, half the teams in the top 10 are from EMEA. Rainday, what do you think of that one?
Did that hit you? I tried. They're right there. I almost got it over there. I love it, Mark.
He's been waiting 5 years to
Thanks for bringing the energy. It was great to hear the broadcast, and obviously those guys are having fun. It is It is late. I mean, we're getting to that point in the day where, you know, we've been here early in the morning. Whole staff has, the crowd has as well. Still got plenty to do, so sit back and relax and trust that no matter where you are, still a little bit more Apex Legends chat to come. We got to close this out. We got a POI draft coming up now that we've got our elimination bracket 1 and our winners round 1 ready to go as well. Snipe Down and Dia joining us on the desk. And Snipe, obviously ready to go. Still a lot of work to do for these teams. They kind of got to switch gears really quickly and then start prioritizing where they're going to go, whether they ended up in elimination or whether they're winners.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the third map addition with E-District, I think a lot of these teams are going to be prioritizing that pick just to be as safe as possible. Assuming a lot of these teams made that a priority, just due to the comfort of playing World's Edge nonstop, it's very easy to know the rotations on that map. Storm Point's been around for a while, so I'm expecting a lot of prio picks there.
I think, just for the sake of content, hesitantly disagree. It's been interesting to watch E-District evolve over the course of this tournament. I don't know if we're at the point yet where most teams are going to be prioritizing E-District, although I have seen a fair few of them, especially those teams that tend to perform better on E-District, already prioritizing that before the tournament. So I do expect they'll continue.
It's going to be interesting to see the strategies that are employed coming up in just a little bit. But for those who are a little curious on why it's important, let's go back to the standings here, because that will end up determining where they end their picks or where their picks come from in terms of the placement that they finished here. So Alliance, they'll be going first. They'll also end up going, once all 20 teams have gone, 21st again, and they'll keep picking first, kind of like in the schoolyard pick. You go first, you wait until somebody else goes, and then finally you get that next round once you start going over. The thing is, when you go into that elimination bracket too, you do start to have somebody else with another advantage of trying to get out of it. Those are our bottom 20 teams. Envy is going to have the privilege of picking first in that elimination bracket round 1, which means that effort today, almost qualifying for winners, hopefully it does, Dia, secure them a little bit of, I don't know, comfort heading into what is obviously an uncomfortable situation, being threatened with being eliminated.
No, I mean, Envy were clearly putting forth a lot of effort to get out of this situation, but if you're going to be in the lower bracket, I think they and Stallions have to be very happy with where they are, simply because they have one of the best chances of getting out of it. They're going to be able to draft with a much larger advantage, and I'm expecting that if you are Envy and Stallions and you are solving your game plan as the tournament goes on, that should actually matter quite a bit coming into tomorrow's games. So if you're able to pick good POIs, as I expect that you are, given that you almost made it into winners, you should be able to make something big happen with that tomorrow.
Plenty of time for POIs. We're going to talk about that in a second. But today's performance had to obviously have a few stars show out brightly. And that is where we see our in-zone kill leaderboards, thanks to Sony. On the far-hand side to your left, you're actually seeing the overall kills. And Koifel, man, he was the star for today. Burhole saying June Effects, keeping track of their performances across it all. Major moments, and obviously continuing to see how the weapons impacted. But Koifel, he was your man of the day. He was the main leader with 36 of those 46 kills in total coming today, sniped out.
That is incredibly impressive. I mean, we saw this team just has the potential to absolutely pop off, and I think they're doing it at the right time. They picked the last game of group stages when they knew they were already qualified to build momentum and carry that into the winners bracket. They have a whole day tomorrow to rest, watch the matches, come back out, and hopefully they can use that fire. You saw Koifel, he was all smiles. He knew that he was the kill leader of the day. I mean, he was 13 kills ahead of the next closest. I mean, right now, it's pretty clear who is the MVP of this tournament.
Shopify Rebellion, they have found their rhythm. Can they keep it up? Well, you have to wait a whole day to see them play yet again. But Koifel, I think 36 kills, you average that out over 4 days. I mean, that's plenty of kills to get you through the interim. Congratulations to him and all those other players. We'll see how that Sony in-zone kill leaderboard adjust as we head into not only eliminations, but our winners round coming up. Now, as we kind of look towards the other aspects of the day, Dia, we've always got good moments, some exciting moments. Do you have a favorite moment that you saw today?
Favorite. So, funnily enough, the
the small shot that we had there of the Mastiff and the amount of kills that it's accrued did remind me of the one that made me laugh the most. I was telling you about it backstage, but it was in the thermal end game, and watching Supernova, who did have a lot of work to do, try and snipe out people from the center of thermal was very fun, but we did have a team Valculting by them and being shot at with a Mastiff, and it really exemplified to me how multi-purpose the shotguns, specifically the Mastiff, has become throughout the course of this tournament. So I'm going to go with that. I'm going to shooting with a Mastiff and a Valcult. That takes the cake.
I mean, have you really played Apex at a high level if you haven't tried at least to shoot a Mastiff across the map? We all know we're looking for it, but at the end of the day, there are a few plays that always stick out to us, and we leave those for our special segment, our Alienware Aces. Let's get it started because, yeah, we got 4 that stand out a little bit more today, thanks to Alienware. We're going to highlight them right now. The first one, Impulse, or No Pulse, or at least he's pretending not to have one, playing a little hide and seek as Mirage. Obviously, Aurora, what a phenomenal day for them. Got themselves into winners, no problem. Look at 9 Impulse there on that Mirage. Just don't notice me, don't notice me.
I love this character right now.
Did a pretty good job.
Fits the Mirage persona pretty
Oh,
well.
wow, and then that was maybe the... So which one was the highlight,
Yeah,
guys?
right?
I don't know. Also, TSM find themselves in the mix. Kind of got back to life after that last game, but Verhul shows off the power of Sheila. And you can see it right there. Verhul's last thing he needs, or the enemy teams need, is him with a minigun, shooting that many bullets that effectively. TSM, they will find themselves in winners as well. Back to the team that kind of we've been naming the hometown heroes. Yuka F continuing to dominate with the Kraber. It sets up this play from Leica to slam that Newcastle wall and claim the final victory in series number 2. You can just see it right there. Man, popping off. And of course, Noctum. They prove experience isn't everything. This team not only was able to win Series 1 of the day, they were able to win Series 2 of the day. 2 series in a row. I mean, these are things we reserve usually for Falcons, for Alliance, for these names that feel like they are always in contention for a championship. This time, it was Noctum. Those have been your Alienware Aces plays of the day. Congratulations to them. All right, let's leave it with you two to close out our desk before we jump into our POI draft. Snipe, I'll start with you. Final thoughts on today. Tomorrow, we head into a much lighter day. We've got elimination bracket round 1. We'll see 10 teams continue, but we'll also see 10 teams go home.
Yeah, I think one of the wildest things is that each tournament, it seems like one team stands out from the rest, where it's like, you know, he had Alliance with all their points, and then it was GG at the last event standing out, and now we have Noctum really showing up. So it seems like at every event, there's always one team that comes up and places themselves right there in the mix at the top. And it'll be curious to see if that continues. So overall, I think these were phenomenal games. I'd love to see the high point total in the end. It was amazing to see the Green Stego up there, a name that a lot of people are not familiar with, but they can be now.
Jayhawk, let us know backstage the highest point total threshold to get into winner's bracket ever in the ALGS, and fitting for championships. Dia, you've had some great fits day 1 and day 2. Now I need to know day 3. Can you give us any hints? And if you don't want to talk about that, your final thoughts on today.
Day 3 and day 4, I think are going to be a little more traditional, actually. I tried out some different styles.
Okay.
But talking about the game, I actually wanted to highlight some of our high performers because I was outspoken about Legacy yesterday when we were talking about Guild. I came in with really high hopes for the roster. Still very excited about Guild. But when we were looking at the kill leaders earlier, I wanted to point out something interesting. Since we've got Koifel and Sangjun up there, both LAN winners this year, the other person in the mix in those top 3 is Verhulst, who has not won a LAN this year. TSM, despite not having the crazy performance that Noctum has had, despite not putting up the insane numbers that we've already seen like Alliance and Fnatic do, essentially, I think are very strong contenders and have been very consistent on E-District throughout the entire tournament. So I'm really continuing to look forward to them, and I ask people, I mean, I'm sure people are looking at TSM, but if you're not because you're like, oh, well, they don't have Hell anymore, I don't know what's going on, look at TSM again, because they're looking very, very strong, and they've only continued to get better throughout the year.
I agree with you, and that's a great point. I just wish they had done a little better when I picked them this round because now I'm like way behind these guys. Come on, man. I'm trying to do my thing in these talent predictions. It's okay. We'll climb back. Reddit, we'll see where you're standing too. Are we racing each other? Are we together? Let's be in this to beat Graceful or Lauren like last time, okay? Let's be together with this. Guys, thanks so much for hanging out with us. What a wonderful day in Sapporo. It was snowing in the morning. The action heated up tonight, and tomorrow is going to be even more exciting. But just in a few, we're going to do our POI draft to set up Elimination Bracket Round 1 and our winners bracket. So don't go anywhere. But for those tuning out for the main broadcast, we'll see you tomorrow morning. ALGS Championships continue with Day 3. Mañana.
Pressure? I mean, of course there's pressure, but he's gonna show up.
All he cares about is winning. It doesn't matter how bad it sounds or how brutal it is. That's what it takes.
When you've accomplished what he's accomplished, anything less than first place is not good enough.
All the outside noise, the opinions, it doesn't faze him.
2022 saw a return to the international stage. And with it, the NA Giants were expected to reclaim the title of the best team in the world.
I didn't think any of the regions honestly knew what was going to happen until we got to Sweden.
When we were coming up, no one really believed in us. Nobody saw it coming.
Wide left flank, and then just like that, Reignite is gonna do it. They are your champions. Australia comes all the way to Europe and wins. Dome Shield is placed, and now Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the Apex Legends Global Series. Back to back. They're taking damage, but no! Here comes Zero! Zero! The captain! The IGL to send it back down under! Match point specialists!
2024, the dynasties have finally fallen.
And DC have this entire side to the circle to themselves.
They've actually got that. Zero goes down to Koiful.
It's up to them, but they take out Dark Zero. We are going on.
It's a massive moment for Apex. It's a huge moment for Apex North.
In response, Zero and Imperial Hal teamed up to form what many called the Super Team. But their attempt at stopping the bleeding fell short. The world had caught up.
But Team Falcons, a team that's slightly been struggling now.
It looks like Falcons will be eliminated, and indeed they are. Another dud game for them.
I mean, if you want to talk about momentum, there is a complete lack of inertia for the Super Team.
Zero's just gone down.
Zero's gone down. Trying to do what he can, but Falcons' bad day continues.
But SSG will become your champions here in Germany.
The team that was dubbed the second Super Team when it came together.
Split 1, they narrowly lost. Split 2 was a complete collapse.
Another failure at Champs, and Year 4 may be the first in which Zero does not lift a trophy. The pressure is mounting.
I think he does feel pressure. I think he puts most of it on himself, though.
He feels pressure, but it doesn't really affect his performance. So.
I think the reason that he kind of seems like he doesn't feel it is because of how hard he works. Yeah, he's ruthless.
Everyone can say what they want, everyone can think what they want, but at the end of the day, I know I'm going to be the one lifting that trophy. You'll see.
I am the king. I can bring nightmares to your dreams. You can't defeat me, but you can bring it. I'ma be right there on the scene. Ready for action, ready for war. Attacking my option, they can't say no more.
Oh, the trick shot, Oh my God, I'm clipping that.
Everywhere that you go, I be on your heels, I want out of smoke. I manifest this to reality, this not a fantasy, so that you know. A beast to a beast, we are family, and on the real, this is not a hoax. You never approach, I went on the post with my killers and foes. Burning the flames, they call me insane. You know the name.
I got all of them.
Action, ready for war. Attacking my option, they can't say no more. It is your choice, what you waiting for.
go to Japan for who knows what.
ALGS へようこそ日本心へ。
Snow is right. In Sapporo, the temperature is a little colder at night and in the morning. We've had some fun throwing snowballs, frolicking, chilling out, and in both senses of the words, and enjoying the atmosphere of what is an incredible place and an even more incredible and an iconic country in Japan. Now, as the dust settles and the snow falls, we relax, sit back, and look at what is ahead as the competition has just started to pick up the pace and give us an opportunity to start sending teams home and sending teams towards Championship Sunday. Welcome back to the ALGS POI Draft. This is a show we're going to be talking about what is going on with where these teams are picking, how they're going to be setting themselves up. We're beginning with the elimination round 1, and the draft is actually underway. I'm joined by Snipedown, Dia, and Gaskin, and Envy has already taken their first pick in Lightning Rod. I want to give you guys a chance to kind of talk about the picks as they come, but before so, I do want to do a little preamble to allow you guys to see some picks, get some ideas going, and also let people watching at home know what to expect. In the next two phases, we have decided as an ALGS competitive community to actually, instead of the placement points that used to occur in our previous esport, which would give you advanced starting points, we now offer a selection of where you would like to start on the map. No more contests, no more random drops, no more switching it up. You are locked in to where you are landing. That has put an emphasis on qualifying and an emphasis on getting these picks to prioritize your way that you want to play. In Elimination Round 1, we'll begin with those teams that did not make it, that are facing 10 teams going home tomorrow, and of course we'll end with winners in about 30 minutes afterwards, but that is the point. First team will pick first, and then they will pick again first after all other teams have picked. We'll continue in that order until all maps are selected. Just to be aware, you can pick on any map at any time, so Storm Point, E-District, whatever you prioritize, and that's where this show comes in. We'll talk about those strategies. Fellas, we've seen about, what, 9-10 picks now at this point. It's starting to get underway. Envy with the first Lightning Rod. Dia, what are you seeing?
I think it's very surprising that everybody, there we go, finally, somebody, Zero Tenacity, swaps on over to World's Edge, but I was very surprised to see so much emphasis on Storm Point from everyone, where typically we'll see at least somebody go for Climatizer, Thermal, something like that. Even now, Siphon being locked in, and surprisingly a Monument. I mean,
wow, there is a reason.
Monument is really catching me off
I think
guard.
the reason is we move into the elimination bracket. We're going to see 8 games now, 8 matches, and I believe Storm Point's going to be the most played map that we're going to have out of the 3, so I think people are probably prioritizing for that reason. I'll get confirmation, but I'm fairly certain that's why we're seeing a lot of Storm Point as these first picks. But you see the usuals, you see Lightning Rod, you see the Mill coming up. They are some of the heavy hitters here on Storm Point.
If I recall correctly, for Elim Round 1, I think they're playing 2 games of World's Edge, and so that's going to be like their least seen map.
Okay, well, I was completely wrong on the E-District main picks, and it seems like it's one of those where once a map starts getting picked that don't have as many strong POIs, then it seems like you kind of have to start going for that, or you're going to get left with the scraps, is kind of what it seemed like those first 6 teams were doing.
NRG grabbing Climatizer, and some of these teams with TBD, I believe that means they have passed their pick, and it will be coming back after the next team is given their pick. That's the opportunity there. And now a little bit of an adjustment. You see Shadow has found their pick, going to Trident, and Cedo Station for DreamFire here. So again, still heavily Storm Point focused, This is obviously going to be tilting, and if that is correct, with the amount of games being played being higher on Stormpoint, you're going to see that quite often. Really only a couple POIs from E-District picked already. It could be, though, that that's a newer map. It could be that, you know, when you're talking about where am I going to hedge my bet, am I going to place it on a map I know that I can pretty much consistently say when we get these POIs we've done well, or a newer map, it's kind of hard to prioritize E-District with less reps than World's Edge and Stormpoint admittedly.
Yeah, I'm really struggling with these TBD picks so far. I feel like this is one of those where the coach really needs to step up behind the scenes when their team is playing, because the players can't talk about POI drafts. The coach should have about 3 or 4 POIs on each of these maps to prevent this from happening.
It's just because we're switching between the maps. So basically, like as someone takes 15th pick, they might take it on World's Edge. And because of that, that means when we move over to, for example, E-District, it will just show them as TBD because they haven't picked E-District yet. So, it's about their positioning overall, but they're picking between all 3 maps at once, and that's essentially what
it just keeps flipping back.
Yeah,
all right.
that's
All right, I was getting really thrown off there. I was like, that's a lot of TBD.
That's a lot of TBDs.
Some people are not prepped.
This coach is messing up.
Yeah. I still think the point is you should have about 3 POIs on each map that you feel relatively comfortable from, and if you don't get your main one, you want something relatively close to that POI so the rotations are similar to what you've practiced. And it does happen. If you do lose out on the time, it will say that TBD, and your spot can just be given up to the next person. So having those and being prepared is massive when it comes to these POI drafts.
Envy find a way to go again with their first pick, and it is a Blossom Drive pick. A versus D. They actually were in Neon Square for a 26th pick a little bit later. So now with the 21st pick and the first pick, they prioritize Blossom Drive. So a Stormpoint and then a E District, leaving World's Edge to be their last choice as well. We'll follow along with Envy. Stallions also getting that second pick, a team that performed quite well. You would hope to see them set themselves up for success. Team Burger over in Skyhook West. I mean, there's a little bit of a conversation about leaving Skyhook East open, but a lot of times that ends up, how do you feel about that, Dan? The teams that end up not liking what they see and then they jump into Skyhook East at the end because it's open, and they kind of split that.
It's a big enough POI that you can split it. I'd say, why does anyone get given it for free, right? It's
That's
not
true.
as bad as you might think, and the fight doesn't usually happen. People are going to be more than happy going over towards Trials, so I think there's enough, and it's a good place to be rotating from. We've seen a lot of success where people can find points from it as well, so I don't blame them for going on and down that route, to be completely honest.
I think it depends whether you're going up in weirdly against a survey camp main or not. Like, if somebody's top 3 POIs are survey camp and they're not just taking it because they have to, then moving out of Skyhook East, you're kind of at a disadvantage because the team that's more used to coming out of survey camp is likely going to take advantage of the whole train track rotation before you are, which just leaves you with half a POI and Sky West that is just stronger than you.
I also feel like when it comes to region-based, like NA gives up certain POIs because they know people will always like want that. But when it comes to having all these other regions involved, it makes it a lot more difficult getting those comfort picks because you don't necessarily know. And I think the international scrims are going to play a big part into that. But when you are set groups, international scrims, and then you're thrown into the elimination bracket, all that prep kind of goes out the window.
It's also interesting to point out a lot of these teams in the elimination bracket haven't had the best of days, but sometimes that's because they're competing in groups where the top teams with top seeds are getting the premier drop spot. So essentially, if you're in a group with Alliance or Fnatic and they're taking, you know, Skyhook West, or they're taking a spot that they're prioritizing, this is that opportunity, Dia, for an elimination round 1 team to finally flex that position. But I kind of throw that back and say, if you're going to make it to winners, you're probably going to still have the same problem where, you know, these higher seeded teams are going to be taking those POIs. So at this point, do you just try to figure out a strategy that it works for maybe a less prioritized POI and just keep developing that? Or
I think you still got to go with what's your strongest, even if you know that that's going to be taken away from you in winners, because the further you make it into the tournament, while everybody's going for the win, the further you make it into the tournament is still a much further win monetarily and, of course, professionally. So I do think that you're sticking with what makes you strong. I'm glad to see DreamFire finally pick up Street Market. That was a really lagging pick that I was expecting to be grabbed a lot earlier, given how heavily Fnatic prioritized it and what they did with it.
quite serious up here, isn't it?
It is.
I just thought that for a second. The music in my ears. I've not been on the desk yet.
We're not having
fun.
fun.
It's very
No,
tense.
This is tense. This is.
It's also going
gets
faster
a little
than
emotional.
it did last time.
It is going
The
faster.
players are. I think they're used to it. I think Snipe's right. Like, everyone knows now what kind of POIs they should be going for. There is a little bit of deliberation between, you know, are you going to go for E-District? Are you going to go for World's Edge, etc. But for the most part, people have kind of knuckled down. And that's the amount of scrims that we saw played leading up to this tournament, right? There was an excessive amount of scrims, which is brilliant. And a lot of POI drafts were done before we had the official POI draft. That's why we had a wealth of numbers and statistics of who was picking what and going with whatever. And I think that's why everyone really knows where they're going to be heading.
Yeah. Interesting enough, we have kind of the map clarification for what you can expect tomorrow. So maps 1 through 3 will be E-District, 4 and 5 will be Storm Point, and then 6 through 8 will be World's Edge. So it's kind of the opposite of what we were discussing. So that heavy Storm Point prioritization, are we making sense of that?
I'm not making sense of
For
that.
elimination bracket?
Yeah.
I'm not making sense of that then.
No, I don't
understand
that
the
makes
prio
zero
on
sense.
Storm Point if the other two maps are both played more than Storm Point.
Are we sure that's not the winner's bracket?
I'm not sure.
I'll shoot the message.
I'm not sure that I'm not sure.
I'll shoot the messenger first, but we'll see.
We'll see.
That sounds like winner's bracket, but I will hold my hands up and say I might be wrong as well. It wouldn't make much sense, but at the same time, okay, no, actually, we won't even hypothesize. We'll find out for sure first. As we move over to, Supernova are going to be...
get some confirmation on that. Dan, wow. Dan really got pissed off on broadcast. I mean, this really, you guys see that? That's what we have to deal with in the green room.
I'm used to being like...
He put his hands up. He said, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's duke him out. Fisticuffs.
It's a lot easier over there. I can hide. Now I'm on camera all the time.
That's right.
Actually, I'm not even meant to be here. I'm just going to point that out. First, it was
Thanks for
someone
hanging with
else.
it.
Then Onset got asked, and he said no, and then stuck with me now. So here we are.
Man. Well, I'm always happy, man. It's fine. We we get a chance to have a little Gaskin on our desk. It's always a pleasure. Dia as well, you guys have been casting so well this tournament. Now VK Gaming kind of giving us the rundown of Old Town, E-District again being prioritized. We did see that early Storm Point. It's switching now to E-District. We've seen probably less World's Edge than any of those maps as well. Still a lot of priority spots, not necessarily priority spots, but familiar spots and trees still open as well, and staging. A couple of spots that have not been taken, but obviously not prioritized. 45th pick, Source X and Y coming up.
Well, made me laugh last time we did the POI draft at this point. Wig was like, yeah, they wouldn't have really wanted that. No, they wouldn't have really wanted that either, just because we're like, yeah, we're getting to 50 and onward. Of course at that point. But you pick up the dregs, and I think one thing we've learned in POI draft is the E-District in general, every POI is pretty good. The loot is very fair across the board. There are a few that are a statistical anomaly, and there are some that perform better with their rotations. But World's Edge, when you get to the dregs, there is some awful POI. So people are like, I really don't want to have to pick this. We'll save that for later if there is going to be our latter picks.
Yeah.
I can't believe Disguised are getting Geyser over Survey Camp. I don't know. I don't think Survey Camp Epicenter, I don't think it's that bad. Am I crazy, Snipe?
Now, Survey Epi's not bad, but at the same time, like, if you're worried about another region maybe taking one of those spots, then it becomes bad. If you get both, it's one of the best POIs in the game, but risking that when you're not sure about what other... That's kind of what I was saying, where in North America, you can predict and you can grab one, and other teams aren't going to want to do it.
Yeah.
But when you have all these other regions, it's like, you can't predict people you don't really play against. Maybe they really want that or think it's solid, and you get stuck with just Survey. You're struggling to get out.
Yeah, I mean, rotations as well, and team personalities have a little bit to do with this, because we do not know all of those intricacies the same way that players do. They might say this team rotates so fast, they are always a problem, a pain in our behinds when they are behind us. So I do not want this POI, which just may technically be better, because I know who is surrounding us and how they rotate. They're either going to delay us big time because they take a long time, or they might just rush us, and we like to take our time, and we don't want to be fighting until end zone. And guess what? We got some confirmation that it is correct. It will be 1 to 3 on E-District, 4-5 Storm Point, and then we will finish off 6 through 8 on World's Edge.
All right, so now we can hypothesize, right? We can try and work out why that would be the decision. So if you're only playing a map twice, maybe you feel like those are the most... No, I can't work it out. It makes
Can't work it out.
It makes no sense.
You actually get less points for getting a good spot. It might be that E-District just isn't that worth it to
Well,
them.
like I
and
say,
they're like, well,
E-District
World's Edge
I can
are
understand
flexible.
because, like, in general, the POIs seem to be pretty fair, but then why wouldn't you just go for World's Edge if you're playing it 3 times over 2?
Yeah, that is a good question.
Maybe they don't know.
They might not know as well.
At that point,
I mean,
they gotta know. They gotta know.
Did they come off of Worlds? Were they fighting Stormpoint this last game? I think it was. Maybe just an unknown, unthought about bias of having played that map just recently and knowing what went well and what didn't.
I would definitely believe, like recency.
Like they were primed by playing it 2 games in a row right before the draft and having a very clear idea of why they liked where they were, why they didn't like where they were. These are the teams drafting that have probably just played a little bit. A lot of them ended up in elimination round 1. The other thing too is, do you try to avoid a mess instead of create this great opportunity, guys? I mean, that's the other thing. Sometimes teams have said, we are pretty okay on these other maps. We're terrible on Stormpoint. So I want to get the best POI possible on Stormpoint. That way I can give myself a chance to not get goose eggs, because I know I'll be no matter where I am on E-District or World's Edge, I'm not really worried about those.
I think when it comes to the map format, I would have just picked the maps you play the most, focus on those, get your best picks, and then just said, kind of screw it to the map that you only play twice and just kind of hope for the best that you manage to get the points needed, but you prio the maps that you play the most. And I'm still I'm watching some of these picks. Checkpoint went 8th to last, and it used to be considered one of the higher end POIs, so I don't know what happened there. And then we still had Mirage and Staging open on World's Edge. I'm surprised not one of these teams has tried to lock one of those down to scare other teams off. I get it. I know I said that whole Survey Epi thing, but at this point, you get Mirage and Survey. That's a lot of loot. The rotations are open. You don't have any teams in front of you, and that one as well becomes one of the best POIs.
Regionally, too. I mean, we're not necessarily talking about that, but the game does change per region. Certain, prioritizations. We've got Dragons, JHS, Professional, and Supernova, coming from casting a lot of APAC, a lot of North America and EMEA. Might be different over in APAC as well, and so we have to give a little bit of credit to different priorities per regions, just like EMEA sometimes loves a meta that North America isn't playing, and I think we're seeing that kind of pan out now.
Can I just say, as a team that hasn't done super hot, I think Luminosity is actually doing very well in this draft so far. Yeah, they picked up Harvester, and they got Pylon on Stormpoint, and they ended up going Viaduct on E-District, which is like not great, but also not. I mean, it's not terrible, and if you're getting Pylon and Harvester, those are pretty strong zone POIs. I really like Luminosity's spot, given where they are in the draft. Like, given that they're pretty low down, I think they did really well.
They do need kind of a shock to the system, though, as well. I mean, I don't know if it's a POI draft problem. We can go back again, outside of the stand. Luminosity, even if they get their right spots, something's got to change for them to figure out the momentum shift to really make it out of round 1, because there's no more chances tomorrow.
Just need to play better. Yeah, it's as simple as that, really. I think that they know that they can play better, and sometimes you need that elimination bracket just to give you some extra reps to play a situation where, you might have been struggling. And I think that one thing we can take away from this POI, and regardless of the Stormpoint nonsense, right, is there was a real honest situation where a lot of these teams struggled in the previous bracket.
Yeah.
And maybe they were feeling like, okay, we didn't do well on Stormpoint.
Right.
Let's prioritize Stormpoint as our pick because it's been bad for us. But we were picking up points on E-Dish and World's Edge, for example.
I think that's realistic. I think Nasky, who joined us, said something about that in his own strategy of why he prioritized some of the picks. And if you look on your screen, these are those final picks where all of these teams ended. I'll give everyone on desk kind of a chance to digest this. But general thoughts and I think overall expectations, because we see Team Burger over in Skyhook West. They end up having to share that Skyhook East location with Ninjas in Pyjamas, and that's a team that doesn't mind fighting early. And so ironically, a team that is hoping to get that great POI, we see why not. But this is, of course, World's Edge, which was probably the least prioritized map so far outside of E-District. But Stormpoint, this is where most of those early picks went, guys. How's it looking?
I think one of the more confusing things was the disguised down beast pick as aggressively as they went for it. That went in one of the first like 7 or 8 picks, and I'd be curious, to know what that is average on the scale of how much that's proud, because Down Beast is widely considered not one of the best POIs. I've played from there. It's tough, but maybe that's just one of those comfort picks that we talked about. So
especially you consider Disguised went for Ceto Station in their original draft for the POIs when we looked at everything in group stages, and yeah, maybe there's just a feeling they have about Down Beast where they're just like, all right, the zones were transitioning to the west, so we're going to go for Down Beast. You've got to understand a lot of it does come down to superstition as well. I know there's a lot of analytics and statistics, but sometimes people are just feeling a certain area of the map.
And I mean, that's the conversation with the coach. Guys, I don't know. We just got to shift it up. I've been watching us. I know what we need to do. We need to play this way. And Disguise could have that conversation going on. That's why when we do these, I always want you could never do it because they don't want to give away the reason before playing. But I just want to know what they're thinking. We want to have that conversation with them. So, Dia, I'll leave it to you. This was a map that a lot of teams felt comfortable going with their 20 to 40 picks on. I think almost all of these picks here were within 20 to 45. Obviously, E-District, maybe just a comfortable map. Yeah. And not really much else to it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there are definitely POIs that I am not super happy to see picked for the teams that got them, and I'm sorry to say it, but I do like Galleria myself. I don't love Galleria for comp, and unfortunately, I think it was NRG ended up having to go for that. Shadow 3690 ended up going Neon Square as well, and I do feel like those two teams got shortchanged a bit, but that's all right.
Well, obviously, we have another POI draft to get done, but that has been your elimination round 1. Winners about to start. Dan, thank you, man. You're released. You are dismissed.
Okay, good.
My friend.
Somewhere there's Onset trying to tie his shoelaces or something. I should probably go help.
Give him a hard time
Great
for
to
us.
be up here. Peace out. Let's go. See you later.
Peace out. Thanks, man. And we are not going to be alone for too long, although I will miss Dan. And, yeah, he didn't want to go. That almost kept him here. But we're introducing back the man, the myth, the legend himself, Jayhawk, to join us for our winners round. And I didn't want to tell Dan this, but, that's more important. So
I mean,
you for the best.
I might not be as handsome as he is, but I am taller. So, I mean, there's something there.
I mean, it's attractive points either way. I mean, So we have got our next maps in 1 to 3 being Storm Point for this. And then we've got 4 and 5 being World's Edge. And then 6 to 8 are E-District for this. So it's the kind of opposite, but of course you will still see a prioritization dependent on how these teams want to play it. And this is winners. These teams all are consistently getting priority placements for each of the groups that they've been in throughout this week. We'll see how that changes now that they're all in a group together, Snipe.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like once again we're seeing a bit of a prio on Storm Point here, which, I mean, a little more of a reason to do it this time around. But it kind of threw me off. I really did think E-District was going to be the one prioritized, but once again, once a map is selected and everyone starts picking there, you're kind of forced to grab something until there's nothing left, and then you just take that pick to get the best POI at one of the other maps.
Anyone else think it's weird that Falcons went Cenote when Mill was open?
That is a little strange.
Very weird. They do like a lot of Mill. That's true.
But maybe this is them kind of evolving here. Maybe this is them wanting to be a little more aggressive, be a little slower rotating. Because with Mill previously with Zero, it was always the turbo rotate, get to zone immediately. I did want to add on to the Storm Point thing too as well. I've talked to a lot of pros at this lane, and they do feel like with Storm Point, if you don't get one of those POIs that either has really good rotations or a Trident with the Gibby dome thing you can do to rotate into some really tough spots, they feel like Storm Point has become incredibly hard in the current meta. And so I'm not surprised that some of these teams are heavily prioing the Tridents on Storm Point.
I've seen a lot more Trident gameplay when it comes to those Gibby bubble pushes, and that's a unique thing. Whether you can add that onto the list of cover that you can use in a lot of these situations. I've seen nonstop Tridents. You have to shoot under it, and that is a very good point. Tridents it's the only map that has that type of mobility to get around, so Storm Point gets more congested quickly.
It's got its own little mini game there, so that's a big part of the competitive nature. We're going to see that prioritize itself. It also may be one of the reasons why, just even with those only 2 maps, we're seeing it be that much more of a difference maker in getting points, getting positions, or having flexibility. Why Storm Point, even if it's only 2 maps played, they're going to go for it because those Tridents have really, really synergized well with Gibby, and it continues to be something that we see game in and game out.
Especially with there's no Bangalore in the meta now.
That's
and
right.
With Stormpoint, we've always known a lot of open space.
Yeah.
No Bang to have the smoke to give you time. So now you're having to burn your Gibby bubble, your Newcastle wall, which you don't want to do.
Right.
So having that trying to get out of those spaces is really important.
It's cover, mobile cover as well, you got to say. A lot of in-game spots may be playable with Rampart, a Trident, and a Newcastle wall, but without that Trident, maybe not enough space. Again, we continue to see these picks fly by and continue on from World's Edge to Stormpoint.
Not to detract from World's Edge and Stormpoint, but I was really excited to see Crazy Raccoon pick. Jayhawk, you and I were talking about this backstage because they've shown inordinate priority towards Lotus throughout the last couple, throughout all of the group stage. They were third picking Lotus every single time. It was the first pick that they had sniped on. They were the only team that was prioritizing E-District so heavily.
Wow.
And they just swapped up to Electrodam. They've been playing Lotus the whole group stage. They've made it up to winners, and they're going Electrodam.
Lotus actually got picked before them, I believe, which
Yeah,
is
yeah,
a
yeah.
little bit surprising because I didn't expect that to happen. But also, to further that point,
It was Furia right there.
Yeah.
45% of Crazy Raccoon's points on the tournament so far have come from Lotus on E-District. This has by far been their best map. The other two maps are both sitting about 25% each, and so they've been incredibly reliant on E-District, and I do wonder, like, EDAM is fantastic. I think it's probably the best POI on that map if you want to play slow and rotate a little bit later than some of these other teams, but can they adjust since
That
they
hasn't
don't have
been
the
their style.
comfort pick? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I said though before, where if you don't get your comfort pick, you take the next closest POI as long as it has good enough loot. Your rotations are almost exactly the same. It gives you a lot of these zones have been ending in that southeast corner of the map on E-District specifically, so it kind of pushes them even a little closer to that region. And I think it was just overall, it was we lost our spot, get it ASAP before we lose that whole region of the north side. And if that happened, then good luck.
That's a great point. I mean, just try to mirror a little bit of what you're used to so you stay comfortable. And going south to north, I mean, that is a big shift up if you're used to always traveling north to south, and you just get familiar with the way those routes go. Good points there is we get a spot of Shop, Piv-Fi, Rebellion, Big Don sitting in the middle of MT and Koiful talking about what they want to do. These conversations, again, wish I was a fly on the wall. Any lip readers?
Shopify just took Resort, I believe.
Yeah.
There.
Taking Resort.
Yeah, they took Resort.
So we see about 8-9 POIs taken so far out of 26 from E-District. Way more of a priority there earlier on than we saw with Stormpoint as well. Still a lot of E-District left to be picked up. A lot of Stormpoint as well, and a lot of World's Edge, which seems to be the theme. You've continued to watch these teams kind of shift their perspective, and also for those watching, definitely a different rhythm when it comes to winners versus elimination. It feels like there is a bit of a different priority to E-District, maybe being the new map, knowing that this could be something that separates them, especially with teams consistently knowing we've performed across Stormpoint and World's Edge. I mean, that's why we're here in winners. We feel pretty good about that as Dia celebrates.
Yeah, I was looking at what was left unpicked, and I was like, you know what, Cloud9 should take energy back, and they took it, and I'm like, all right, let's go. So I'm just feeling excited that I get the little validation of seeing something and going, this would be really good for this team, and having them also go,
this would be really good
for us. Yeah.
All right, C9 coach coming up. Here's a look at World's Edge. Yeah, looking a little barren so far. Only 5 picks.
This is the map that's in the middle, right? Only 2 games
This
played here?
is the map that's in the middle. Only 2 games played here, so this makes a lot more sense. Kind of what we would have expected to see on Stormpoint. But now we're actually seeing that play out the way it is intended to be playing, at least from a logical perspective looking up here. I think that this is also, again, maybe just bleeding into we have confidence across all these maps, so let's just prioritize the ones we're playing more.
Yeah, Snipe, I have a question for you, because obviously it's the map that's only being played twice. Alliance goes first pick, and they go World's Edge. Do you feel like, as a competitor, that puts them, obviously, they have the North Pad Trident thing, so they can kind of save Stormpoint, but do you think that, in your experience having competed for so long, that they should have maybe gone E-District first because of the extra game that's going to be played there? Or do you think that they just pick their strengths?
I mean, they have to be picking their strengths because, like you said, I just think E-District and going for the maps that have 3 maps in the set is the right thing to do, but if they're comfortable with it, and it's also one of those things where if maybe you can't, like, the POIs that you wanted to pick on either Stormpoint or E-District aren't there, then you're kind of like deferring and just choosing to get as good as possible on a World's Edge.
I feel like that makes sense a lot too. I mean, looking outside in, you have not had enough time on E-District to have all the terrible POIs in big-time situations and know what to do with them.
Yeah.
You have definitely had some bad POIs on World's Edge or Stormpoint. You've had experiences saying, all right, I mean, this sucks, but we know what this looks like. I don't know if you have a lot of we know what this looks like on E-District with a POI that is just absolutely not what you want. And I think that that is truly a little bit more where the confidence, the mentality is for them, at least from what I would imagine, Jayhawk.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I do want to point out one thing real fast. Crazy Raccoon just took a Lava Siphon, and the reason this is interesting to me is I've been pointing it out throughout the tournament. So far, they've been incredibly kill point heavy. They finally got their win, but before that, they only had 2 games in the top 5 the whole time.
Yeah.
Lava Siphon is one of those POIs that's a little more known for being able to rotate quickly, get into a really good position.
Yeah.
And so I think this is maybe where we're starting to see Crazy Raccoon bring back some of those old strats that we saw them win with in Los Angeles, where, okay, we know we can kill everybody, but maybe we should start getting some placement too.
And killing everybody here could have also just been, we feel confident in being able to risk it a little bit, show a different side to us, just get through group stages, get into winners, and now we'll start playing the game that we know is going to win a match point final, because that ultimately is the decisive factor, Dia, heading into these next days.
Yeah, I mean, it could very much be, like a shift in play style that is, now that we've gotten group stage out of the way, let's start to prepare for what winners is going to look like, what match point is going to look like when people are a little more conservative, and we're preparing to do that too. I think that they've actually picked pretty well, all things considered, although I am noticing they still have Stormpoint left to go. I don't think Stormcatcher would be that bad for Crazy Raccoon if they want to try and go into the next round.
Looking at these things still available, go ahead,
I was just trying to
countdown,
think of,
landslide, we've got Overlook, staging still here. Obviously, Epicenter. Geyser not picked up too early. Again, a lot of World's Edge. I think we're going to see that, guys. And just continuing to say, what can we get on E-District? What can we get on Stormpoint? There's Coastal Camp. There's Jurassic on Stormpoint still available. And then it's going to start saying, well, we're just going to use the rest of our picks to get whatever's available on World's Edge. Clearly the least prioritized map in this draft.
Curious about the whole with E-District being the way it is, there's so much area that you can play with defensive legends that I do also feel like, because of the lack of experience on this map, just getting to loot up and being able to just get in and find spots almost at any point on that map due to the buildings, the space, the amount of structures and things could be something that people have thought about. And I also think the Valkyrie pick is still a very viable pick, especially if you're stuck playing a really bad POI on E-District. Maybe that's something that some of these teams did. They say they're not going to get a good POI. They focus on other areas or other maps that they can get a good one. They just say, might play Edge, play a character like Valk, and just find a spot with the passive.
It's a good way to think about it. I mean, you have to consider all those options as a coach, Jayhawk.
Yeah, and on that, only 5 teams in this lobby are actually having E-District as their best map so far.
Yeah.
So I really do think there's actually a lot of room for innovation. I don't think the map has been solved by any means. We've only been scrimming on it for, what, 4 or 5 months at this point, so there's still so much that teams have to learn. And I do wonder, does like an off-meta Valk type of pick, does that change things for teams? I don't know.
Yeah, and I mean, at this point, too, do you say this is what we have, and let's now focus, like you mentioned, just on the gameplay aspect of it. Let's not really try to prioritize getting a pick that's going to set us up for success. Let's take a bad pick, and let's try to put a good plan together for that bad pick and accept that and really do well on these maps that we know can push us ahead. Alliance, one of the only teams opting for Skyhook West, a World's Edge pick. You see the next World's Edge pick coming almost 16, 11, 12, 16, and it jumps all the way up to 29, then 42 essentially. Green Stego, I missed there at 20, but a lot of these teams not feeling that way. Alliance maybe just saying, we need to get off to the start. If we don't get off to a good start at E-District, we know we're going to have our bread and butter on a map that we can get a lot of points and set ourselves up for success.
It doesn't look like anyone wants to be around Alliance. The whole area is just completely void right now.
Also a power play there. A team like that, do you want to do it? Cloud9 go right underneath them.
They don't like that pick. I know they don't like that pick. They wanted they wanted Overlook. They've been landing Overlook nonstop, and being forced to the other side of the map in this bracket is going to be a bit of a switch up. And I'm sure Sauce can handle it, and they're going to do their work. But
I think C9 could have gone Fisher. I mean, I think I like it slightly better than Countdown.
I agree with that too. I don't think Countdown's great anymore.
But C9 does like to rotate really fast, and so Countdown's a little closer to the center. Maybe that's the thought, but you also don't have the balloon, so I don't know.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, especially if it... I
feel like
Countdown also has a lot more... I say a lot more, not many more, but a decent amount more zones that are going to at least encompass it in the first couple of rounds, whereas like Fisher, you're probably starting on the edge. Almost nothing's going Fisher.
6 more picks to go. Crazy Raccoon, actually 7 on their 54th pick here. And they're going to take Coastal Camp.
I just realized we have an Enter Force 36 and 100 Thieves Trident Northpad thing going on there. Both of those teams have been actually pretty terrible on Storm Point throughout the entire tournament. So I do wonder, especially with 100 Thieves, the one thing that I know about Timmy and Designful in the past is that the thing that gets them going, that builds that momentum, is a good fight immediately off drop. And so I gotta wonder, is that them saying, we're gonna come challenge you immediately for all that loot, we're gonna kill you, and then that propels them forward?
You know what else is true about that is that back before we even had like the POI draft that dropped everybody in, it was Timmy and Design that were constantly harassing Furia, who were landing over at wall, where they would try and land in the little room at the bottom. So, I mean, this could turn into an E36 thing very easily. It could also turn into a 100 Thieves Furia thing very easily.
I mean, last year at Champs, they ratted Hal inside the wall, off drop immediately. Yeah.
So that top half of the map is going to get really chaotic in winners.
Interestingly enough, for those curious about the stats, they've been flying over our picture on the bottom right. In the top right, you can see the team, you can see the POI they picked, you can see their latest place from their POI. In this case, haven't played there yet. You can also see the average points it has on map. Look at complexity here on staging, which they've selected. 35 was the latest place they had from that POI. Also, the average points on the map, 15.62. So not amazing, obviously, but staging still having a chance. Team's best POI on the map has been Harvester. So you can continue to see, even making winners bracket, you're going to have to make some adjustments. That seeding does shift tremendously the later you get going, and World's Edge not necessarily prioritized for many of these teams. So far, there is 59 picks done. We've got one more. It's Green Stego, Canal Plaza on E-District to wrap up our winners draft. That is going to set up an amazing Saturday morning and afternoon. Guys, winners done. What are our thoughts? Who won? Fnatic, obviously. Alliance. Saw Shopify Rebellion. Knocked them. They had some of those earlier picks. How do we think they did?
I think Shopify got pretty unlucky on the World's Edge. They got forced at Mirage, and they have teams around them at Lava Fissures, staging everywhere. And I've landed there before in Pro League, and even if you rotate as fast as possible, you're surrounded. You got landslide, countdown, lava. I mean, every single team around you. So, I mean, no problem with them fighting their way out, I'm sure, but it makes it a little more difficult having a high pick and still getting stuck like that.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our World's Edge.
Shopify has been pretty bad, by the way, on World's Edge. That's actually their worst map. So maybe this is just them kind of saying, like, hands up, we're just going to get all our points from the other team.
Yeah, that's true. I think, did they go Storm Point first, Shopify?
I believe so.
I think a lot of people went Storm Point first.
Yeah. And obviously here on World's Edge, Alliance, excuse me. Yes, Alliance getting it, but it's not showing E-District names on World's Edge POI. So we'll get that corrected for you guys, or we'll just move past this graphic to E-District if we want to do that as well. That could help. But one of the things that obviously, you got to say, you don't really know if this is going to pan out yet. I think a lot of these teams are having similar conversations to us, in that, hey, here's what we think, here's what we're dealing with. Let's make the best of it. There's no right answer at this point, especially if you're not able to pick first. But even if you're picking first, you're still deciding All right, do I want to go with a great map and get a great pick? Do I want to go with a bad map, get a great pick? You're still making decisions that do not give you everything you want regardless. That's kind of the fun of it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I know that a lot of our teams likely are going to have to guerrilla some game plans tonight.
Yeah.
You know, because of the nature of the situation. I'm actually thinking specifically about Virtus Pro. I was watching them pick Epicenter, and I was like, oh, that feels so terrible when they're surrounded by everyone. But with Aurora right next to them, Fnatic, TSM, like Virtus Pro, I think really got dealt a really rough hand, at least on World's Edge. On Stormpoint, things are looking a little bit better for them. And I'd actually say that on Stormpoint, I feel the best about where everyone's POIs match up with how they like to play the game. I think we got pretty good stylistic matches across the board on Stormpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good draft. It's kind of like a compromise. No one really feels good at the end of it. Like, you kind of had to give up enough, and you got enough to where you just move on, because that's the true element of it. No one's winning here, but obviously now that means the real plans have to start coming together. As you mentioned, guerrillaing something, putting, what is it called? Gorilla gluing something together and trying to hope that it sticks, Jayhawk, tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're saying not a lot of people are coming out super happy, but I do want to talk about one team, and I did actually just mention them. 100 Thieves got Thermal Station. We know Designful has the deeds to that land.
Yeah.
And then they're the only team, like I've already said, they're the only team in the world I think truly wants a contest. Obviously, you know, don't
wait,
want
hold
it.
on. We got Zach Baser in here.
I mean, a lot of
We got
teams do like
Nasky in
a lot
here.
of teams
I mean,
do like
come
to
on
fight,
now.
but I don't think anybody gets as energized as Designful does after killing a team immediately off rip. You get all their loot, and it gets the juices flowing for him.
Yeah.
And so I do think that 100 Thieves is coming out very happy. Also, another team I want to point out, Guild. They have, and this is true of Phony's entire career, are a very World's Edge dependent team. They only get 2 games on that map, and they got Landslide, which is good for fast rotating, but at the same time, not really a powerhouse POI that we normally think of.
It reminds me of when Phony was playing on W. They would always landslide because they just they couldn't contest anybody, and actually it worked out pretty well. But I do agree. I don't think it's a fantastic place for them to be playing, especially with this iteration of the Phony roster.
And here we go with our Storm Point maps. And you can see Fnatic, really one of our first picks as well. We haven't talked a lot about them. Getting Boardwalk on E-District, getting Lightning Rod on Storm Point. Question we had was Cenote K for Falcons when Mill was open and available for them, but discussing the Trident, having an impact in that rotationally, but also in this Gibby Newcastle meta. And Green Stego grabbing Stormcatcher at the very end. Virtus Pro with Command Center. A little highlights for those as we move on over to E-District. TSM, a team we've been looking at. They kind of had a slow day in this last series, but they're still here. 51st pick went to Old Town. And Fnatic finishing off with Boardwalk. Knocked him. Was able to get theirs. And I think Aurora, a team, too, that we've been looking at today in Neon Square.
Complexity got their pick. They picked that spot a lot at Viaduct in group stages. They chose that, and I think EXO got a really good spot here as well for them.
Well, an amazing, amazing showcase of what it takes to be successful at the ALGS, especially at the championships. Long days, late nights, and still having to put together the brain power to come up with a plan, even with when you don't even know what that plan is. These teams have set themselves up for success, and a great story to be continued. Where will the tale go? You'll have to stick with us to find out. We're excited to be along the ride for you. Day 2, find out. We're excited to be along the ride for you. Day 2 has wrapped up. We've got our winners and our elimination bracket round 1 ready to go. Tomorrow, we will send 10 teams again to Saturday, and we will send 10 teams home. The drama continues here at the ALGS Championships in Sapporo. We thank you for being here, and remember to come early tomorrow morning for a day you will not forget. Good night.
Stages. You can go from losers bracket to winners bracket so quickly.
Sometimes at the end of that tunnel you find the light. Sometimes you just gotta pull the light out of you.
When the victory's on the line, you can't. If I want it, you know it's mine. Don't try to. I'm eating that crunch time. You'll never. You can't. You can't. When the victory's on the line, you can't. If I want it, you know it's
Would Alienware tear 100 Thieves apart? And it is very risky for Shopify Rebellion as Furia have had enough. Team zipping up on them. We've seen this before. Shopify Rebellion tried it once. Can you succeed where they failed?
What is happening? It's 9 people shotgun fighting.
This game, this was crazy stylish. 100 Thieves in on the outside. It's Shadow who come in on the zip line, and Shadow who from the bottom of the leaderboard takes the victory in game number 3.
You can't